The snowfall was relentless as I trudged through the deserted streets, my breath visible in the crisp winter air. The full moon shone brightly, casting an eerie glow on the blanket of white. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 1. The snowfall was relentless as I trudged through the deserted streets, my breath visible in the crisp winter air. The full moon shone brightly, casting an eerie glow on the blanket of white. I had always loved the snow, but tonight it felt different. The full moon seemed to call out to me, its silvery light beckoning me forward on a mysterious journey. The snow danced and swirled in the moonlight, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that made me feel as if I was walking through a dream. As I walked, I felt as if I was the only person alive in this winter wonderland. The silence was deafening, only broken by the crunching of snow under my boots and the occasional howl of the wind. Despite the cold, I couldn't help but feel a sense of calm and serenity wash over me. It was as if the snow was cleansing my mind and purifying my soul. I didn't know where I was headed, but I felt compelled to keep moving forward, drawn in by the hypnotic call of the full moon. As I finally reached my home, I could see my dad sitting in the living room through the window. I opened the door and was greeted by the warm and inviting smell of hot cocoa. My dad looked up from his book and smiled as I walked in. "Welcome home." I couldn't help but smile back, feeling a sense of comfort and safety in my own home. I quickly shed my coat and boots and joined my dad by the fireplace, grateful for the warmth and company on such a cold and snowy night. As we sat and chatted, I could feel my eyes growing heavy. It had been a long day, and I was ready for some rest. "Well, I think it's about time for me to head to bed," I said as I stood up from the couch. "Good night, Dad," I added, giving him a hug and a kiss on the cheek before making my way up to my bedroom. I changed into my pajamas and crawled into bed, feeling the soft sheets against my skin and the familiar lull of my home surrounding me. With a deep sigh, I let myself drift off into a peaceful sleep. As the days passed and the temperatures rose, the trees came to life with new growth and a burst of color. The dreary grey of winter was replaced by the beauty of spring. The sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers filled the air. One morning, I woke to the sun shining brightly through my window, signaling that it was time to embrace the spring days. I opened my window to let in the fresh air and the sound of children playing outside. I decided to take a stroll in the park, immersing myself in the sights and sounds of nature. The lush green grass and fully blooming flowers invigorated my senses and filled me with a sense of renewal and hope. However, as the seasons changed, the school days seemed to get longer and longer. As I sat at my desk, trying to stay focused on a monotonous lecture in my strategy class, my mind kept wandering. The day felt like an eternity, and all I could think about was going home. Suddenly, I was jolted back to reality by my teacher's voice. "Miss Luna, can you answer the question?" His tone laced with irritation. I looked up to see every eye in the room fixed on me, and I could feel my face flushing with embarrassment as I realized I had no idea what the question was. "Oh, what was the question again?" Trying to play it off with a sheepish smile. "Why is the battle between the Misty Pines and Winter Lake so important?" He repeated, clearly annoyed. "Oh, right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Trying to gather my thoughts. "Well, there are two reasons why that battle is so significant. The Misty Pines pack was the first in 150 years to challenge the Lycan royal family at Winter Lake. Second, it was the first time that a combination of human form and wolf form was used to defeat an enemy in battle. Before that, all battles were fought exclusively in wolf form. This changed the way warfare was conducted from that point on, to where agent extraordinaire Madeline Nilban Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, my teacher said sternly. Please make sure you pay attention in the future. I nodded, still feeling embarrassed as my sister Harmony called out across the room. Good job, Dumbo. Other than Miss Luna, that's enough, my teacher warned her. Harmony just shrugged and flashed her perfect smile, flipping her perfect blonde hair over her shoulder. I'm sorry, Mr. Batch. I'll leave my little sister alone. You're only 2.5 minutes older than me, Harmony, I shot back, eliciting laughter from the rest of the class. Ding ding ding. As the bell signaled the end of the school day, I grabbed my things and practically ran out of the classroom, determined to escape Harmony. But as I made my way through the crowded hall, I was stopped by a familiar voice. Where are you going in such a hurry? I turned to see Alex, my boyfriend, walking towards me. His bright smile and perfect teeth were impossible to resist, and he pulled me in for a quick kiss on the cheek as he wrapped an arm around my waist. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank God it's you. Harmony has been on a rampage today. She's not so bad, he replied, earning a roll of my eyes. She's not so good. And she looks nothing like me. By the way, I have silver hair, not blonde like hers. My bad. Your hair is definitely different. As we continued down the hall, a teacher called out to Alex, greeting him as future Alpha. I couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy as I watched the teacher fawn over him, while I was mostly ignored. But Alex was quick to reassure me as we stepped out into the fresh air. Don't let it get you down, sweetheart. We're almost finished here. We turn 18 soon and have a life ahead of us. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Twirling a strand of hair around my finger as I looked up at him. Alex was a physically striking and undeniably attractive guy. He was tall with an athletic build, and toned muscles that are evident even under his clothing, especially when he wore his tight tank tops. Wavy hair was always styled in a way that highlighted his sharp features and piercing blue eyes. His chiseled jawline and defined cheekbones give him a strong, masculine look that exudes confidence and sex appeal. He has a warm and inviting smile that adds to his overall charm and makes him seem like a genuinely caring person. Do you think it's weird that we haven't felt anything yet? I asked tentatively. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or a need, or no urge, anything. Alex thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, I don't think it's weird. We're not 18 yet. Maybe that's when we're supposed to feel that spark. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling a little relieved. But have you heard about Prince Edmund? He's almost 19 and he still hasn't found his mate yet. Almost 19. That's unusual, especially for a royal lycan, Alex said. Yeah, I don't think a royal hasn't mated at 18 in a few hundred years, I added. Maybe his mate is beyond the royal city, Alex suggested as he opened the car door for me. I sat in the car, staring out the window as an nagging feeling lingered at the back of my mind. Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I turned to look at Alex, who was fiddling with the radio. Do you feel different at all? Different? How he replied. I don't know. There's just something not right. Like something is missing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to explain the feeling. Alex took my hand and squeezed it reassuringly. We're not 18 yet. We have time to figure it all out. Plus, we have each other. That's all that matters. I smiled and leaned over to kiss him. Maybe he was right. We had time to figure everything out. Though now, I was just grateful to have him by my side. I turned back to the window and stared at the other kids heading toward cars and buses as we pulled out of the parking lot. As we drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to push it to the back of my mind and focus on the present, but the nagging sensation persisted. When we got home, Harmony was already there and waiting for us in the living room. "Hey, losers," she greeted us with a smirk. "How did you get home so fast?" Rich brought his bike today. She smiled as Rich walked out of the kitchen with a sandwich. Rich wasn't that tall. Taller than Harmony, with a physique honed from hours spent on the football field and in the weight room. He exuded arrogant confidence and raw masculinity. His dull grey eyes and rugged jawline give him an air of danger, while his easy smile and quick wit make him impossible to resist. With muscles that bulge with every movement, he commands attention and ignites passion in almost all those around him. I found him to be completely insufferable and dull. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Hi," I said. "Hey, Han," Alex said, giving her a hug. "Ugh, do you have to be so affectionate with her?" Feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Jealous much?" Harmony teased. "No, I'm not jealous. I just don't understand why you have to be so mean all the time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Harmony shrugged. "It's just how I am. But seriously, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's been up with you today? You've been acting weird all day." I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to share my feelings with her. But something about a concerned look on her face made me open up. "I don't know. I just have this feeling that something is off. Like I'm missing something, or like I'm not supposed to be here." Harmony's expressions softened. "It's probably just mating jitters. You're turning 18 soon and your wolf is probably getting antsy. Don't worry, it'll pass." I nodded, feeling a little better. Maybe you're right. It's just been a weird day. It's probably because our birthday is in 2 days and I'm being paranoid. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Harmony and I shared a birthday. It has been expected that he would mate with one of us. Our father, Kenrick, has been the beta of the pack since his father died, and it's expected that our older brother will become the next beta. It only seems fitting that one of his daughters would be mated to the next alpha. Alex and everyone assumed that someone would be me. So we're still on for Sunday. I looked over at Alex. "We're still doing it right." "Oh, yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your mom and my mom have been planning for months. It's all they talk about. It is a big birthday for all of us. I suppose it is." I opened the door and climbed out. "Talk later." I waved and walked into the house. Servants and pack members bustled about as my mother shouted out orders. She acted more like a Luna than the actual Luna. Alex's mother, Luna Celeste, was a very gentle and sweet woman. Nothing like the no-nonsense woman who had an iron grip on her house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "You're home. Where is your sister?" I kissed my mother on the cheek. "Hi, Mom." She was right behind me. "She's probably talking to Rich." My mother rolled her eyes and stormed off to another room. I don't like him. Nobody does, I muttered, walking up to my room. The weekend passed by quickly, and before I knew it, it was time to get ready for the big birthday party. Our parties were always held late at night, with the moon as our goddess and source of power. We celebrated not only our lives, but also gave thanks to Artemis for her blessings. I stood in front of the mirror, admiring the icy blue dress my mother had made for me. It matched my eyes and went well with my silver hair. The fabric hugged my curves perfectly. Harmony's dress was the same as mine, that amber in color to match her eyes. Hurry, girls. The guests are arriving. There's a big surprise for all three of you tonight. Our mother was more excited than I had ever seen her. What is she talking about? Harmony asked. I put on my matching blue shoes and walked down the stairs with my sister. I love you, she said as we stopped at the bottom of the stairs. What? I love you. I know I pick on you a lot, but I love you. I smiled at her. I love you too. Are you ready? I guess. Let's get this over with. We walked into the grand ballroom where all the high-ranking members of our pack, their families, and leaders from other packs were gathered. That's a lot of people, Harmony whispered. How often do the future Alpha and twin daughters of the Beta turn 18 on the same night? I guess never. Harmony pulled me onto the dance floor as the music started. The lights flashed and a smoke machine filled the area with fog. We danced and laughed as our friends and some of the other kids joined us. Suddenly, the music stopped and the lights came on. Is it time already? Looking at the clock, it was 900. Everyone was here, but why had the music stopped? Attention everyone. Please welcome our benevolent rulers, King Orsand and Prince Edmund of the Winterlake Pack. Alpha Anwar announced as an older man with grey hair and a commanding presence entered the room, followed by a younger version of him. The prince was tall. He towered over me, at least 6 feet tall. He really was a sight to behold. His sandy blonde hair falls in perfect waves, framing his defined face and ocean blue eyes. His muscles looked to be perfectly toned beneath his suit, hinting at the strength and power that lies beneath. He exudes a brooding intensity that is both alluring and mysterious. He has this almost magnetic presence that draws people in, and his good looks are only matched by his air of confidence and authority. He is the epitome of masculine beauty, and his gaze alone is enough to make hearts race. He stood beside the king, not smiling, with his jaw clenched. His nose flared as he looked around the room, as if he smelled something. He stared at me for longer than was comfortable, and I saw his lips twitch into a small smile. The entire room bowed and curtsied to him, but he only had eyes for me. Galma Arthur stepped between us, breaking the gaze. "Oh my goddess," Harmony exclaimed, covering her mouth. "He's the most gorgeous man ever seen." "He is appealing," I agreed. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Eleanor, he's amazing." She dragged me over to where Alpha, Anwar and Alex were talking with the royal wolves. She cleared her throat and smiled expectantly. "Oh, my apologies, girls," Alpha Anwar said. "Let me introduce you. King Orsand, Prince Edmund. These are Beta Kenrick's daughters, Harmony and Eleanor." We curtsied to the 2 men as they looked us over. "Happy birthday," King Orsand said. "It's nice to meet you both." That's when I felt it a faint, indescribable feeling. I looked up at the prince and saw him staring at me again. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Noticing, stepped in front of him and started speaking. Harmony and I returned to the dance floor, taking that as a cue to leave. As we danced, I couldn't help but feel like the prince was watching me. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but it was a strange and unsettling feeling. Despite this, I enjoyed the rest of the party with my sister and our friends, grateful for the love and support of our pack. Chapter 2. All right, everyone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mother announced. The first time our new wolf shift. Men, you will go to the northern gardens. Ladies, we're going to the southern gardens. I watched as Alex walked through the front doors with Alpha Anouar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And the other high-ranking men. Come on, weirdo. Harmony grabbed my hand, dragging me to the patio doors that led out to our flower garden. Wait a second. Harmony looked around the room and smiled, waving at Rich. I want to say bye real quick. We're coming right back. I laughed. I know. But I'll be coming back, a woman. She giggled. I watched as she skipped across the room and right into Rich's arms. He spun her around, kissing her deeply. She whispered in his ear and a grin spread across his face. Harmony hurried back to my side as we walked to the center of the circle of ladies. I reached out for my sister's hands and grasped them tightly. The moonflowers that covered the garden were in full bloom as we took our place. Our mother approached us, a wary smile on her face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Girls, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The moon is almost at its highest point. Artemis is looking down upon you both. The first shift hurts a little, so don't be worried about that. It's just your body adjusting to the change. I love you both and I am so proud of you. Thanks. Mom, I said quietly, hugging her. Love you. Mom. Harmony joined the hug. Always, she replied. A tingling sensation started in my toes and the tips of my fingers quickly spreading through my entire body. I watched as Harmony grew long, blonde hair all over her body. Her face contorted as her nose vanished and a snout replaced it. Her fangs glistened in the moonlight as her grasp on me loosened. I glanced down and saw that both of our hands were replaced with paws. An intense burn came from deep within. I felt my body was going to erupt into flames. The pain came from my bones as I heard a sickening crunch and crack, forcing me to my knees. I let out a scream as the moon shone brighter and brighter. The light enveloped me to the point I saw nothing else. Just as suddenly as the pain started. I wasn't in the circle anymore, though. I wasn't even on my family's grounds. It was emptiness. A complete void. Dear child. I looked around, as much as my wolf neck would allow me. Do not fear. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Who's there? A beautiful young woman appeared before me, surrounded by the moon. Who is that? I am Artemis, goddess of the moon, goddess of the woodlands, and your mother. You can hear me. I thought in my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My darling daughter. What do you mean? You are my child, a wolf, born under the light of the full moon. It is your destiny to protect the balance of nature, to defend the weak, and to honor the ancient ways. But how? I don't know anything about being a wolf. You will learn. You are strong and brave, and you have the love and support of your mate. And I will always be with you, guiding you on your journey. I still don't understand. Why is this happening? I could feel the panic setting in. This was too much. This was all unreal. 18 years ago, when your earthly mother was pregnant with your earthly sister, I used her body as a vessel to give the earth a physical form of myself. You wait. What? In my form, I am unable to birth an earthly child. There is something coming to my beloved walls that will require someone with God-like abilities to help, she explained. That feeling I've had. I ask, yes, my darling. It's coming soon and you will need to help the king save your kind. What is it? She shook her head. That I do not know. I just know that something is coming and it is a threat to you all. Why me? Because, my sweet Eleanor, you're my child. Holy me, Artemis said. That can't be, goddess. I was born. I've been with my mother and father all this time. If I am your daughter, why didn't you come for me sooner? To protect you. If others knew of your existence, it would have put you in jeopardy as well as all of the packs. How can I help? I'm not a warrior. I'm small. I've never fought before. You'll discover more. Now go. Embrace your true nature and fulfill your destiny. She kissed my cheek and a bright moonlight encompassed her before darkness took over again. The void around me started to fade, and I felt myself being pulled back to the physical world. I opened my eyes to see Harmony standing in front of me, a look of concern on her face. Queen Amelia took a step forward. Are you okay? I nodded, my chest rising dramatically with each breath. What is that? Harmony asked, staring at my face. What? On your forehead. Right below your hairline. What is that? I reached up and ran my fingers along my forehead, feeling nothing. Eleanor. What happened? Mum asked, running to me. I don't know. What's the first shift supposed to be like? Well, not quite like that. What happened? You shifted, and then collapsed. Oh, I stood and looked around. Standing. I'm fine. Connie, Mom asked. Harmony is right. What's on your forehead? I don't know. Nothing. I don't feel anything. What does it look like? It looks like a moon with a bow in it, Todd. What really happened during your shift? She insisted. Can we talk about it when there isn't such a large audience? I asked quietly. She nodded her head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everyone, let's get back to the party and let the girls be for a bit. Are you okay? I replied, still trying to process everything that had just happened. Come on, let's go explore our new forms. Harmony grinned and took off running, her wolf form sleek and agile. I followed after her, feeling a sense of excitement and purpose growing inside me. This was just the beginning of our journey as werewolf, and I was ready to embrace my destiny. Once our wolves had enough freedom, we returned to the gardens and shifted back to human. We hurried back into our gowns and to the grand ballroom, where the men had all returned. I looked around for Alex. It should be time. I frantically searched the crowded room, desperation and despair consuming me as each second passed. Where is he? Where's Alex? And then, I saw him. He was standing near King Orsand and his father, Elfa Anwar, but Prince Edmund was nowhere in sight. My heart skipped a beat, and I started to make my way toward him, but before I could take more than a few steps, I saw him sniff the air and turn around. Suddenly, I felt a spark in my stomach and a strange smell overtook all others. Is this it? Is this the moment I've been waiting for? But as Alex approached, the look on his face was one of confusion and uncertainty. He furrowed his brow and sniffed the air again before shaking his head. This is wrong. This is not right, he said before pushing me aside and walking straight up to Harmony. I stood there in shock, tears welling in my eyes, as I watched Alex walk up to Harmony. He wrapped his arms around my sister and kissed her passionately. The entire room fell silent as they stared at the two of them, and then at me. My cheeks burned with embarrassment and my throat felt tight with emotion. He's not going to do what I think he's going to do. Ashley whispered from behind me. I don't know. It's public. He would never do something so tacky and taboo. Right. I looked at her, tears streaming down my face. My mouth hung open as my cheeks felt like they were on fire. My stomach clutched and I could feel bile rising in my throat. But as I watched, my worst fears were realized. Alex nuzzled Harmony before biting her, marking her as his mate in front of everyone. Holy shit. He marked her in public. Ashley gasped. Chapter 3. My face felt like it was on fire. People's gazes shifted between the newly marked pair and myself. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. What did you do? Alpha Anwar bellowed, storming toward his son. Oh shit, Ashley whispered loudly. There is some serious drama going on here tonight, Ash. I looked at her, tears streaming down my cheeks. Girl, you dodged a freaking bullet here. I'm sorry, but had that been you, you deserve better than this hot mess. King Orson murmured rather loudly and Queen Amelia looked completely disgusted. I locked eyes with Rich momentarily. He looked shocked and mad. He finally screamed. You're not watching this anymore. I refuse to allow it. Ashley grabbed my hand and dragged me across the ballroom toward the stairs. As we stormed past Alex and Harmony, she glowered at them. You two are shit for doing that like that. I looked back as they stood, nuzzling one another. Nobody else, besides Alpha Anwar, had even dared to move. Not even our completely mortified parents. Ashley held my hand tight as she pulled me up the stairs and all the way to my bedroom. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You stay. I'll be right back. I nodded as she shut the door behind her. I sat on the floor, sobbing and hugging my knees. There was a soft knock on the door and a voice called out. Can I come in? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I sniffled, recognizing my friend's voice. Yeah. Can I come in? I stood up and opened the door a crack, allowing Ashley to poke her head in. Hey there. I looked at her and sniffled. Ashley nodded sympathetically. I know this is really tough, but I brought something that might help. I bribed the bartender and got us this bottle of champagne and some glasses. Want to try to drown your sorrows a little? She held up the bottle and glasses, and I reached out my hand to take one. Maybe not everyone saw what happened, Ashley said, trying to comfort me. Everyone saw. I wailed, collapsing back onto the bed. I can't believe this. Why would he do something like this in public? I loved him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't understand why he would humiliate me like this. I know it's hard to understand, but the whole concept of a mate bond can be really confusing. Maybe he just couldn't control himself, Ashley said. But what about Harmony? She's my sister. She could have at least told him to wait until the marking ceremony. I was so sure he was my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling hopeless. I know, Ashley said, handing me a glass of champagne. It's ucks that this happened, but if he couldn't even wait to mark his mate privately, maybe you dodged a bullet by not being with him. You deserve someone who will treat you with respect and love. I know, but it still hurts. Why couldn't he wait like a normal wolf? How am I supposed to go back to school and face everyone after this? Feeling overwhelmed. It's not that bad. I rolled my eyes while chugging the bubbly in my glass. It's worse than bad. It's completely humiliating. Yeah, that is pretty bad. I doubt anyone's going to care. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They're going to care. They're going to talk about it. The future alpha mocked his girlfriend's sister. In public. At their birthday party. This is the biggest news to hit the pack in years. She sat next to me and put an arm around my shoulders. If anyone says anything, you want me to beat them up? I can do that. I let out a small chuckle. No, just give me more champagne. I don't think anyone would really blame you if you took a few days off of school. Since we are graduating in just a few short months, maybe there's a way that you could rework your entire schedule to not go to class. How would that be possible? So you know I work in the office as an office aide. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I happen to know some rules when it comes to senior wolves and their schedules. What kind of rules? A rule that says the wolf with the highest grades, who is 18 and desires to run for local council after graduation, they can work closely with the head of the strategy department and not go to class. I do like strategy, I mumbled, and Council President Andrew is knowledgeable and nice. Indeed. Yeah, that can work. I can do that. But I am definitely taking like 2 weeks off of going back to that place. I don't want to see anyone. As we sat on the bed, the door flew open. Harmony jumped up and down in the doorway. What do you want? Oh my God. Can you believe it, Eleanor? The future alpha mated with me. Yeah. I fucking know. My boyfriend. Get out. I don't want to see you. What? You're not happy for me. Are you, Dents? Happy for you. No, I'm not happy for you. You humiliated me in front of everybody. Why would you mock each other in public? I never want to speak to you or him ever again. Get out. Her smile vanished as she stood staring at me. But you're my sister was. I was hoping you could help me when the time came to become Luna. Are you out of your absolutely ditzy, heated, idiotic mind? I'm not helping you. I'm doing nothing for you. Go away. She pouted and stared for a minute. You heard Eleanor? Right. Ashley asked, glaring at my sister. Oh, okay. She shut the door and was gone. Was I to mean? Staring at the wood. To mean? Hell no. You had every right to be pissed. It's not really their fault, though. I mean they can't help that they were mated. That's something that's determined before we're born. They didn't have to rub it in the way they did. They could have done it privately like you're supposed to. I mean we're wolves. We're not uncultured animals. Some things are meant to be done in private. I guess. I poured more champagne and sipped it slower. I still felt a little bad for yelling at Harmony. What are you going to do with 2 weeks of nothing? I don't know. Travel around the packs. Experience life a bit. Find your mate. Nudging me. I smiled a bit now. I don't even want to think about that right now. I think just doing some traveling will do me good. I've been having this weird feeling lately. Like something is not right. Okay. There's something else. I pushed my hair out of my face and showed her the moon and bar marking on my forehead. Okay. That's weird. What is that? This is going to sound so incredibly crazy and insane. I'm still not sure if it's real or I was hallucinating. And you have to absolutely swear to not tell anyone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pinky promise. When I shifted, I went into this black void. The god Artemis was there. I'm sorry, what? I'm not finished. That's not even the craziest part. There's more. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her eyes were as wide as saucers. So, she approaches me and tells me, get this, I'm her daughter. We're all Artemis's daughters and sons. No, like her legit daughter. Her child. What? Right. How you and Harmony are twins. That's where I was confused. But Artemis said that since Mom was pregnant with Harmony at the time, it was easy to put me there. Since she's a goddess, she couldn't give birth. She said something bad was coming and wanted her child to help save the Pax. Something bad. Yeah, the feeling I've been getting the past few weeks. What if that's it? And not turning 18 and shifting for the first time. I shrugged my shoulders. I told you it sounded crazy. Are there other children? I shrugged my shoulders again. I don't know. She didn't say there were. Maybe there's something in the archives. She suggested. Maybe. I'll go there before setting off on my great adventure. I want to adventure. Come with me. What? Come with me. I don't know. I mean, you think I should? What are we going to miss? Sitting in class doing nothing for the last few weeks of school. The rest of our finals. There's 3 left. We can do those and then leave. I can postpone taking a few weeks off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That'll be fun. That'll be awesome. Ashley bounced excitedly on my bed, nearly spilling her glass of bubbly. Yeah. Wolves don't travel without their pack, though. No, but we're not leaving forever. Just a little bit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can do that, yes. We finished drinking the champagne and made our plans for going on an adventure. I hoped that it would be nothing but fun, but that nagging feeling was in the pit of my stomach. As the sun started to crest the horizon, I heard the jovial sounds of laughter below my window. Everyone must be leaving. I stood and watched as everyone filed out of the house and towards their cars. I spotted Harmony, hanging on to Alex, as he left. She giggled and kissed him as they walked to his car. I hope she just leaves. She kissed him long and hard before turning back to the house. There's that electricity again. I felt a tingling in my body, and that was so odd. My gaze was drawn to the royal family. Prince Edmund stopped and looked around before looking up at my window. My throat seemed to suddenly feel so dry. Our eyes met and the feeling intensified. No. It's nothing. You're crazy. Who are you staring at? Ashley called, laying on the bed. Oh, nobody. Everyone's just leaving my birthday party. Your party? Did you even get cake? I shook my head. I don't really like red velvet tea cake. That's Harmony's favorite. Let's get some sleep so we can get these plans put into motion. Sounds good. I lay next to Ashley and talked until the sun was high in the sky, eventually drifting off. Chapter 4. I sat at the breakfast nook in the kitchen poking at a plate of waffles while staring out the window. My heart hurt and the house seemed more like a prison with each passing minute. Hey, Harmony said, entering the kitchen. I stood, dumped my plate in the sink, and brushed past her. Come on, Elle, don't talk. She sighed heavily and left the kitchen through the opposite door. You can't be mad at her forever, Mom said, standing in the library that was right outside the kitchen. Sure I can. It's not her fault. Mom, I don't care. I'm hurting. This is the worst betrayal. I hate her. I hate him. I hate being here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come on now. No, Mom. Why can't anyone just let me be sad? Why can't anyone understand that I'm hurting right now? This is an exciting time for your sister. You should be happy for her. I don't want to be happy for her. I've loved Alex for as long as I can remember. I was convinced he was my mate. He's not. I'm not going to be able to just turn that off right away. Honey, when you meet I cut her off before she could finish. No, Mom. I'm not staying. I'm not helping Harmony plan her future with the man that I loved. Ashley and I are leaving for a few weeks after finals. Leaving. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everywhere. We're going to visit the other packs and just get away. She teased and shook her head. I don't like that idea. We don't just leave the pack. I don't belong here, Mum. I'm not dealing with her being the next Luna. I can't. I felt the tears spill down my cheeks. She sighed heavily and nodded. I have to go to school. I'll see you later. I grabbed my bag off the desk that sat in the corner and made my way for the front door. My heart dropped seeing Alex's car sitting in the driveway. I could feel vomit rising in my throat. Hey, Ellie. You won. I turned and walked away from him before he could even finish. Hey, come on. Don't walk away from me. Don't talk to me. I'm your future Alpha. You can't speak to me like that. I just did. Leave me alone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stop. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll tell you the same thing I told my mom. I'm going to be in my feelings right now. You marked Harmony in public, at our birthday party. You could have had the decency to talk to me first. A heads up, something. But no. I didn't even get that. You literally pushed me out of your way, Elle. I looked up when I heard the familiar beeping of Ashley's car. Come on. Lucia, get in. I smiled lightly and hurried to her convertible. She lowered her sunglasses a bit and wrinkled her nose at Alex. EWS at your house. I nodded. Let's just leave. So I have news for you. News. It's 7 am. What news? I'm magical. How, Ash? How pissed would you be to take all of your finals today and just leave tomorrow? But, how why? That's a lot of tests. Dean Anderson heard about what happened and called me this morning. Why did he call you? Duh, Ellie. He knows we're BFFs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can I finish? Yes, please finish. So I explained our plan and he was actually on board with it. He said if we wanted we could spend today taking all of our finals and just be done. Just like that. I narrowed my eyes at her. That's 6 finals today. Why is he being so nice? He's a nice guy. He's just a strict disciplinarian. But he does care about us. I guess. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's leave tomorrow. What about your parents? Mom is too focused on Harmony right now. She probably won't even notice I'm gone for a few days. Dad, though, he might miss me. I'll talk to him tonight. Pops will be hard to talk to. He's very, I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laughed a little too hard. Dad was very dad. He was the ultimate dad even if he was beta of the pack. He always had the best advice and in his own way showed he cared about the 3 of us. Tristan was his favorite though. He was the oldest and was being groomed to take over for Dad one day. I didn't really feel like I fit in anywhere anymore. I just kind of existed in the family. Want to go in through the back? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We can take the back hallways to the office and get our tests. I nodded as she pulled into a space in the far corner of the lot. I grabbed my bag and we hurried inside before anyone could see me. The back halls were creepy and always very dimly lit with a weird, dank smell. It's creepy back here. Yeah, but you don't have to see anyone, Ashley said. True that. She pulled out a keyring and opened an unassuming wooden door labeled office. Good morning, Mabel, Ashley said to the white-haired woman sitting behind the desk typing away on her computer. Oh, good morning. She looked over at me and gave the pity look. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? I'm okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thanks for asking. Is Dean Anderson in? In his office. Ashley turned on her heels, grabbed my hand, and dragged me down a long hallway. She knocked lightly on the glass door before entering, not giving the Dean time to answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So ladies, is it okay if we get started on most tests? I'm expecting it to take all day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He held out two thick folders. My stomach dropped to the floor. You ladies can take them in the library. I already let Miss Green know that you'll both be in there all day. Great. Miss Luna, can you stay back for a second? I sighed inwardly. He motioned for me to sit in one of the chairs in front of him. I heard what happened last night. I nodded. Ashley also filled me in on your plans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She also told me about what happened when you shifted. I groaned. She has such a big mouth. She was right to tell me. Do you plan on telling anyone? He shook his head. No, but I do have some ties to the royal city. I furrowed my brows. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The archivist at the Royal Library is a friend of mine. She has access to very, very old documents. Documents that you may find interesting, sir. I made a phone call after I spoke with Ashley. When you make your way to the royal city, be sure to go to the Royal Library and ask for an Oakley. An Oakley? He nodded his head. Yes, she knows about your special situation. You can't trust her. She's very knowledgeable in this subject and can help you do some research. I nodded. Thank you, Dean Anderson. I really appreciate it. It's not a problem. You're a good kid. Very smart, and you were done dirty with this whole mating thing. I really am sorry, and I do understand you're needing to get away. Please, be safe while you're traveling. Be wary of the rogues that are roaming the borders of all the packed territories. I will. Thank you. I stood and hurried from his office. What was that about? Ashley asked. Let me tell you. I explained everything he said as we walked to the library. I did my best to ignore the stares and whispers from everyone in the hallway. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sighed and turned to see Rich running toward me. Goddess, what does he want? Ashley groaned. What? I heard you're single again. And well, since I'm single now, I'm stopping you right there. I held up my hand. That's an immediate no. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No what? But why? You're not my mate. There's no spark, no desire. It's a no. We could do a forced mate. How about that? EW, no. Ashley grabbed my arm and dragged me away from my sister's now ex-boyfriend. We took up a table in a far room of the library and shut the door. The day was about to get ridiculously hard with the massive amount of testing we had to get done by 3 p.m. But then we were free. We could leave. Chapter 5 To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm starving. Go eat then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to figure out the math problem in front of me. Do you want to eat? I'm not going to the cafeteria. Are you crazy? She sighed heavily. I put my pencil down and looked at her. Let me finish this up and we'll get lunch. She smiled big and sat back. These tests look so bad. We're almost done though. Are we leaving tonight? In the morning, I suggested. She nodded. That's a good idea. Did you tell your parents? Not yet. I honestly don't even know what to say. That's not a bad idea. My mom would totally freak out if she knew I was planning on leaving for an extended period of time. You didn't tell them yet. Kind of I did. I left my dad a voicemail. She laughed. He's intense. I nodded my head. Gamma Arthur was a very intense man who didn't have much of a sense of humor. Luckily for Ashley, she took more after her mother. A great sense of humor and fiercely loyal. I'll tell them tonight. What if you meet your mate? That would be awesome because he obviously doesn't live in this pack. Neither does mine. You've only been 18 for a day. You don't know that yet. You've only been 18 for 6 months. I rolled my eyes. And I've had 6 months of roaming the streets of the pack searching and searching and searching. She feigned fainting and lay on the floor. I laughed again. Doesn't matter either way. I need to leave. Right. While you finish that up, I'm going to the bathroom. I nodded as she hopped up and left the room. I tried to focus on the numbers that were blurring on the page. My head felt heavy and blackness was creeping in around the edges. Oh, what I muttered. I sat there, breathing heavily as the room went pitch black. A bright light began emanating from where the wall should have been. Hello. A woman's form appeared in the brilliant light. Artemis. Mother, she corrected. Right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sat back, not as freaked out as I was the first time. Why are you here? I have felt something off since yesterday. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What is it? I don't know, but the magic that is involved is greater than even my own. Becoming problems are able to mask themselves even from me. I sat up more and leaned forward. Who has the power to do something like that? The only ones who have the ability to stop gods and goddesses from seeing them are other gods and goddesses. Oh wow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So who do you think? I really do not know. I'm going to the royal city. They have the most comprehensive library of all the packs. I'm going to try and find out information on just the coming threat. I could feel my cheeks burning. I quickly looked down. I know this all seems so surreal, but you must believe me. It just seems so crazy. I gave you a mark. Others do not believe it. I've been keeping it covered. Those who have seen it haven't believed. She pursed her lips and cocked her head to the side. Can I ask you something? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My dear, Why did you make my sister to Alex? The future Alpha and your sister. I nodded my head. You are destined for something far greater than the future Alpha of Moon Mist. What could be greater than being in Luna, and being with the man that I love? It is not love that you feel for him, an infatuation. You will lead a mighty army and protect all of my beautiful wolves. You will find your mate, my little love. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I must go. Be careful as the threat looms over you all. I nodded and watched as Artemis, my mother, vanished and the room returned to normal. I blinked a few times and saw Ashley standing in front of me. What the hell is going on? What? You were just like sitting there, like in a trance. Are you okay? Well, you remember me telling you about Artemis. That was what that was, huh? Artemis was here. In this room. Yes and no. I went back into that abyss and she was there. What did she want? Ashley asked. Apparently there is a threat looming over us all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What threat? She doesn't know. She can't see it. Ashley sat down. But she's a goddess. Yes, which is why she thinks another god or goddess is behind this. Oh, my goddess. What are we supposed to do? I shrugged my shoulders. Stop it, I guess. How do we stop something that we don't know about? Hopefully something will be in the royal city's archives. So this is a lot. Let's go eat and focus on our tests before we focus on saving all of wolfkind. That sounds like a good idea. As we left the library, the bell for lunch rang. Awesome. Now I do have to see everyone. It'll be okay. I rolled my eyes as we entered the somewhat empty cafeteria. I hurried into line and grabbed my food as more and more people filed in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard Harmony call. You have to be kidding me. Can't she take a hint? I turned to look as she and Alex, hand in hand, came towards me. Oh no. What don't you two understand? No. I don't want to see either of you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know either of you. I snapped. You can't speak to us like that. I am your future Luna and Alex is your future Alpha. You have to acknowledge us and our relationship. You can both fuck right off. That is enough. Eleanor, you will not speak to us this way. We can't help that we're mated and in love. Oh my goddess. I don't want to hear anymore. Stop talking to me. I can banish you from the pack. Then do it. I don't care. I turned on my heels with my tray and left them both standing there. Hey, wait up. I stopped and waited for Ashley to catch up. What are you going to do if he does banish you? I shrugged my shoulders. Not care. I can be a rogue. I can apply to another pack. I mean, I'm smart and useful, I'm sure I would be accepted. Maybe my mate is from somewhere else and I'll find him. She sighed heavily. Don't worry about me. I will be fine. This is just a new thing and I'm still just really mad at the whole situation. I understand. So let's eat. Finish up these tests. Pack. And leave for the foreseeable future. I nodded and hurried back to the library. As I ate the mystery meat and some random vegetable that jiggled on my lunch tray, I hurried through the rest of the math testing. The English, wolf lore, and the ancient tales were simple enough to finish. It was all information we'd been told since the day we were born. Ashley and I handed the folders to the dean and left for our separate homes. Do you want a ride? I shook my head. No, I think I'll run. That's a 10-mile run. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not human. Run. As ho. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yeah. Have fun. I'll be at your house at 7. Make it 6. I want to leave before everyone wakes up. Sure thing. I turned toward the woods and ran across the field, feeling my bones cracking and stretching as I forced on to all fours. Silver first sprouted from my body as my wolf took over. She was happy to be out and to run. The smells, sights, and feelings of the earth beneath my paws were heightened. About a mile from our house, I stopped short and sniffed the air. It was a strange metallic smell that assaulted my nasal cavity. It was almost overpowering and burned. My wolf whimpered a bit, but I urged her on. Let's get home. We can tell Dad. He can get a patrol to look for the smell. She whimpered again. We can't deal with it. Let's go home. Dad will handle it. Chapter 6. As I emerged from the woods behind our manor, I shifted back into a human. My inner wolf still whimpered as the metallic smell seemed stuck in my nose. Dad. I yelled, running in through the patio door. Dad in the office. Honey. Hey, Dad, I said breathlessly. What's up? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was running home and about a mile into the woods. There's this weird smell. What kind of smell? You'll have to get used to heightened senses. Not looking up from his work. It was really metallic and like old dirt. Metallic and old dirt. I'd never smelled anything like it before. Anything else. Yeah, it smelled like old meat. Like when a steak is left sitting on the counter too long. He stood and hurried to the patio door. Kissing my forehead, he ran from the room. Dad, Don, do you worry about it? Honey, I'm just sending a patrol out to the woods. Stay home. Oh, where did your father go? Mom asked, exiting the kitchen, to find out the weird smell I smelled. Oh, okay. Is everything okay? I shrugged my shoulder. I don't know. Maybe. He's sending patrol out to check the woods. Huh, that's strange. I'm sure he'll figure it out. I kissed her cheek and went to my room. Maybe I should tell them that I'm leaving. I shook my head and tossed my backpack on my bed before digging through my closet for my suitcases. What do you take when you're leaving home for like a month? I asked myself. I looked around and realized that I relied on a lot of my stuff. I guess I'm packing as much as I can. A knock on the door disturbed my rushed packing. Who is it? I called out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I put my bags under my bed, and unlocked my bedroom door. What's up? Mom, dinner is ready. Great. I'm starving. Alex is here, never mind. I'm not hungry. You can't avoid them forever. Sure I can. Watch me. She sighed heavily. You're going to have to come to terms with this. I shrugged my shoulders. I don't think so. Well, come have dinner. Nope. I'm not hungry. Yes, you are. Nope. My appetite is suddenly gone. I'll have Henry put a plate in the fridge for you in case you get hungry later. Whatever. I closed and locked the door behind her, pulling my suitcases out again. My stomach growled at the thought of whatever Henry made. His food was always delicious. Digging through my closet again, I picked a variety of outfits from more outdoor and hiking to fancy dinner party. You never know what you'll end up doing, I guess. I put the suitcases into my closet and lay in bed staring out my window watching the sunset. My doorknob twisted back and forth as though someone was trying to enter. Go away. Answer the door. No, go away. I heard the low growl Alex did when he was mad. Open the fucking door. I told you no. Go away. Talk to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You do not get to call me that. Only my friends do. You are not my friend. Go away. I'm fed up with your attitude. Eleanor, is there a problem? I heard my father's muffled voice. No, Beta. I'm just trying to talk to your hard-headed daughter. Do you really think that is a good idea right now? What is her problem? Alex asked. Seriously. You're asking what her problem is. What is her problem? Let's think about this for a moment, shall we? You should be able to critically think if you're going to be the alpha of our pack one day. You dated Ellie for how long? I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You dated Ellie for 4 years. Then suddenly, and in public, you marked her sister in front of her, and used your brain. How would you feel if someone marked her in front of you? She doesn't have a mate, though. That stung. That hurt deep in my heart. She does. She simply hasn't met him yet. And knowing my daughter and how special she is, he's going to be 100 X's more of a man than what you have shown everyone you are. That is out of line, Beta. And it's out of line for you to stand at my daughter's door, who is not your mate, screaming at her in my house. I would appreciate it if you either spent your time with Harmony in her room or not here at all. I heard Alex let out his low growl again and couldn't help but smile. I love you, Dad. Hey, honey, open the door for your old man. I hopped up and unlocked the door. Hi, Dad. He kissed my forehead and hugged me tightly. Hi, daughter. I smiled and wrapped my arms around him. You're the best. Oh, I'm all right. Did the patrol go out? That's what I came up here to find you for. What was it? Well, it was strange. They found a dead deer. A dead deer smelled like that. That's what's strange. The deer did not. It was the metallic smell that you picked up on. It was the red water that was left. The red water that was left. Yes, the creature was drained of it. It's quite strange. I've never seen anything like that before. What would be able to do that to a deer in the forest? I questioned. We're not sure, Drive. Lyndon was dispatched to the scene, so he's doing an necropsy to find out more about what killed it. I pursed my lips and folded my arms in front of me. Is this what Artemis was talking about? Share your thoughts, Dad asked. Dunno. Just wondering what's lurking in the wood. That's all. Me too. He turned to leave and my mouth went dry. Hey, Dad. I have something to tell you. What's that? Honey. With everything going on with Alex and Harmony, I took all of my finals today. Oh. Dean Anderson allowed that. Yes, Ashley arranged that for us. As she did as well. He questioned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why, well, we're leaving. Leaving? Leaving where? The pack. Wolves don't leave their packs. I know. And it's not forever. I just want to travel a bit. You know, see the other packs. See more of our world. I've never left Moon Miss before. How long are you planning on being gone for? Just a few weeks? Maybe a month. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Make sure you head to the Royal City. I am friends with the Beta of Winterlake. She's very smart and very kind. I'll let her know that you're coming and she'll be able to show you around the city. Her name is Marsha Brandywine. I nodded. Thanks. Dad, no problem. Pup, just be careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will be. I'm your daughter, aren't I? You are, and we are the definition of careful. He left my room and I let out a big sigh. A month of no harmony and no Alex. Chapter 7. I curled up in bed and quickly fell asleep, completely forgetting about dinner. My nerves really did get rid of my appetite, and the fact I had the approval of at least one parent put my mind at ease. I awoke well before my alarm. I lay there staring at the little red numbers on my clock slowly ticking towards 6 a.m. Around 5:30 I towed to my bathroom and got a quick shower, hoping that nobody heard me. I hurried through getting ready, not bothering with my hair or makeup. Pulling on my shoes, my phone started vibrating. Here? On my way. Did you tell the parental units? Just Dad. I'm leaving Mom a note. She'd totally freak out. Yeah, I told my dad to. He was okay with it. Mine too. Weird. Wait. I'll be down in a minute. I grabbed my suitcases and snuck down the hallway. Want help with those? Dad asked behind me. Oh, my goddess. Why are you awake? I figured you would be leaving before everyone got up. Plus there's an early morning meeting with Alpha. About the deer. I questioned. He nodded, grabbing my suitcases. I sighed heavily and followed close behind. Do you girls have food for the road? We were gonna stop before leaving town. He handed me a sack full of biscuit and sausage sandwiches, muffins, and a few cookies. To add to the unhealthy things you'll be getting. Thanks. Dad donned. Do you worry about it, pup? He wrapped his arms around me and squeezed tight. Be careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and have fun. I will. I'm leaving Mom a note. Don't worry about it. I'll let her know. You sure? She'll take it better coming from me. She'll understand why you left though. She knows this has been really hard on you. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you too. But you won't be gone forever, so I'll see you in a little bit. Right. Make sure you let me know what happens with that deer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Definitely. I'll call you later. Now hurry before the whole house wakes up. I nodded and kissed his cheek before running out the door to Ashley's car. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta. Dad waved to my friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Make sure you take care of my daughter. I will, sir. You to have fun. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's the plan, bye. She honked her horn, assuring everyone would wake up, and sped out of the driveway towards the border of our Pax territory. We are stopping at Denijo's for fuel for the car and for food. Dad sent us with a bag of biscuits, sausage, muffins, and cookies. Holy carb overload. I know. He wants us to eat healthy. Biscuits, sausage, muffins, and cookies. I laughed lightly. It's Dad's version of healthy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So we have the bag of carbs and then whatever we find at Denijo's. She makes those really good apple turnovers. Healthy, Ashley said. They have apples in them. Apple pie filling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mumbled, shrugging, while pulling out a sausage biscuit. I took a huge bite and already had one out and ready for Ashley because no wolf could resist the delicious smell of my dad's homemade sausage patty. Okay, so they're good. I know. fresh sausage. Dad uses his own mixture of spices and stuff in them. They are so good. She pulled up to one of the gas pumps to fill up her car while I pulled out my wallet. I get gas this time and you get snacks. Sounds like a plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know what I want? Of course. Ash spicy Doritos, zinnias, and a diet drive pepper. Rightio. You eat weird food. But you love me. I do. Weirdo. I went into the store and grabbed a little basket, loading it up with everything I thought we could possibly want to eat until we reached the next pack territory. I heard the door ding while perusing the drink selection, choosing juices, sodas, and waters to add to my growing basket. Looks like you're going somewhere, a voice asked behind me. I spun on my heels coming face with Alpha Anwar. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good morning. Just a little ride. A lot of snacks for a little ride. I chewed my lip while staring at the basket. I guess we have stuff left over. I know you're leaving. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked down at my shoes. Deepened. He told me after the meeting. The meeting is over already. There wasn't much to talk about. We have no update yet home. I stared at the basket of junk food. I figured he'd tell you, but after we left. Is it because of Alex? My cheeks flushed. Partly. I've heard about the terrible way he and Harmony have been acting. I am sorry. It's not your fault. I raised him better than that. He shouldn't have marked your sister the way he did, and he should have known to give you space. I pursed my lips and looked down. Talking about it felt like just reopening the wound and rubbing salt into it over and over again. I want you to know, you have our blessing to go on this trip, sir. The Luna and I talked about it, and we feel that this could be good for you. You are a smart girl. We could maybe use what you learned to help our own pack. I smiled at Nan. Now, when you get to the royal city, I'll send word to King Osan to let him know that our Beta's daughter is visiting. He'll be able to help you with anything you may need. I don't know what to say. Just say you'll come home, but only when you're ready. Yes, of course. Good. Be safe, dear child. I will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you. I dropped the basket and reached out to hug the man. I heard the clerk at the counter gasp as he hugged me back. Once we finished our conversation, he was gone just as quick as he arrived. I grabbed a few of the Appleton-overs and headed to the counter. This should be it. The clerk rang me up and Ashley and I were on our way. Did you see Alpha was here? He came to give us his blessing for the trip. She raised her eyebrows. He did. That's good. So where to first? I think the next territory over is Misty Pines. I pulled out a map and examined the territory's borders. Ugh, Misty Pines. There is nothing there. Oh, I'm sure there's something. We've never been there, so hopefully we can keep busy for a few days before moving on. Off to Misty Pines. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In a tranquil town, a series of mysterious creature attacks shatters the peace. Not only do these creatures assault animals, but they also target humans, leaving behind perplexing wounds. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 8. Our town of Moon Mist quickly vanished behind us. Trees and the random small cottage dotted the landscape as we came to the border of our territory in misty pines. I grabbed a phone and scrolled through the music trying to find something to listen to while we drove the 3 hours to the next town. "Oh look." "What?" I asked, looking up. "That place looks like fun. Let's stop." I looked up and saw a rather interesting place. There were toll tracks with cars on them. Water slides and swimming pools. "What is that place?" "I don't know. I've never been before." "Let's go." "This is what happens when you never leave your territory," I grumbled. "Let's go." She pulled into the parking lot and we headed up to the gates. "Hi, welcome to Wolfie's World. Hi. How long has this place been here?" "Oh, we're actually fairly new. This is just our 5th season. Have you ever been here before?" We both shook our heads. "New guest." "Welcome." The very cheerful girl sold us tickets and handed us a map with all of their attractions. It wasn't a very large place. She called it an amusement park, but it looked like it could be fun for a few hours. "They have a petting zoo." Ashley gushed. "Let's go pet stuff." I laughed and agreed. We entered through large and extravagant gates. My senses were completely overwhelmed. There was more than just those from Moonmist here. I didn't know so many different wolves came here. I whispered, "I know. We need more intermingling amongst the packs. This is awesome. Look at that." She yelled, pointing towards a roller coaster. That's what the girl at the gate called it. That rushed past us. "Oh my goddess. Let's go on that." I laughed and followed as she dragged me towards the line. If this place has been here for 5 years, why haven't our parents brought us here? I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. I mean, being the daughters of the Beta and the Gamma, we never left Moonmist. Like, ever. The furthest I went is like a mile beyond the borders of town. Me too. Dad did always say there were extra dangers out there for high-born children. Maybe that's why. To my aide extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We walked through the entire park and rode as much as we could and spent what felt like hours petting all the adorable animals they had. I loved the little bunnies. There were so many of so many different colors. I want one so bad. I squealed as an extremely fluffy black and white bunny snuggled into my neck. "She's so sweet. I want goats." Ashley yelled as a little goat chased her around the barnyard. We laughed and ran around like we were just young pups again. For the first time in days, I forgot about the heartache that I'd felt. As the sun waned in the sky, we finally walked back to the car. I could spend like every day there. Ashley said excitedly, "Me too. When we get back, we will." Absolutely yay. We were quickly back on the road again, heading toward our destination, Misty Pines. I stared out the window, holding my hand out, letting the air whoosh through my fingers, and watching the trees zoom past us. We came to a T in the road. "Which way?" Go right. Misty Pines is right." "Left circles back to Moonmist." "Right it is." As she pulled out from the stop sign, a dump truck barreled down the road. That truck is going really fast. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "What?" Ashley looked at me as the car accelerated a bit. The truck. I screamed as it slammed into the side of the car. Ashley's screams were cut short as the metal crushed in around us. Glass cutting our faces and arms. The car turned on its side and flipped down the road, crushing the roof down on top of our heads. I screamed until we stopped. We rested on the roof, everything eerily silent. I reached for the seat belt, releasing myself from the suspended state that I was in. "Ash." I called out. She didn't respond. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her arms hung down and she didn't move. "丨extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I reached over and shook her. She didn't move. Hey, are you guys okay?" The man who was driving the truck ran up to the car. "Are you guys okay?" He repeated, pulling open my door. "I think I am. What happened?" I looked at the man whose face was pale and ashen. The collar of his shirt was wet and he seemed to have red water on his head. He shook his head. "I don't know. My brakes went out. My horn wouldn't work. It was a complete failure in the truck." "丨extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Help, Ashley," I grunted, pulling myself from the twisted wreckage. "Please, help, Ashley." He ran to the driver's side and pulled open her door. "Oh, goddess. What's wrong?" I pulled myself up and stumbled to the opposite side of the car and stared at the red watery, mangled mess that was Ashley. Her head was covered in red water and something was bulging out of the side. I stepped forward and saw that one of her arms was bent the ash. I dropped to my knees, crying. "Please, wake up. Ash." She didn't move. "This can't be happening. I am so sorry. "丨extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Please, come on. Let's wait by the truck until paramedics arrive. I don't understand why this is happening." "I'm so sorry." He cried with me. I sat on the ground, hugging my knees. Dad was going to be so mad. Gamma Arthur was going to be furious. We'd only been gone half a day and look what happened. We should have stayed home. This was such a stupid idea. I continued sobbing. "What?" "We were going on a road trip to all the packs. I felt bad about myself and we decided to leave." "Oh, come on now. It was an accident. An unavoidable accident. We should have just stayed home." Sirens in the distance slowly came closer. The trucker started to sway a bit as he stood in front of me. I wiped my tears and watched for a few seconds. "Hey, mister. Are you all right?" His eyes rolled into the back of his head and he fell to the ground. I let out a scream and jumped to my feet. "Oh, my goddess. What is happening?" I knelt over him, shaking his shoulder. His head just lolled back and forth. Sweat beaded on his forehead as red water pooled beneath him. "丨extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Hey, mister." He wasn't breathing. The red water spread down his shoulder and his neck looked like it has some kind of wound on it. Did he cut himself in the accident? I pushed my hands onto his neck, trying to stop the bleeding. "Help. Please. Someone." The man let out a horrible gurgle sound, which I felt in the palm of my hand. "Please, don't be dead. Don't be dead. I can't handle this." I let go of his neck when his chest stopped rising and falling. My hands and arms were covered in his red water. My heart felt like it was about to just drop out of my body. I stood and stumbled backward, staring at the wreckage before me. I screamed. The lights of the ambulance and police came into view. I closed my eyes as blackness took over. Ashley was dead, and it was my fault. Chapter 9. The blackness took over for just a moment. I opened my eyes, gasping in a deep breath while looking around wildly. What? Where am I? "Hey, chill. What's up?" I looked over at Ashley. She was alive. We were in the car. I could feel the tears just start falling. What the hell was that? Wide-eyed. What was what? "The accident. You were dead." I'm not dead. You were." "We were hit by a truck. What's going on?" I looked out the window as the trees zoomed by. I sat up and stared around us. This looks really familiar, huh? Around this bend. We're going to come to a T. You'll have to turn right. Okay. There is going to be a busted up pickup on your side. A mailbox. On my side will be a really, really big tree. Right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She rounded the corner and saw the truck. Weird. She mumbled. Do not go. What? Don't go. I repeated. Don't go. I shook my head. Just wait. In about 30 seconds, a dump truck that loses control is going to come barreling through its stop sign and not stop. There are no trucks. Please, don't go yet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I won't go. We sat in silence for the world's longest 30 seconds. Ashley sighed heavily just as the truck sped past us. Holy shit. She screamed as we watched the runaway truck fly off the side of the road and end up in the ditch. We were supposed to be hit by that truck. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Taking my seatbelt off. She followed, suiting me, ran to where the truck wrecked. The back tire was still spinning while we pulled open the passenger side door. Hey, are you okay? He groaned a bit. Call for help really quick while I get his seatbelt off. Then, come help me. Yeah, Ashley said quietly, running back for her phone. I'm taking your seatbelt off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Reaching to the man's side. His shoulder was covered in red water. Just like before. What happened? I don't know. Everything just failed. Ashley came back and helped me pull him out. I grabbed a towel that was on the dashboard and held it to his neck. What's wrong? I don't know. He's bleeding. Did he get cut? I don't know what on. There's nothing in there. Was he bleeding when we were hit? I figured it was from the accident. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This whole thing is weird. I'm totally freaking out right now. The man lost consciousness as the sirens could be heard. I sat there holding the now red water-soaked towel to his neck. What is that? Ashley pointed behind me. I turned to look at a bright, white light emanating from the side of the truck. Wait, you can see that? Oh, yeah. As we stared, Artemis appeared in front of us. What in the goddess Artemis? What is going on? You have discovered one of your gifts? Ellie. I ignored Ashley and her freak out beside me. One of my gifts. Yes, Eleanor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who's the bright, pretty lady? She whispered. Artemis turned towards my friend. Hello, dear child. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is our goddess, Artemis. Artemis smiled at my now silent friend. I can see the goddess. She whispered. Yes, Ashley. I chose to allow you to see me as well. I must thank you for believing my daughter despite how crazy it all sounds. It's all true. I knew it was true, but it's like true. Oh, my goddess. This is like a thing. It's happening. I sighed. Ashley. What is going on? Artemis. I'm confused about what happened to him. She glanced down at the man. She knelt beside me and placed her hand on my hands. She quickly pulled back and stood. "What?" Ashley asked. "That is no ordinary wound. It seems familiar, but it's so foggy around him. The coming threat." She nodded solemnly. "What do I do?" "There is nothing you can do. Those coming will take him. But there is no hope. You both must discover what is causing this." "Both? What do you mean both? What is going on?" Ashley asked, mildly freaking out. "It's what I was telling you about. That weird feeling I've had. It's coming closer." "How do we find out what this is?" "We'll have to look around before police get here." "That's going to be like now." "I'm sorry. Artemis. Please excuse me. I must look in his truck quickly before they're here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you must hurry. I feel the threat getting closer." I nodded and pulled Ashley down. "Hold your hands here." "Where are you going?" "To his truck. I'm going to see what I can find really quick." I hopped into the dump truck and looked around. It was surprisingly empty. A clipboard had fallen on the floor. I picked it up and read through it. The last place he stopped was Misty Pines. How convenient. That's where we're going. I guess that's where we have to start looking. I must go. Eleanor. I jumped down from the truck and stared at Artemis. "Goodbye." She reached her hand out and cut my cheek. "Goodbye. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She smiled and vanished as quickly as she'd appeared. "I'm so confused," Ashley said. "I'm still confused when I see her. So, what's happening? What are we doing? What happened to him? Whatever threat is coming, it's coming fast, but we don't know what it is." "Right. Whatever that threat is, it must have touched this man or caused this accident." "Right," Ashley said again. "So according to his clipboard, he came from Misty Pines. When we get to Misty Pines, we have to look around more. Who does he work for?" Let me look." The letterhead on his sheet said, "Harry's Trucking." "Looks like a place called Harry's Trucking." "Okay, so we find Harry." "Yeah, we have to find Harry." The ambulance pulled up and came to a screeching halt. Two people jumped out with a bag and ran to us. "What happened?" Ashley and I told them everything about the trucker speeding past us, crashing, and him saying that everything failed. They dressed his wound and loaded him into the ambulance. As they were getting ready to leave, a police car pulled up. We repeated the story as the police officer's partner examined the accident. "You girls are lucky that you're okay." We looked at each other and nodded. "Well, we're going to get this truck towed. You two are free to go." We both nodded and headed to the car. "We were supposed to die?" Ashley asked. "You were. You and the driver. That would have sucked." "Yeah, it would have. Let's get to Misty Pines and figure this crazy shit out." We drove in silence for a while, still reading from what happened. After an hour, a sign on the side of the road appeared. "Welcome to Misty Pines territory. Enjoy your stay. I guess we're here." "There's nothing here," I mumbled. "Misty Pines isn't known for its overabundance of anything." "I guess not. Let's look for the town." Chapter 10. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ashley asked, stopping a short distance from a decrepit-looking gas station. There was one pump in front of a worn, down shack-like building. The once white paint was faded and peeling. Weeds grew through the cracked pavement, and a broken-down-looking car was up on blocks on the side of the building. A man sat out front sipping on something with a small dog next to him. "Does he have a dog?" "Yeah," Ashley muttered. Isn't that weird? I will phoning a dog. She shrugged her shoulders. Nothing about this place seems normal yet. Let's just go into town. Maybe we can find their alpha or beta. I mean, they have those. Ashley shrugged her shoulders again. Who knows? This place creeps me out. It's so, I don't know. We proceeded slowly through the one-road dusty town. It was vastly different than our metropolis at Moon Mist, which wasn't big when you compared it to the royal city of Winter Lake or Silver Peak. Small ramshackle cottages dotted the roadway, leading to a roundabout that continued out of town. There was a town hall, what looked like an emergency station with a police ambulance fire truck combination out front. People lazily walked along the sidewalks, staring open-mouthed at us. I don't think they get many visitors, Ashley said. I don't think so either. I pointed toward the town hall. I think that's probably our best option of finding anyone. She nodded and pulled along the curb. You think it's fine to park here? Does it matter? I don't think we have to worry about anyone hitting the car. Where are you? Harmony's texting. I grumbled. Oh, Ashley asked. What did she say? She asked where I am. What are you going to tell her? I exited the message and stuck my phone in my pocket. Absolutely nothing. Ashley laughed while taking off her seatbelt. We climbed out of a convertible and climbed the few steps to the doors. Inside smelled musty and dusty. There was a small desk in a corner with a young girl sitting there flipping through a magazine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. She glanced up, looking me and Ashley up and down. Is your alpha here by chance? Yes, who are you? I'm Eleanor. Moon Mist Bay to Kenwick's daughter, and this is Ashley Gamma Arthur's daughter. Moon Mist. Aren't you far from home? The girl asked. Yes. We were on our way to Winter Lake and decided to visit the other packs. Is your alpha busy? Let me check. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I appreciate that. She rolled her eyes and got up from her desk. We watched her walk to the first door in the hallway and pop her head in. Alpha Brutus. There are some girls here. We're not just some girls. Ashley mumbled. I heard a muffled response and she whispered to him before walking back to us. He's not busy. She motioned toward the door. Thanks, I muttered, walking to where she came from. We knocked and waited. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. We opened the door and entered the small, cluttered office. Filing cabinets lined the walls with folders open everywhere. It was so much different than Alpha Anwar's more modern office. Who are you? Ladies. Oh, your receptionist didn't tell you. He shook his head. I'm Eleanor. Moon Miss Beta Kenwick's daughter, and this is Ashley Gamma Arthur's daughter Roe. Oh, she didn't say we had high-ranking individuals in town. I'm sure it was a mistake on her part. She's a surly type. She opted to not tell me. That's what happens when you hire your wife's miserable sister as a receptionist. Please, sit. Thank you. So, we don't do those kinds of formalities here. We're a simple wolf in these parts. I smiled and sat in the rickety chair in Freddie's overloaded desk. I appreciate that. What brings you here? We're on our way to Winter Lake. A bit over the border with Moonness there was an accident. A dump truck from Harry's Trucking crashed. Harry's Trucking. His shop is around the corner. Is Harry okay? Is that who was driving? Ashley asked. Either him or his brother Bob. I'm not sure. He was taken to our medical center in town. I'll have to tell his wife. I appreciate you letting me know. That's not the only reason why we came. There was a weird wound on his neck. I couldn't quite place it. Do you know if he was attacked by anything? Attacked? By what? I don't know. The wound was just very strange. Alpha Brutus leaned forward, folding his hands in front of his face, and pursing his lips. How peculiar. I haven't received reports of any attacks or sightings of any abnormal creatures. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, keep an eye out. We will definitely do that. I smiled and glanced at Ashley. Would you ladies like a tour of the town? Yes, that would be great. Thank you, I answered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's go, he exclaimed, slapping his desk. Not many people visit us. I noticed that the town is a bit derelict, he asked with a laugh. Not quite what I was going to say. It seems really empty. With a neglected pack. Pardon. When Winterlake does their pack auditing every year and dole out the tax funds for repairs to cities and extra funding, we tend to be overlooked. I'm so sorry. Why is that? They tend to hold a grudge. Ever since my great-grandfather led the revolt against King Osan's great-grandfather, we've been neglected. That doesn't seem fair. It's not your fault or your pack's fault for what happened 150 years ago. He shrugged his shoulders. Pretty soon there won't be a Misty Pines. What? Our pack members have been defecting to other packs or going rogue. Nobody wants to live in a dying pack. What if I would inquire about a sit-down between you and the king, and even Alpha Anwar? You would do that? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You and your people shouldn't be punished for the sins of the past. I would appreciate that a lot. Young lady, it would be my pleasure, I said with a smile. He led us down the street and pointed out different sights to us. As we crossed a field, a familiar metallic smell invaded my nostrils. My inner wolf whimpered again. Calm down. Oh goddess, what is that smell? Ashley asked, covering her nose, her eyes watering. Alpha Brutus sniffed the air before letting out a small snuff. I have no idea. I've never smelled that before. I have. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Following the putrid scent of red water, old dirt, and old meat. You have? Ashley asked. Yesterday, on the border of our property in Moon Mist. It was a deer with a similar wound to what the trucker had. It was drained of red water and smelled horrid. What caused it? Alpha Brutus asked. We're not sure. My father was having the animal examined to see if they could figure that very thing out. We followed the smell well into the forest until we found the source. It was a person. They lay, without clothes, and dead. That is not a werewolf. I shook my head. I think it's a human. How the hell would a human end up in the middle of werewolf territory? Ashley questioned, slightly panicking. I don't know. There's supposed to be a barrier between our world and humans. They're not supposed to be able to cross over. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to my dad's number. What are you doing? Alpha Brutus questioned. Calling my father. Would you mind if they sent a team here to inspect the body? He shook his head no. We definitely can't handle this. He motioned his hands over the body. You're not ready to come home already, are you? Dad asked, answering his phone. I laughed lightly. No, old wolf. We're in Misty Pines. How is it there? That's why I'm calling. What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, we're fine. Listen, do you remember the deer I smelled yesterday? Yes, they have the same smell here. my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can they handle it? No, and it's not a deer. What is it? Human. What? He yelled. It doesn't smell like a wolf and it's in human shape. We're on our way. Stay there. Eleanor. We'll wait for you. I hung up and turned toward Alpha Brutus and Dashley. So that was Dad. And he is coming with a team. Beta Kenrick. He's coming here. I nodded. We trekked back to Alpha Brutus' office and waited. Ashley and I waited inside while he pulled together his emergency employees to block off the body from anyone being able to tamper with it. I sat in a chair while Ashley riffled through his papers. Stop snooping. That's Alpha business. Not ours. You're not even a little curious. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But those are probably official papers. She shrugged. Then I guess he should have filed them better, And what official business could they possibly be doing in this backwards creep town? I pursed my lips as she flipped through each page. Find anything? Not yet. It's all basic town records. To agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A list of those who defected. What money has been spent where? That is actually interesting. I stood and looked at the papers, pulling out my phone to take a few photos. Now that is probably illegal. Probably, but we might be able to use this later. On what? I don't know, but it might be useful. We waited for what seemed like forever before I heard my dad yelling at the receptionist. Little girl, I do not need your attitude. You will get your Alpha and you will find my daughter. I stuck my head out the door from Alpha Brutus, office and waved to him. Hi, Dad. He let out a low growl at the girl before storming into Alpha Brutus' office. What is this mess? The Alpha's office. Where is the Alpha? He's with the body, making sure nobody disturbs it. He's really nice. Dad, she Estoffel. He hugged me tightly. Come with us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Did you get any information from the bear? Did the doctors call you about the truck driver? I asked as we left the building. Yes, he is in the ICU right now. He's still alive. Ashley gasped. Barely. You'd have saved his life. I'm so glad he's all right. Dad and his team followed Ashley and me to the spot where the body rested. What happened to it? Staring at the aged body. What? That's not what it looked like a few hours ago. Chapter 11. What do you mean? Dad asked. The body wasn't so old and shriveled. Ashley finished. What? Yeah. It looked younger. Like our age. Not that old and shriveled. And the hair wasn't white. Dad turned to look at Alpha Brutus. Has anyone touched the body? He shook his head no. This is the first time we're looking at it since we set up the perimeter. We've been patrolling. Dad knelt down next to the body and pulled out a pair of medical gloves. He pushed the head to the side, revealing a wound similar to Harry's. He motioned for one of the men he was with over to him. They whispered to one another for a moment before the man took a few pictures. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you're okay with it, we're going to take the body back to Moon Mist for further study. That's fine. We are definitely not equipped to deal with this kind of thing. Dad nodded and the others from his team went to the van they arrived in. He grabbed my shoulders and stared deep into my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't want you and Ashley staying here for long. We have no idea how long this body has been here or if whatever killed him is still around. The next territory over is Deer Creek. It's about 50 miles, so I hope that it is far enough that you'll get away from it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can spend some time there before moving on to Silver Peak. Sure thing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Be careful driving. If you get tired, switch out with Ellie. You too. Make sure you pay attention to things around you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you just come with us? I wish I could, honey, but I can't. I'm going with this body back to Moonlist, and I have to check in with the necropsy on that deer and the tow truck guy. Harry, Ashley said. I'd looked at my friend. The tow truck guy is named Harry O. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, I have to check on Harry. Harry's alive. Alpha Brutus asked yes. He's on life support right now. He lost a lot of red water and had a bad wound on his neck. His family is on their way there. Good. That's a good thing, Dad said. So that's a no-go on you joining us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You two are going to have to continue on your own. We both nodded. Dad kissed my forehead and then kissed Ashley's forehead. I love you both. We watched as he walked away, followed by his team carrying the body in a black bag. Your dad is freaking me out. Me too. Should we be worried about this? I guess. What do we look for? Girl. I have no idea. And Artemis doesn't know. According to her, no. Let's get out of here. I'm totally freaked out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's only 50 miles. Want me to drive? Nah. Jogging through the field toward her car. Ladies. Alpha Brutus called as we reached the convertible. I'm sorry that you had to go through this, but I'm awful glad you were able to get Beta Kenrick here to take this over. I don't know what I've done on my own. You would have figured something out. You're a resourceful Alpha. On your way back to Moon Mist, do stop by and say hello. We definitely will. Bye, sir. Bye, ladies. Ashley started the car and pulled away from the town hall, driving a little faster than she should have to reach the territory limits. Eleanor, you cannot ignore your future Luna and future Luna and future Alpha. You will return home. Immediately. Goddess. Now Alex is texting me. What? I responded. Are you going to respond? No, I replied a bit quietly. I'm going to forward them. To who? I hit end on the forward button, smiling. Oh, for Anwar. He can deal with those too. Ashley burst into a peal of gut-busting laughter. They are ridiculous. But I'm sure once those two are in power, I'm going to end up regretting it. I'll have to go rogue then. No, you will be all right. Maybe. We drove on the sun setting and throwing the countryside into darkness. I hit the button for the convertible top to go up as Ashley switched on the headlights. Snack. Yup. I dug through the bags and handed her Inders in one of her diet drive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We need some real food. Yeah, we do. I agreed. Want to stop at the next place. Once we were over the territory border, I don't trust this place. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. she replied. Then let's step on it and get out of Creepville. Sounds good. She accelerated, zooming through the dense forest of misty pines closing in on the territory line. As we crossed into Silver Creek, everything seemed to lighten almost. The dread and doom that hung over misty pines lifted off of everything. There's a diner right there. Oh, that's adorable. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Glancing at the little train car looking building. That looks good. We pulled into the parking lot, the only car there. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The walls were lined with booths and the counter had bar stools all along it. Hi girls. Take any seat you want. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slightly overweight woman wearing a blue dress and white apron said with a wave. Thanks, we both said, sliding into the first booth. She placed menus in front of us and pulled out a notepad. You girls aren't from around here, are you? No, we ray from Moon Mist. We're heading toward Winter Lake. Oh, the Royal City. It has been ages since I've been there. You've been there? Oh heavens, yes. When I was a little girl. It's an incredible place. Everything sparkles. I swear the buildings just sparkle. It's all shiny and old but new looking. She had a twinkle in her eye as she talked about it. What can I get for you? We scanned the menu quickly and put in our orders. Yawning, we looked around hoping to find something that could tell us where the closest hotel was located. The cheerful woman came back with our drinks and soups, placing them in front of us. You wouldn't know of any hotels that we could check into, yes. The Windsor downtown is really nice. The Hideaway Cove in the mountains is very cozy, and Sunset Creek Lodge is absolutely adorable. That's great. So are you heading to Winter Lake for business or pleasure? She questioned. Business. Beta Kenrick is my father and Gamma Arthur is her father. Oh, high-ranking wolves. I do apologize. I waved my hand at her. Please, don't. We prefer a more relaxed atmosphere. The whole professional thing is more suited for my father. She smiled and bounced away. I have something just for you girls. You've been on the road a while, right? Yes, ma'am. Ashley replied. The woman giggled at being called ma'am. She returned with 2 plates of apple pie topped with ice cream and caramel drizzle. She winked. Ashley and I both broke into wide smiles. This looks incredible. The woman giggled again. I hope you like it. It's the one thing in this place that I get to make. We ate all of the food and dessert slowly, enjoying the peace and relaxation we finally got to experience. So where to? Ashley asked, as we paid our bill and waddled to the car, stuffed from all the food. I think downtown is probably our safest option right now. Let's head to the Windsor. Oh goddess, I hope they have a spa. I need a massage so bad after all this driving. A pedicure and money too. I groaned. My paws are barking. We both laughed as we drove, slower, down the country road until the bright lights of the city showed over the horizon. Wow, Ashley said. Stunned. Right. I always heard that Silver Peak was an impressive city for how small of a space it takes up. Ashley slowed down as we approached what looked like the main street. Windsor Hotel wasn't hard to find. The building was wide, a beautiful white brick, and lit up like a Christmas tree. Red carpeted steps leading up to the main entrance and bellhops stood at the doors. Well, look at this fancy. We definitely made the right decision. Checking in was easy, even easier when they found out the fathers were Beta and Gamma. The room was expansive, 2 bedrooms with a living room in the middle. Room service ran 24 hours, and they did in fact have a spa. I'm getting a massage thing in the morning. Me too. But right now, I'm crashing. I am so tired. I nodded and headed toward the bathroom attached to my room. I stood in the shower for much longer than I planned before collapsing into bed in a night of restful sleep. Chapter 12. We both slept much longer than expected. I woke up around noon, not even a little upset about it. Hey, you awake? I heard Ashley's sleepy call. Yeah, I think. These beds are incredible. I never want to get out of mine. Me either, I shouted back to her. When we do get up, spa. Spa then what? Find the Alpha and meet with him. See if they had any weird attacks. Is that what we're doing for our entire vacation? Yup, I answered. Do it, LL, keep us busy. Now I'm gonna try to leave this ridiculously comfortable bed to go have a ridiculously comfortable spa day. We met in the living room and made our way down to the lobby area of the hotel. Oh, Miss Luna. The receptionist called. There is a message for you. Ma'am. A message. Yes, ma'am. Beta Henrik left a message. He said he attempted to call you, but you didn't answer. Yeah. My phone was shut off. That was my bad. The young woman handed me a folded piece of paper. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I unfolded the note and my smile quickly disappeared. What's wrong? Ashley asked. Dad found out what the wound is. Oh, what is it? I showed her the paper. Bite. Bite. They're bite marks. What kind of creature makes those bite marks? I'm not sure. Have you ever seen a werewolf bite? I questioned. She shook her head. We don't do that. Right. I mean, I've ever heard of wolf just attacking someone and biting. Me either. Maybe it's werewolf bites, though. Don't you think your dad would recognize a werewolf bite, though? I put the paper in my pocket and pursed my lips. Well, I'm sure they'll figure that out, so let's go to the spa and forget about this for just a little bit. I nodded. You're right. They'll figure it out. The spa was beautiful. The walls were a very light beige with white accents. Soft music played over the speakers that seemed to be embedded in the walls and ceiling high. Welcome. Do you have an appointment? We do. We gave the receptionist our information and were led to a locker room in the back. There were robes and slippers sitting on a bench in front of 2 lockers for us. Now this is service, Ashley exclaimed, quickly changing from her clothes into one of the robes. Yeah. I can't wait for this massage. Ladies, if you'll follow me, please, a woman said, appearing from a side door. We were led into individual rooms with tables in the center. Please, lay on the table with your face in the hole. Your masseuse will be in shortly. Great. I removed the robe, standing in my sports bra and underwear, picking up the soft, white sheet that was folded on the table to cover up with. As I laid down, another woman in blue, cotton pants and a matching shirt entered. Hello. How are you? I'm Candy. I'll be doing your massage today. Hi, Candy. I'm great. How are you? I'm doing well. So I see that you're here for a Swedish massage. Great. Just lay down with your face in the hole and I'll get started. Sounds great. I did as she instructed and lay on the table face down. Candy pulled the sheet down to the bottom of my back and got started on my neck and back. The soft music mixed with her soft voice as she explained everything she was doing relaxed me to the point I forgot about the worries that were plaguing our trip. Well, that does it for our time. Stepping back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was the fastest hour. She laughed lightly. They do tend to go by quickly. She motioned for me to follow her out. Down the hallway was another, larger room with large chairs and basins of water. Ashley was sitting in one, her feet soaking in water. How was yours? She questioned. Incredible. We sat and chatted while getting our feet scrubbed and our toes painted before moving on to our hands. Once we were finished, we quickly dressed and left the hotel. What now? Ashley asked. We find out where the alpha is. See what we can find out. Do we have to? I'm so relaxed right now. We have to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So if you were alpha of a swanky town like Silver Peak, where would you have your office? Don't they have to maintain an office in their town hall? Ashley shrugged her shoulders. I don't know. Let's start there. I think that's our best option. We walked along the main drag heading for what looked like the town hall building. It had a large clock tower on the front and looked to be significantly older than the rest of the buildings surrounding it. We walked up the steps and inside, where a security desk was at the entrance to a bank of elevators. Good afternoon. What is your business here today? What if the guards asked? We're here to see Alpha Wesley. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you have an appointment? He questioned. No. Come in, who are you? I am Eleanor, Moon Mist Bay to Kenrick's daughter. And this is Gamma Arthur's daughter. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, I do apologize, ma'am. I'll see if he's available. Thank you. He picked up a phone and pushed a button while whispering into the receiver. He'll see you. Ladies, 2nd floor, 3rd door on the left. We took the elevator up to the 2nd floor and stared in wonder at the beautiful green and gold walls. This is impressive. Right. 3rd door on the right. The signage on the door read Alpha Wesley. Yeah, I would say this is the place. I knocked and waited. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Inside was a large waiting room with chairs lining the wall. In front of yet another door was a moderately sized desk with an older woman sitting behind it. Good afternoon. How may I help you? Hi, I'm Eleanor and this is Ashley. We need to speak with Alpha Wesley. Please. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He is waiting for you both. Would you like a tea or coffee? Coffee would be great. Thank you, I said as she led us through the 2nd door. Yes, coffee would be great. Do you have a particular flavor you like? She questioned, looking us over the rim of her glasses out. Yes, if you have anything vanilla. Me too, Ashley added. Absolutely. Ladies. Good choice. The French vanilla is my favorite. She winked at us before pushing an intercom button on her desk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Beta and Gamma's daughters are here. Thank you. Henrietta, send them in. I've been expecting them. I appreciate you seeing us on such short notice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're traveling to Winter Lake on unofficial pack business. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Glancing at Ashley. There have been a series of attacks in Moon Mist and Misty Pines. Have you noticed or been informed of any strange attacks or bites recently? He nodded his head, looking solemn, yes. I am kind of aware of the situation that has been progressing further into the kingdom. Your Alpha phoned me this morning. I stopped talking as Henrietta entered with 3 cups of coffee. "Sir, I figured you may need a cup of coffee." "Thank you," he said to the middle-aged, nearly all grey-haired woman. She smiled and nodded her head as she left the office. Yes, he did. He didn't elaborate much. He said you would be able to fill me in with what has been found so far. An unknown creature bite. We've come across 3 so far. The first was a deer found on my father's property. Another was a trucker who crashed on the outskirts of Moonmist, and the other was a human found in Misty Pines. He looked at me like I had 3 heads. "Did you say a human? As in a human?" Ashley and I nodded our heads. How on earth did a human get into the kingdom? We're not sure, so we haven't been able to figure that out. I took a sip of my coffee. "Have there been any attacks here?" Alpha Wesley shook his head. "Not that I'm aware of." "I wouldn't know though. Animal attacks are usually left up to our police chief." "Would we be able to see him?" Ashley questioned. "Yes, of course. He should be at the station." "Let me give him a quick call." The Alpha picked up his phone and made a quick call. He spoke swiftly and quietly into the receiver before hanging up. "He's there. Ladies. Just head down the street about 2 blocks on the right. You can't miss it. I would walk you, but I'm expecting my beta in about 10 minutes. Oh, that's not a problem at all. We appreciate the time you took for us. Good luck with finding out what's attacking." We nodded and headed toward the police station. The city was even more beautiful the further we went in. Specialty boutiques lined the streets as people walked about chatting and shopping. "Look at that store," Ashley exclaimed, stopping in front of a clothing shop. "Later." "But that dress," she squealed. "We can stop when—" "Oh, fine." I grabbed her arm and drug her down the street to the police station. It's in the middle of a grassy patch, not quite as big as the town hall, but larger than the shops we just walked past. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Let's go find this police chief." As we walked up the steps, the smell hit like a sack of bricks to the face. "That smell," Ashley said, turning her head. "It's the same. Do we get the chief or find where the smell is coming from?" "Both. I'll follow the smell. You get the chief and then follow." "Are you sure? This smells a lot fresher than the other one." "If I can see whatever is doing this, that could be helpful." "What if it attacks?" "I guess I trust my wolf. She should be able to fight it off." "Right." Ashley shrugged her shoulder. "I have no clue. I've only been 18 for a few months. I haven't had to fight yet. Either way, we have to find whatever is doing this. You get the chief. I'll go after the smell." Chapter 13. I followed the smell to a dank alley. It was stronger and fresher. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." You already know what you're going to see. It's going to be another boy of some sort. I crept down the dark alley but stopped when I heard a strange noise. It sounded primal. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Grunting, growling sound. What the hell? I tiptoed along the dumpster and peered around the side of it. Clapping my hand to my mouth, I tried to stifle a scream. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Pale, bipedal creature stooped over top a body. Eating it. Is it eating? What the hell? It turned to look at me. The eyes were red. And the mouth. Oh my god, it's the mouth. Razor, sharp teeth barred while it let out a high-pitched guttural scream at me as red water dribbled down its chin. The ears were pointed and it seemed there was no hair on them. It raised a hand with sharp claws into the air and looked like it might attack. My heart pounded in my chest. I was positive the creature could hear it. My inner wolf wanted out, and I wasn't about to stop her. My bones cracked and shifted as my muscles stretched and contorted, shifting my body into the large silver wolf. Fur sprouted all over my body in a thick, protective coat. I felt as though I was pushed to the back as the primal wolf took control. We let out a howl while the creature screeched at us. My wolf bared fang as the creature ran toward us. It bared the mouth of razor, sharp teeth before stopping. We whipped our head around to see Ashley running toward us. I low growled at her as a warning to stay back as I heard the sound of the creature's claws scrapping on the ground. My wolf wanted to charge at it and attack. I overruled their decision and we backed up. She fought me but relented. The creature screeched us again before scrambling down a drain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay? I nodded my furry head as I shifted back to human. Did you see it? Did you see that? What was that? Scrambling to my feet, realizing I was stuck without clothes with no clothes. I don't know. Ashley pulled off her sweater and handed it to me. Whatever it was. I called the sweater as more people arrived. What did it look like? Someone else asked. Hair. It was so white, a mouth full of razor teeth, covered in red water. What? A man in a police uniform asked, approaching us. Is that a body? I nodded. Are they alive? He asked, running to them. I don't know. There was something eating them. There's no flesh missing. There is a wound on the stomach, though. What was that? Why did it look like that? Why was it eating them? I cried. Call your dad. I grabbed my cell phone from my tattered pants and called. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked Dad. There was another attack. I saw the creature. I don't know what it is. It climbed into the drain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Silver Peak. Tears streamed down my face. I'm on my way. I put my phone away as the police officer stood up. Who did you call? My dad. Beta Kenrick from Moon Mist. He's been investigating these attacks. I'm Chief Wayne. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told him. I'm Ellie. It went down the drain. The drain. Like, dive into the drain. Why would it go into the drain? He pondered. It wanted to get away. Did it say anything? I shook my head. No, it just screamed. Like this high-pitched guttural scream. Interesting. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kneeling beside the drain, shining a flashlight into it. Holy shit. He stumbled back as the scream echoed up. I yelled was. It ran into the drainage system. What the hell was that? Should we chase it? Ashley asked. I don't think we're prepared for that. I don't know what it is. What if it attacks again? He just stood there staring at the drain. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Can we please get out of this alley? I need clothes. You girls go. Go to the station and tell them to send the coroner. We'll get the body to the morgue for your dad. He's coming with an entire team. That's fine. Hopefully, they have more of an idea of what we're dealing with. What other packs are affected? So far, Moon Mist, Misty Pines. And now you guys. What about Deer Creek? We haven't been there yet, Ashley said. I'll put a call into them. He ran his hands through his hair before rubbing his face. This is too much. Ashley and I turned from him and ran to the police station. Hey, hello. We need help. What's wrong? A young officer arrest. Chief Wayne needs the coroner. Coroner? What? There's a body. Down the alley across the street. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A body. Yes, Ashley yelled. Are you not comprehending? He stood and pulled out his radio. We have a code 9.9. Are you sure? Chief needs help across the street. There's a DOA. What? That's what I was told. Send someone to help him. The chief ran into the station, pushing the door shut behind him. There's no. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Spinning around. There's more. I pulled the manhole cover up that is in the alley. There were 3 of those things just lurking in the drainage system. Does the drainage system connect all of the packs? I questioned. He shrugged his shoulders, staring out the doors. I don't know. Who would know? Ashley asked. The water department. They have the town plans and work down there all the time. Where's the water department? Town hall. Okay. Ashley and I will head there. My dad should be here in a few hours. You're not leaving here. If they're staying in the drainage system, we should be okay up here. I'm sure Charlie thought the same thing. Another officer asked. What's wrong with Charlie? He's dead. Shit. A few of the officers said. He was in the alley. We will go down any alleys. Right to the town hall. I'll walk them. A tall, dark-haired man said, emerging from one of the rooms. Oh, Ashley muttered. I looked at her and she was staring. The man stared at her, moving through the throng of officers right up to her. What's going on? I moused her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She said dreamily. She let out a low, soft growl at her. She repeated the sound. You've got to be kidding me. Nell. Mine. Mine, she repeated. Can we do this later? Dead body. Strange creatures. I have no clothes. Beta, Chief Wayne asked. And a beta. What? Ashley asked. Your mate. He's the beta here. I whispered, oh. She stared into his emerald green eyes where he stared into her amber ones. I wasn't even sure she heard me. Hello, dead body. Strange creature. Drainage system. I shook my head and headed for the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Should you go alone? I don't care about that right now. I need to look at the city plans. Right, Beta Alistair said, pulling himself out of his love coma. Let's go. He led me to a closet and dug around before handing me a pair of work pants and boots. I hurriedly pulled them on and followed him. It was so weird, seeing how instant the attraction was and how magnetic. He held Ashley's hand tight as we left the building. Outside seemed so normal. People continued walking about, shopping as if there weren't some strange wolf-eating creatures lurking beneath their feet at this very moment. Chapter 14. Despite the height and level of anxiety, the walk to the town hall was quickened and eventful. My heart was still pounding as I held up the 2 big pants and shuffled along because the shoes were too large. I breathed a sigh of relief when we entered the building. Safety. Beta Alistair. The guard sitting at the desk exclaimed, jumping up, Bruce. Leading us past the man. Where's the water department? Their office is on the 3rd floor. They keep all of the city plans there. Alistair have answered. Instead of going to the elevators, he led us to a set of stairs. I nodded and followed behind him and Ashley. She stayed as close to him as was appropriate for a Baitan and his newly found mate. I can't believe she found her mate in the middle of all this shit. How is that even possible? We walked up the 3 flights and entered a dark hallway. This isn't promising. It's the middle of the day and everything is off. Almost like he could read my mind. He pulled out a key ring and inserted a bronze skeleton key into the first door we stopped in front of. "Where's everyone?" Ashley asked. "I'm assuming out checking drainage systems and whatever else they do." "Checking them?" "As in being inside them?" He paused for a moment and looked up. "Shit, I guess so. When we go on our radio, the guys from one of their radios. Where would the city plans be?" "Physical plans. They're in giant binders on bookshelves. It's just a matter of finding the right ones." The door swung open and Beta Alistair flipped a switch, illuminating a large and messy office. "Oh goddess," Ashley gasped. "This place is a mess." "Yeah, the guys aren't really good with keeping things neat. I'm going to start over here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Pulling a binder off the shelf, I flipped through, reading the descriptions, trying to find one of the drainage plans that weren't specific to just Silver Peak. On my 3rd binder, I found one that showed the drain system where the creature climbed in. Here's the initial entry point that we found. Now we just need to find a map that connects all of the systems. Ashley said, pulling multiple pieces of a map out of the back of the binder. We laid them out on the floor and stood back looking. This could be a huge problem. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Staring at the paper. I had no idea that we were all connected underground. Beta Alistair muttered. "What does this mean?" Ashley asked. I laid the thin piece of paper that I had from the entry point on top of where it was located on the giant map. I pointed to the entry drain. "This is where the initial creature climbed in. This manhole here. This is where Chief Wayne saw the 3 creatures in the pipe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I traced my finger along the smaller pipes to the very large ones. The pipe connects to these large ones. The large ones spider out and connect to every other pack. "Oh no. We need to tell your dad." "Beta Alistair, can I take these to show my dad?" "Who is your dad?" "He's Beta Kenrick from Moonmist. He's investigating the other incidents from these creatures." He pursed his lips and nodded. If he's already investigating, maybe he has a theory that we can all work on. I motioned to the maps. Could really make a difference. Is he on his way? I nodded my head. "You should be here in a few hours." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "We'll head back to the police station then. My office is there." He wrapped an arm around Ashley and pulled her close. "We can get to know one another better. Plan the mating ceremony." Batting her long eyelashes at him. He smiled down at her and nodded his head. "How is it possible you managed to find your mate in the middle of all of this insane shit?" "I am just really lucky." She rested her head on his massive chest before looking at my forlorn face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How rude of me. I am so sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta Alistair asked. "It's a long story," she whispered. "I'll tell you later. Don't be sorry." I looked at the Beta. "My ex-boyfriend. The future alpha of Moonmist, mated with my twin sister our 18th birthday. His eyes grew as large as saucers. He didn't wait for a mating ceremony. Ashley shook her head fiercely. No, it was so horrible and inappropriate. Just right there in front of everybody. And he is your future alpha. He looked at me. He is. Well, not yours anymore. He nuzzled her neck. I sighed heavily and folded the nut back up. Will you finish the trip with me? Our trip. Are you going to finish it with me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She glanced up at the beta. Do you mind? He smiled and shook his head. I won't interrupt something that seems so important to the two of you. I'm not going anywhere. She smiled at him and looked at me. Great. Ashley laced her arm through mine. There are still 2 more packs. Your mate is out there. Honestly, I'm not even that concerned with that. It's all of this that has me worried. I pushed my hair to the side, revealing the mark that was high up on my forehead. Something I had completely forgotten about. That mark. That is interesting. I rubbed it as my cheeks flushed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's just a thing. I've seen something similar. What? Ashley and I both exclaimed. In a book in Winter Lake, a mark just like this. Yeah, why? Do you remember anything about it? He shrugged his shoulders. Not really. Just that it looked interesting. I know it said something about goddess Artemis. Ashley leaned close to me, whispering, Did Artemis lie to you? Are there other children of hers? I don't know, I whispered back, but I'm going to look for that book when we get there. Ashley's eyes lit up. Hey Beta Alistair. He chuckled lightly. You don't have to call me Beta. Alistair, she said sheepishly, her cheeks flushing. Would Ellie be able to defect to Silver Peak after our trip? Defect? Why, he questioned, narrowing his eyes at me. The whole ex-boyfriend alpha mating with her sister thing. It's kind of awkward. He nodded and rubbed his chin. I could speak with Alpha Wesley. I don't see why that would be a problem. You're Beta's daughter. You're assisting with a very big problem, and you are my mate's best friend. That would be lovely, I said a bit sadly. Ashley hugged me tightly. I want you happy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hugged her back. I am. As long as you're my best friend, I'm happy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you guys there? Alistair spoke into one of the radios. Beta, is that you? Where are you guys? Police station. There is some weird shit going on. We know. We're on our way, The man on the other end asked. He put the radio down before I reached over for it. Just in case. Good idea. Grabbing the last 2. Alistair popped his head into the Alpha's office, noticing he wasn't there. We'll find him later. Let's get to the police station. We walked swiftly the few blocks to the police station without incident. The lobby was jam-packed with even more people wearing every uniform imaginable. Beta. A man in an orange and yellow jumpsuit pushed his way through the crowd. Beta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's up? Those things. What are those things? You saw them. Saw them. They attacked us. The damn thing bit Charlie. He's over with the medics getting his aunt dressed. He's still awake. Oscar nodded. I need to speak with him. We haven't found anyone alive or talking that were attacked. I shuffled through the crowd till I saw a man wearing the same jumpsuit as Oscar sitting with a few medics. They held his arm up, pouring something over it. I stopped next to the man and stared at the injury. Ma'am, please step back. I'm working with Beta Kenrick of the Moon this pack. We're investigating these attacks. Can I just see the wound? The medic held up Charlie's arm. The wound was circular with multiple puncture wounds. Did you see the creature? Charlie nodded, tears in his eyes. That bite hurt something awful. I stooped next to him, holding his hand. I am so sorry this happened to you. I stared into his eyes. Can you tell me what it looked like? It was so white. I've never seen a creature so white. And it looked human, like except the ears were pointed. The eyes were so red. The mouth was just sharp teeth. And there was no hair. He held up a medallion on a chain. I managed to pull this off its neck. I took the medallion and turned it over in my hands. It appeared to be golden, or at least gold-plated, with some sort of feather etched into it with a strange symbol. A long line with 2-line criss, crossed at the top and a last on straight across at the bottom. I handed it over to Ashley and Alistair. They turned it over and over, examining the circular piece of gold. What is it? Ashley asked. A symbol of some sort. I've never seen it before, Alistair said. Neither have I, but lately there's a lot I don't know. I put my hand on his arm and smiled at him. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you've told me. Goddess Artemis be with you and heal you quickly. An almost peace came over his face as he turned back to the medics. He saw the same thing I did. What are they? Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. On a tranquil night, Alistair and Ellie discuss a series of attacks by mysterious creatures. Not only do these beings have strange bite marks, but they might also be using the drainage system to move stealthily between packs, causing a series of questions and panic. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 15. Do you have any theories? Did he describe the attacker? Alistair asked. It's definitely the same thing I saw, I answered. The bite is so weird looking. It's circular with puncture wounds. And she mumbled. Did he tell you what it was? Ashley asked. I shook my head. He doesn't know what they are either. Could it be an entirely new species? She pondered out loud. Living in the drainage system. I would think they would have been seen by someone else before now. How often are people working down there? I'm not sure. But I have to think that at some point there's always someone down there between all of the packs. Then how did they get into our territory? Alistair asked. That is the $1,000,000 question. Could the goddess be punishing us for something? I looked at him like head to heads. No, she wouldn't do that. Never. How do you know? Maybe she is upset with us. Artemis wouldn't do that to us. He repeated. Ashley and I looked at each other briefly. Maybe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was a conversation I was not ready to have with the guy I met an hour ago. I took the medallion back and stared at the strange etching on it. Is it the seal for another pack? A rogue pack. I stared out the front doors for what felt like an eternity until I saw the black SUVs and coroner van from Moon Mist pull up in front of the doors. Thank goddess he's here. I left the building, everyone gasping behind me, and met my dad at the first SUV. Dad. He wrapped his arms around me and hugged tight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dad, I saw it. I saw the thing. One of the water department guys was attacked. He's inside. He's alive. I nodded. He needs to be quarantined immediately. What, why? We have no idea what those things are, and Harry had a really bad reaction. What happened? I asked quietly. He became extremely violent and began attacking everyone. He wouldn't respond to any commands, and we eventually had to restrain him. Do you know why? Dad shook his head. We're not sure if it's just a reaction to medication, if there's something wrong after the bite or something else. That's something. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So for now we're keeping him restrained and quarantined. Right. That's smart. Where's the body? I pointed down the alleyway. Dad, what? Honey. I think we figured out how they're moving around without being seen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The drainage system. They connect all of the packs. What? Come inside. We have a map that shows the entire drainage system. Every pack is connected now. That can't be right. He followed me inside to where Alistair was. Beta Alistair. This is my father, Beta Kenrick of the Moon, Miss Pack. Beta Alistair. My father said, extending his hand. Beta Kenrick. Alistair grasped his hand and shook. I understand you've been investigating this situation. I have been. This is the first time they've been spotted, though. Dad looked around the crowded area. Ellie said there's a map of the drainage system. There is. We can go to my office to look at it. Dad nodded, and we followed Alistair to a large office with books everywhere. Sorry about the mess. My office looks the same. Dad chuckled. This table should work. Anywhere special you want these? Hun Ashley asked. Dad raised an eyebrow and looked at me. I shook my head and grabbed a handful of the books. No, just anywhere out of the way. Alistair pulled out the map and started laying it out. Okay, so this area is Silver Peak. Our drainage system is the blue lines. He traced his finger to a large black line. What is that? Dad asked. The black line is the main drainage system that connects all of the packs. Here is Moon Mist, Misty Pines, Deer Creek, and Winter Lake. Could they be there? How open are the drains? All of the drains are supposed to be blocked off with iron gates. I don't think the gates are working. Ashley mumbled. I don't think so either. Does anyone here have a clue as to what these things are? Dad questioned. Alistair was about to answer but was interrupted by screams. What the foo? He opened his office door and saw a mass of people running down the hallway. What's going on? Hey you, what's happening? Nobody answered. They ran and screamed. Their screams couldn't drown out the guttural sound of the creatures' scream. They're inside. Ashley asked in a whispered panic. There is no way. The pipes that connect the buildings to the drainage system are not big enough to anything besides maybe a rat to get through. There is no way. Alistair closed the door. I need to go out there and see what's happening. I'll go with you, Dad said. Girls, stay here. Dad, I'm not letting you out of here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stay put. Dad, no. What are you going to do? You just turned 18. You have no idea how to control your wolf yet. You don't know how to fight. You need to stay here. But Dad, no, but, young lady, I said stay put. I folded my arms in front of my chest and pouted. They closed the door behind them and pushed through the throng of people. I cracked open the door as soon as they closed it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your dad said to stay put. Dad says a lot of things. I think this might be one of those times you should listen. When have I listened? I glanced back at her. Never. she grumbled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered, creeping out the door after all the people passed by us. What happened? Dad shouted. Who is that? That is, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He's the water department guy who was bitten by those things. Something happened to Charlie, I whispered. What? Ashley asked. I dunno. Let's go see. I peeked around a corner as Dad and Alistair fought against what used to be Charlie. He climbed up the side of a wall, his claws insanely long while screaming at them. His mouth was nothing but the razor, sharp teeth that I had seen in the other creature. Oh my goddess. He turned into one of them. What? He turned into one of those creatures. Kind of. He's super hairy though, like his wolf is coming out. But here's those teeth. What? Come look. I whisper-shouted at Ashley. Charlie launched himself off the wall at Alistair, pinning him to the ground. Ashley tensed up and prepared to run out. I grabbed her arm to stop her. He's my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't just run out there. What if it bites you? She pursed her lips while I looked around for a weapon of some sort. Alistair yelled out in frustration as he tried to fight off Charlie. My dad attacked from the back, putting him into a choke hold, trying to pull him off Alistair. Charlie let out a scream as he fought them both. I grabbed one of the posts used in lines and crept up on the trio. Dad, duck. Swinging the pole with all of my might. Dad turned to look at me and ducked just as the makeshift weapon made contact with Charlie's head. He went limp and slumped to the ground, making the worst noises I'd ever heard. I told you to stay in the room. Dad scolded. Yeah, and you both would have been bitten. You're welcome. I dropped the pole and stepped back. What happened to him? The bite affected his very DNA. He turned into one of those things. What? How is that even possible? I questioned, stooping next to Charlie's unconscious body. What do we do with him? Is this what happened to Harry? The only place we can hold him with how violent he is the jail cells. I don't think transporting him is possible at this point, Alistair answered. I think you're right. Dad agreed. I'm going to get a few red water samples before he wakes up though. I want to compare it to the other samples we have. This is nearly identical to what happened to Harry. Alistair left to find officers to help him drag Charlie into a cell while Dad ran out to the SUV for his lab case. This is crazy, Ashley said. Why did they just leave him here? What if he wakes up? I hit him really hard. I don't think he's going to. I pushed him onto his back using my shoe and stooped over him again. I picked up his arm and turned it over to see the wound. It was red and swollen. Stop touching him. What if it gets in you or something? I think you have to be bitten to turn. The medics were touching him and I touched him earlier. I'm fine. She took a few steps back and started pacing around the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you doing? Dad, look at the wound. He put on a pair of gloves and picked the arm up himself, poking at the wound. A clear liquid oozed out. Now that is strange. Give me one of the vials out of my kit. I'm getting a sample of this. What do you think it is? He scooped some of the liquid into the small bottle and sniffed it. EW, Ashley cried out. I looked at her and rolled my eyes. We have to figure out what it is. It smells sweet. Sweet. Yeah, very sweet mixed with old red water. Sweet with old red water. Yes, as if he's been dead for a long time. He's not dead though. I watched his chest rise and fall with each breath. No, he's not. Dad tied a tourniquet around Charlie's arm and pushed a needle into one of his veins, drawing out 5 vials of red water. This should be enough. Alistair returned and had his officers drag Charlie to the back where the jail cells were. Chapter 16. Dad stood up and looked at us. I think it would probably be best if you didn't spend any more time here. Move on to Deer Creek and find out what you can there, then hurry to Winter Lake. Why? Those things are here. Dad, they're everywhere. I think your father is right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alistair said, emerging from a dark hallway. My love, I would rather stay here, Ashley said, resting her head on his chest. It's not safe here right now. It's not safe anywhere. My love, Dad asked. I leaned toward him and whispered, they're mates. They had the spark. OH. That explains it then. But I don't think I've ever met mates that are as opposite as Ashley and Alistair. He looked at them both and nodded. Congratulations. That is most excellent news. Thank you, Beta Kenrick. I still think that you Ellie need to leave here though. Immediately. Ashley looked up at Alistair. He frowned and let out a loud sigh. And I still agree. Fine, Ashley said, pouting. We'll leave. Now, Dad urged. Please, before there's another attack. Dad, it's not going to matter. The drainage system is all connected. They'll be able to attack anywhere at any time. Not to mention we have no idea how any of those things there are. It would make your father happy if you would just listen for once. Young pup. I sighed heavily and looked up at him. Fine, old wolf. Thank you. He wrapped me in a hug and kissed the top of my head. I guess we're going to go now then. Right now? Ashley questioned. I mean if we want to get into a hotel in Deer Creek before it's too late. I'll call ahead. Go to the river bend. It's the nicest hotel in that town and it's not far from where they're Beta and Alpha live. I nodded and walked toward the doors. I'll drive you to the hotel. Thanks, Dad. I climbed into the back seat of the and smiled at his driver. Miss Luna. You guys are driving me and Ashley back to the hotel. Dad's coming. Ashley climbed in on the other side and slumped in her seat. So, tell me about it. What was it like? What did you feel? What do you feel now? Oh my goddess. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's incredible. I'd never felt like this before. It started as, like, this weird rumbly electricity feeling in my stomach, and it just spread through my entire body. It was like my soul, my wolf, saw a missing piece of her. Like, we were always meant to be. His scent fills a specific spot right in my soul. I am so jealous. You'll find your mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't believe that you of all people wouldn't have a mate. Do you know when you want your marking ceremony? As soon as possible. Right now. I laughed heartily. Unlike what my sister and Alex did, the marking bite is supposed to be a very intimate and personal moment. It's where a wolf is at their most vulnerable. There is usually an exciting party before the couple steals off alone. When the time is right, they mark one another on the neck right, at the crook where your neck meets your shoulder. It signifies the uniting of two wolves into one. Two souls merge to form one union. Something that we crave deep into our wolves, since we are not complete alone. Dad climbed into the front seat with his box of red water. Take us to the Windsor. The girls are going to pack and we're leaving. Yes, Beta. The driver started the SUV and sped the few blocks to the hotel. I'm going to walk them in. Dad, we can walk inside. I would prefer if you just let me walk with you. Okay, Dad. You worry too much there. There are creatures attacking people traveling through the drain pipes, and I'm letting you to gallivant all over Goddess creation right after turning 18. I don't think I protect you enough. Perhaps. Let's go. Like you said, maybe Deer Creek is safer. We walked through the lobby. Everybody huddled in small groups, whispering. Word about the creature got out. I wonder if the other pets know about these things, Ashley said. I imagine they do. People talk a lot. I wanted nothing more than to shower and just go to bed. I knew that wouldn't be possible. I knew Dad wanted us on the road as soon as we'll fly possible. Do you guys have a lot of stuff? No, I didn't even get a chance to unpack. Good. Grab them and let's get to the car. I'll handle checkout. We followed close behind Dad, heading for the parking garage. I'll take care of this then. I'm going back to Moon Mist. Do not stop driving until you reach Deer Creek. Go straight to the hotel until morning. Okay, Dad. I mean it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do not go out at night and never alone. I promise I won't. In the morning go right to the Alpha's office and find out if they've encountered anything. Then call me. I nodded and kissed his cheek. I know what to do. Old Wolf. Please. Be careful. My young cup. I'll keep her safe. Beta. Ashley smiled. You'll be safe too. Tell my mom and Dad I love them, please. I definitely will, Dad answered. When you get into town, head straight down the main street. When you come to a fork in the road, turn right. You'll run right into the hotel at the river's bend. I guess that is why it's called River Bend. Dad laughed. They're not very creative with names. We walked quietly to the car and sped out of town. The beauty of Silver Peak was quickly behind us, giving way to the wooded country once again. The only densely populated areas were the towns. A few wolves would live beyond town limit, but always within their territory. It wasn't often that wolves traveled beyond their pack lines, at least not those who weren't high, ranking going on pack business. I guess now we were technically on pack business. Do you know how big Deer Creek is? Ashley questioned. No, I don't think it's that big though. I've read it's about the same size as Moon Mist. That's too bad then. I could go for some normalcy. Silver Peak too much for you. I joked. Maybe a little. I guess I should get used to it though, huh? Yeah. I don't think you have much of a choice at this point. I doubt Alistair will give up being beta to move to Moon Mist. She laughed lightly. I wouldn't want him to. He's too good at it. He is very serious. Which I guess it makes sense, and as good he's mated to you. Why you, Ray, not serious? You two balance each other out very well. I suppose I'm not. Should I change that? What now? Never change who you are. You are perfect just the way you are. I love you. And I love you. I smiled at her. Is that it? She asked, motioning to an inconspicuous town in front of us. It's definitely something. I wouldn't say it's another Moon Mist, that's for sure. No way. It's very country. We drove up to the city, slowly. There were no bright lights and shops like Silver Peak. They didn't even have their town hall brightly lit like we did in Moon Mist. Everything was very dark. Where is this hotel? Dad said down the street, right at the fork. You can't miss it at the river bend. Hopefully it's something more than what we're seeing so far. Do you think the darkness is because of those creatures? I don't know. Maybe. I guess. I don't even see anyone out on the streets. Everything's closed. It's still kind of early, isn't it? Glancing at the clock on her dashboard. I mean, it's 8:30, so not super late. Maybe they go to bed early. She turned right at the fork and continued to the river bend. The hotel wasn't as big as the Windsor, but it wasn't small. There were no lights on out front and the bellhop was nowhere to be seen. Let's just grab our bags and get inside. I am completely weirded out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Ashley said. She put the car in park and jumped out of the car, sprinting up the stairs inside. I followed close behind. Hello, I called out, looking around the quaint and very large lobby. Is anyone here? Ashley asked, walking toward a large reception desk. We're closed, a voice echoed from somewhere. Beta Alistair from Silver Peak should have called ahead for us, Ashley responded. Silver Peak? No calls. Do I need to call him? I am his mate. We are here on official pack business from Moon Mist. Beta Alistair has no mate. Leave? The voice said angrily. I'm his new mate. We are here on official business. Show yourself immediately before I call him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pudgy, balding man appeared from a room behind the desk looking very angry. You're only a little girl. Go away. Don't you know what's out there? Yes, which is why we're here. Now give us the keys to our rooms that Beta Alistair said would be ready. He furrowed his brow and pounded his pudgy sausage fingers on a keyboard before handing us a key. Room 202, second floor. He turned on his fat little heels and scurried back to the room, slamming the door behind him. Well, the manners are lacking in this place. Chapter 17, yeah. Manners are lacking. But why is he acting like that? Could there be attacks? I shrugged my shoulders. That or they've heard about Moon Mist, Misty Pines, and Silver Peak, and act like that. Yeah, he was a bit extreme. Let's settle in and get some sleep. We can find the Alpha tomorrow and get out of here. Hopefully, Winterlake will feel safer. We settled into our room and quickly fell asleep. As the morning sun rose in the sky, the light streamed in through the window directly into my face. I rolled over trying to ignore it, but I was awake. I lay in the bed for a few minutes, wanting nothing more than to be in my own bed. I heard Ashley talking in the bed next to mine. It's too early. I groaned. It's Alistair. This early? Yeah. We need to leave. Leave. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Deer Creek. He said that those things were spotted coming toward here. We haven't even seen the Alpha yet. I mumbled. She whispered into the phone for a few minutes before hanging up. He said to talk with Alpha Charles and then leave immediately and go to Winterlake. This is getting old, I grumbled. I guess Winterlake is actually securing their drainage system to stop those things from attacking people. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then let's get up and hurry to see the Alpha. I pulled on a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, and pulled my hair into a messy bun. Ashley did the same. Normally when you meet with an Alpha you make sure you're more presentable than shirts and messy buns. It's usually a more formal occasion. We were beyond formal at this point. As we entered the lobby, it was empty. There wasn't anyone at the front desk and the doors were shut. Hello. I called out, but nobody answered. Do we search for someone or just go look around? I sighed heavily and rubbed my temples. Let's just look around. This is ridiculous. We left the hotel and started walking down the street. Small cottages and shops lined the streets. They were cute, but not nearly as extravagant as Silver Peak or even some of our own in Moon Mist. Everything was also closed and nobody was outside. Is the entire town shut down? I shrugged my shoulders. As we walked, darkness crept into the edges of my vision. My head swam as I stopped. What's wrong? Ashley asked. I need to sit. Okay. Let's find you a bench or something. I shook my head. Nope. Right here. I dropped to my knees as the darkness took over. My eyes closed momentarily before I stood back up in the abyss. Artemis appeared in a sudden burst of light. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's going on? Time is running out. I know. Those things are attacking more. I saw them. You did. What did they look like? She questioned. I explained everything that happened in the past days, including what the creatures looked like. How bizarre. You don't know what they are? She shook her head. No, I've never seen such things. What do? I don't know how to fight these things. I will ask the others if they know. I nodded. Do you think they'll help? I don't know. Someone had to have created the creatures. I just don't understand why they were attacking my beautiful wolves. I sighed again. I must go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're going to keep looking for something. Anything. Artemis nodded as the abyss faded and I could see Ashley's face again. I will never get used to that. Helping me sit up. I groaned and closed my eyes while I gained my bearings. Neither will I. Was it Artemis? I nodded. Does she have any new information now? She's still trying to find out what these things are and who created them. She doesn't know. That doesn't bode well for us. No, it doesn't. Let's just get to the Alpha and get out of here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We hurried along the road until we found the police station. Hello, I called out. The front desk was empty and the silence was deafening. Hello, I called again. Hi. Can I help you? A woman asked, appearing from a back room. We're from the Moon Mist Pack. Have you heard about the attacks in Silver Peak and Misty Pines? She nodded. That's why the entire town is shut down. We noticed. Ashley mumbled. I elbowed her and smiled at the woman. Would you know where we can find the Alpha? Yeah, he's actually in the chief's office. You can come on back. Great. Thank you. She opened a door and led us to a room surrounded in windows. I could see a man sitting behind a large desk and another man sitting across from him. The woman knocked on the door and opened it a bit. Hey, Chief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There are some girls from Moon Mist here. Who are? Oh, she turned to us. Who are you? Eleanor, Beta Kenrick's daughter, Erin Ashley, Gamma Arthur's daughter. The Beta and Gamma's daughters. They hear about the attacks. Oh yeah, let them in. Okay, ladies. Alpha Charles and Chief Bill. Thank you. I turned to the two men inside. Gentlemen, thank you for seeing us. No thank you for coming. What do you know? So far, not much. The creatures are using the drainage system to move amongst the packs, and their bites are turning wolves into whatever those creatures are. What? Alpha Charles stood in shock. We saw that happen in Silver Peak. What do we do? Chief Bill asked. Well, we've just learned that Winter Lake is blocking off the drainage system. How? Alpha Charles asked. That I'm not sure. We haven't been there yet. I do know it will have to be something more than just an iron gate with a lock. They were able to break through that in Silver Peak. What would work? I sat back thinking. What about Silver? Ashley asked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I dunno. I mean, it works against us, and if they can turn us, maybe silver would stop them. That's actually a really good idea, Alpha Charles said. Can we get enough silver to make gates and locks for all of the packs? I questioned. We have a silver mine that's halfway between us and Silver Peak. If we ease the production and get help, we could definitely mine enough. We have silver mines? Ashley asked. Yes, our weapons are made of silver. I have seen the silver bullets. My father has some at the house. We don't like using them if we don't have to, but we do if the danger is real enough. I think that danger is real enough. I'll call my father and let him know that you are going to increase silver production. Misty Pines does have a factory. Maybe they can mass produce the gates and locks for now. We'll need the help from all of the packs to protect our realm, Alpha Charles said. Is Kindle Sand on board with everything? I haven't spoken to him myself yet. We have a meeting with him once we get to the Royal City. We will get started on those gates. You two get to Winterlake. Right. Ashley and I stood, making our way back to the hotel. We quickly packed our bags and dropped the key at the front desk. Hello. No answer. We know you're back there. Our room key is on your desk. We're leaving. We hurried to the car and sped out of Deer Creek, making our way to the Royal City. Chapter 18. Winterlake was a magnificent city. It was easily 3 times the size of Moonmist and far surpassed Silver Peak in beauty and charm. Beautiful. Old shops and businesses lined the main street. Lights were strung up on trellises in front of the shops, and side streets dotted with beautiful stone homes. All of the buildings in the wolf territory were kept on the smaller side, unlike the human world. It was one of the small ways we were able to keep ourselves hidden. Extra protection in case our barrier didn't work. Obviously, it wasn't working if a dead human was found and these creatures were able to get in. As we drove down the old cobblestone main street, I sat up and inhaled deeply. What is that? What? Ashley asked. That smell. What is that smell? She took a deep breath. Oh, that does smell good. Fresh bread. I shook my head. No, not the bread. The other smell. I don't know. Spicy. Woodsy. It's intoxicating. No. I don't smell anything. Sticking her head out the window and sniffing. How do you not smell that? Stop the car. I need to find that smell. Okay. She pulled the car to the side of the road and put it in park. I climbed out and followed the scent down the road. A large crowd was in front of a bookstore, not far from where we were. What's going on there? Ashley asked. I don't know, but that's where the smell is coming from. You're never going to be able to get in there. I have to try. They must all be trying to buy whatever is making that smell. Maybe it's a Winterlake cologne or something. Then why can't I smell it? I shrugged my shoulders and joined the mass of people. Men, women, and children pushed one another trying to get inside, and there was no moving any of them. Damn. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's find King Or Sand and Bait Marsha. Dad should have called their officers to let them know we were coming. Hey, we can come back later. I'm sure you'll be able to find the smell then. I nodded but wasn't so sure. My wolf waned in my head. She wanted in that store desperately. We walked in the opposite direction looking for the police station or anything that would signify a king's office. If you were a king, where would you be? Ashley questioned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I probably would be too. Have you ever seen the Winterlake Castle? I shook my head. I've never been here before. I have seen pictures. I've never seen the actual castle in real life though. Me either. Let's ask and find out. Sounds good. We went into a bakery near the car and meandered around. We picked up a box and put random pastries and bread into it. Oh, grab this. Ashley put a chocolate-covered donut in the box. And this. Hi, welcome to Rose's Bakery. Did you find everything to your satisfaction? An older woman with white hair and tiny glasses asked while wiping her hand on a floral apron. This place is great, Ashley gushed. I'm glad you enjoy it. Everything tastes really good too. We're new here, visiting from Moonmist. We're supposed to meet with King Orsand. Do you know where his office is? The king, yes. We're Moonmist's beta and Gamma's daughters. Official business. You know? He should be at Winterlake Castle. Right. The castle. I glanced at Ashley. It's on the shores of Winterlake. Thank you. I glanced out the window nervously. The old woman let out a high-pitched laugh. It's not far from here. Just right down the main drag, through a small thicket of trees, and you can't miss it. Great. Thank you. And the library. I'm supposed to meet with an Oakley. The library. If you turn onto Evergreen Terrace, it'll be the really old, looking grey, stone building. There are large white columns out front. It looks more like a museum than a library. Perfect. And Marcia Brandywine. Beta Kenrick wanted me to meet with her as well. I'm so sorry for all the questions. The woman laughed again. It's not a problem. I'm happy to help. Beta Marcia is usually at the library or the castle. She has an office there to be near the king. They're always in meetings. Good. Good. I paid for the delicacies and we walked back to the car. The smell lingered in the air, but I knew the source of it was gone. Where to first? Let's try the castle. Hopefully, Marcia is there and we can just meet with her and the king at once. Sounds good to me. Ashley drove slowly along the idyllic road through the gorgeous woods and came upon a magical lake. Can this place be any more perfect? I stared. Now the gape at the large and imposing castle. Holy shit. Imagine living there. Right. That would be a freaking dream. We drove around the road to the front gates, being stopped by armed guards. Halt. What is your business here? Hi, so we have a meeting with King Orsand and Beta Marcia. We're from Moonmist helping with the investigation about the creatures. Names. Eleanor and Ashley, Beta Kenrick and Gamma Arthur's daughters. He looked down at his clipboard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Here you are. He pointed down an extremely long driveway. Go straight until you see the castle. Park to the right, not the left. First spot. The guard at the front doors will show you where to go from there. Sounds good. Thanks, Ashley said. As we proceeded up the driveway, the smell hit me again, but not nearly as strong as in town. I inhaled deeply, feeling my inner wolf stir. She whined loudly, wanting to get to the smell. What's wrong? Ashley asked. The smell that I smelled earlier. Oh, good. Now you can find it. How am I supposed to search a castle? I don't know. I'm sure you'll figure out a way. What if it's your mate? She looked at me with wide eyes and a huge grin. Perhaps. At least having a mate in Winterlake would mean I get to move from Moonmist. And you would only be a town over from me, she exclaimed excitedly. That is really close. I agreed. Much better than being hours and hours apart, yes. We can still hang out and get rid of two giant fleas that are petulant redwater suckers. I laughed lightly at her description of Alex and Harmony. Remember, the first spot on the right. What would happen if I didn't park there? Ash, come on. Not here. I don't feel like getting thrown in a dungeon because you parked in the wrong parking spot. Yeah, that would put a damper on the day. First spot on the right. We both stared up at the castle for a few minutes before getting out. Honestly, Ashley asked. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm legit nervous. I'm never nervous. My phone beeped. Where the fuck are you? Are you Kane? What? What does she want? To know where I am? Well, that is none of her damned business. No, is not. I exited the text and walked up the many steps to the castle's front doors. State your business. Hi, Eleanor and Ashley. The man spoke into a radio quietly before opening the door. Take your first right and walk down the hall. At the T, please. Make a left in the first door on your right. We both nodded and walked inside Winterlake Castle. Oh my goddess. Ashley gasped. That's right. Once you walk through the doors of Winterlake Castle, your senses are on overload. The walls stretched up for what seemed like forever. The soft golden color walls were adorned with paintings of the royal family dating back to our first king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dark corridor on the left stretched to the back of the castle. Down the creepy hall. Ashley asked. We walked along, staring at the suits of armor that lined the corridor. The hallway was lit with torches, casting eerie shadows, making the armor almost look alive. This is incredible, Ashley gushed. Yeah. I inhaled deeply, the smell growing stronger. I felt a weird stirring deep in my stomach. It was overwhelming, invading all of my senses. What is that smell? I still don't smell anything. It's absolutely maddening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned to the right, following my nose. Ashley grabbed my arm and dragged me to the left. To the left. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The smell is to the right though now. I don't want to be thrown in a dungeon. I groaned and followed her to the first door on the right. I knocked and waited for an answer. The door creaked open and a tall man stood before us. Eleanor and Ashley. We both nodded. He opened the door wider and stood to the side. King Orsand and Beta Marcia are awaiting you. We walked into the room wide-eyed. There was a large fireplace against the wall in front of us and a large mahogany desk next to yet another door. The walls were painted a deep red with dark paneling below. The room was beautiful. Please, through the door. He motioned to the door beside the desk. We entered the king's inner room and saw him hunched over an even larger desk. A woman sat opposite him, her arms flailing in the air as she argued with him. Orsand, listen, we need to do something. We need to do something about everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, but Edmund needs to find a mate. He's nearly 19. Marcia, don't you think my subject being attacked and in danger is more important? Plus, he's only 19. He's still a pup. Have you seen the way he's been behaving lately? A future king needs to be mated. If he doesn't find his mate, you have to force him to mate with someone before he becomes dangerous. No, Marcia, I'm not doing that. Orsand, what happened with King Henry? That was extenuating circumstances. He went mad and massacred half of Misty Pines. He sighed heavily. I know. Gamma's daughter turns 18 next week. If he doesn't find his mate by then, and she doesn't mate, I don't know what else we can do. Orsand, we can give the boy time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mean, goddess, he's only 19. Or sand. Henry, we don't need another Misty Pines incident. That was hundreds of years ago, and every king and future king has found their mate by 19. We'll have one more ball to see if he finds his mate, and then it'll be forced. Now can we focus on how to protect our people? Ashley nudged me as King Orson looked up. Oh, ladies, I do apologize you had to hear that. Please, come forward. Thank you for seeing us. Your Majesty, Beta Marsha. We truly appreciate it. You're Beta Kenrick's daughter? Beta Marsha asked. I nodded. You look so much like him. Except for the hair. That is quite unique. Oh yeah, my grandmother had silver hair. I pushed it off to the side, forgetting about my mark. Come forward, King Orson commanded, standing from his desk. I looked at Ashley nervously. She just shrugged. I swallowed hard and approached our king. He moved the hair out of my face and tilted my head up, examining my forehead. That is an interesting mark. Have you always had it? I shook my head. It appeared on my 18th birthday. Not a lie. That is when you got it. He doesn't need to know the entire Artemis backstory. Marsha, look at the mark. She stood and stared at it for a moment before her eyes went wide. Oh, my goddess. Give me a second. She hurried from the room, returning a few minutes later with a thick, leather-bound book. She flipped through until she stopped on a page with an image of my mark. The crescent moon and the mark of Artemis. Oh, Ree. Trying to sound surprised. How fascinating, Beta Marsha said. Has anyone investigated that? I shook my head no. The attacks happened shortly after my birthday, so this has been what we've been focusing on. Right. The attacks. What has your father found out? Not much as far as what they are yet. He's still running tests. I saw them when I was in Silver Peak. You saw them. I nodded. They are not normal. The creatures have no hair, pointed ears, red water, red eyes, and their mouths are full of razor, sharp teeth. Fascinating, King Orson mumbled. The creatures attacked and bit one of the water department men. The bite ended up turning him into some sort of hybrid creature. He was a wolf, but also whatever that thing was. It turns us. I nodded. And Deer Creek is already creating silver gates and locks to block off the drainage system. Silver gates and locks. Why, they were able to break through the gates and locks in Silver Peak. Those were made of iron. We thought maybe they would be susceptible to silver. That is a really good idea, Marsha said, nodding along. Can they produce enough for everyone? I believe so. Between Deer Creek mining the silver and Misty Pines manufacturing the gates and locks, there should be enough to block off the drainage system. Good, good. That helps with the protection. How do we defeat them? That I don't know. I was hoping we could get into the library and research. Maybe we can find something. Yes, yes. That could work. King Orson rubbed his temples. I'll work with our troops to ensure they have enough weapons and are preparing for an invasion just in case, Marsha said. Good. I'll keep in communication with the alphas of the packs. Ashley and I stood up. We'll head to the library. One thing. We're having a ball tomorrow. You ladies are to attend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your Majesty, thank you. We turned toward the door, but he stopped us again. Where are you staying? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We don't know yet. We just arrived in Winter Lake and I haven't found a hotel yet. Good. You'll stay here. Plenty of room. Here, as she stammered. Is that okay? Would you prefer a hotel or somewhere else? No, she said quickly. No, Your Majesty. You're most kind. I never expected to stay in Winterlake Castle. Anything for the girls, risking everything to help their realm. We appreciate everything you have been doing. Thank you, Your Majesty. We hurried from the room, giddy at the fact we were going to stay in the castle. As we approached the front doors, one of the butlers stopped us. Ladies, please follow me. Oh, where? To your quarters. We need to get our stuff, Ashley said. That is already taken care of. Please, follow me. He bowed in an exaggerated fashion and held out an arm pointing in the direction. Okay, we followed the man down the long, golden-colored hallway, into a large room with a grand staircase in the center. Rooms lined the sides of the staircase leading to who knows where. We followed him up, the smell growing incredibly strong. We rounded a corner and nearly collided with a tall, statuesque blonde girl. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushute's enthusiasm. She snipped. Pardon us, Savannah. The man again bowed, but this time he nearly bent himself in half while extending both of his arms out. That is future queen, she snapped back at the butler. Ma'am, you are not yet mated with the prince. It would be inappropriate of me to address you as such. Then you can call me princess. I do beg your pardon, but I cannot. You are not mated to the prince. She stuck her nose in the air, huffed, and stomped away. Well, she's pleasant, I muttered. She is the Gamma's daughter and who is being pushed for the prince to force mate. He visibly shuddered as we kept walking. Oh, she would be our future queen. She stuck her tongue out. Yes, so we are hoping that the next ball the prince finds his mate because we do not want her as I do apologize. I should not say such things. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushute's enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushute's enthusiasm. We may be high-ranking daughters, but we do not have the same thoughts as our fathers. Open communication is always a good thing. The butler nodded and smiled slightly. Here are your quarters. Ladies, please, do not hesitate to call out if you need anything. Who should we call out for? Ashley asked. Yes, madam. Great, thanks. The library. What is the quickest way to the library? I can arrange transportation for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushute's enthusiasm. That would be wonderful. A car shall be ready in about 20 minutes. He hurried away as we entered the room. Ashley and I gasped. There were 2 large beds to the left side and a roaring fireplace to the right. The far wall was floor, too, seeing windows overlooking Winterlake with a pillow-covered window seat. I think I've died and gone to heaven. This is insane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushute's enthusiasm. Walking to the windows. Look at this view. Can we just stay here forever? I wonder if Alistair can bait a silver peak from this room. Ashley wondered out loud. I'd be amazed here if it meant I got this room. We unpacked our things, waiting for the butler to let us know the car was ready. Chapter 19. We have a lot to do first, Ashley said, grabbing her bag. We should head outside for the car. I guess. My wolf went. She wanted to find it too. Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushute's enthusiasm. I sighed and followed Ashley out the door, running right into Savannah. Oh, excuse me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brushing myself off. Oh my goddess, do you not have eyes? Can you not see someone walking? What is wrong with you? She screeched. Well, okay. Rude, Ashley said, pulling the door shut. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you have any idea who I am? Who the hell are you that you're in my castle? I stared wide-eyed at the insane girl in front of me. I missed when Queen Amelia stepped down and promoted some mangy mutt. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She screamed. What did you say? You heard me. You need to watch your tone. Tup, I growled. I will not tolerate disrespect from someone of lower status than myself. You will watch your tongue and mind your place. My place. Do you know who my father is? Or my future mate? I will have you banished. My eyebrows arched. You should check who you are speaking to in the future. I turned on my heels and walked away from the bleach blonde mess that stood outside my door. Her gums flapped as we ignored her temper tantrum. Phil ran up the stairs to us, his eyes wide. What happened? That ridiculous girl needs to learn manners and to know who she's talking to before she starts her banshee screeching. I am so sorry about her. She's a bit incorrigible since her father and the beta have been pushing kind or sand to force the prince to mark her. Let's hope that he meets his mate. Hopefully sooner rather than later. She turns 18 soon. Then it's happening. I shook my head and walked to the front door. Is the car here? Meln. The driver will take you anywhere you need to go. Thank you for your help. Anytime. He turned to leave but paused. If you ladies are planning on going to the ball tomorrow and don't have a dress, Sheila's in town has beautiful gowns. Oh, gowns. Ashley exclaimed. I love fancy gowns. Yeah, I guess we should get something. We climbed into the black town car and told the driver where we were going. He sped down the long driveway, zipping through town until he reached a large building that looked like a museum rather than a library. Ashley leaned over me and stared up at the old, stone structure. Large, arch-shaped windows stretched upwards, covered in stained glass that depicted scenes from the history of wolves. The library, the driver announced. It's impressive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Admiring the columns out front and the expansive staircase. It is the largest library in our realm. It also houses the greatest and oldest treasures of our history. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded at me, looking in the rearview mirror. There is a vault in the basement. Ask Kenny about it. There are some very ancient books and relics in there. It's very cool. I'll remember that. We climbed out of the town car and made our way to the front door. My calves burned as the never-ending steps stretched to the heavens. Oh my goddess, why are there so many? To deter people from ever reading. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pausing to take a breath. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We can make it. We're young, Ashley grunted. Finally reaching the front doors, I tugged on the heavy wood. Cool air rushed out as the smell of paper and leather invaded our nostrils. There might have been lights on, but you couldn't tell. The vast number of windows let in enough light to show every part of the building. Bookcases went floor to ceiling in the center of the library. A large desk, covered in books, sat not far from the entrance. Can I help you? a thin, middle-aged woman asked, popping up from behind a stack of books high. We're looking for Annie. Well, you found her. How can I help you? Hi, Annie. We're from Moon Mist. Dean Anderson told us to come to find you when we got here. Dean Anderson. Well, Dean. And you are? She looked at us from over top of her wire-rimmed glasses, raising her eyebrows. Oh, sorry. We should have introduced ourselves. I'm Eleanor, Beta Kenrick's daughter. This is Ashley. She's Gamma Arthur's daughter. Oh yes, you're the two helping with the creature investigation. Yes, I left. That's us. Well, why didn't you say so? Come on. I already have a bunch of stuff pulled out that can help. Perfect. Would we be able to see the vault after we're done? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's where we're heading. I know this place inside and out. Nothing up here will help with what you need to find. It won't. She shook her head no. We've never heard of anything like this, so there may be better information in our ancient tomes. I nodded and followed her to a back corner of the large room. She moved a tapestry to the side, revealing a small archway leading down an arched corridor to a narrow, stone staircase that spiraled downwards. Torches lined the ancient pathway as we descended. Forgive the crude lighting. We don't come down here much, so we never bothered upgrading the staircase lighting. No worries. It adds to the mystery. She laughed lightly. We hope it discourages people from wandering down here if they manage to find the corridor. We stopped at the bottom, old cobblestones beneath our feet, as Annie switched to light switch on. A hum filled the air as yellowish light flooded the area. A large vault door stood open with various books and papers scattered on the few tables. This is what I've pulled so far. It's not much, but it's a good place to start. These look so old, Ashley said quietly, moving from book to paper. It is very old. Some of these are a few thousand years old. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Annie nodded. So be careful with them. I can't leave upstairs unattended, but the phone on the wall connects with the desk directly. If you need anything, call me. She smiled and spun on her heels, vanishing up the stairs. Where do we start? Ashley asked. I guess at the beginning. I sat at the table nearest me and started browsing the first book. We spent hours reading various documents and historical references with no mention of these creatures. My eyes hurt and I was about to give up. Hey, this is interesting, huh? I asked absent-mindedly as I read through another ancient document. This story here. It's pretty interesting. What is it? It's about the birth of Artemis and her parentage. The goddess being born. I always thought they just were. Apparently not, and it's like really messed up. I stopped reading and looked at Ashley. My interest piqued. It's kind of convoluted. So Artemis's mother is Leto. Her father is Zeus. I thought Zeus was partners with Hera. He is. Zeus didn't exactly keep it in his pants. He pursued Leto, and she ended up pregnant with Artemis and her twin brother Apollo. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, Hera had a huge problem with this situation. I could imagine. So she decided to take it out on Artemis. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why Artemis? Well, as it turns out, Zeus was fond of his illegitimate daughter. He favored her even over his daughters with Hera. Oh yeah, okay. So with that information, could Hera have figured out some way to attack Artemis through us? It is possible, I guess. But why us? Why thousands of years later? It seems that Hera doesn't usually go to the source of her anger and she holds a grudge. So what better way at attacking Artemis than the closest she'll ever get to having children? But the creatures, I don't know about those yet. Either way, can we take a break and come back? I need sunlight. I do too. Ash, how about we go dress shopping, yes? I want something incredibly gorgeous. Me too. Let's let Annie know we'll be back in a few days and get out of her eyes. We ascended the staircase and went to find the librarian. Girls, how was your research? Insightful, Ashley said. We're going to head out. We need a break. I know there's the ball thing tomorrow, so we'll be back in 2 days. Sounds good. Should I leave everything out for you? Yes, please. Are you making progress? She queried. We're learning a lot about Artemis, our goddess. Do you think she has anything to do with this? Annie questioned. I don't know, but we don't want to rule out anything yet. That's smart. I'll leave everything as it is. We waved as we exited the library, making our way to the town car. Ladies, hi. So, could you take us to Sheila's? We need gowns for the ball tomorrow. Absolutely. Ma'am. The driver started the car and maneuvered around a few streets before stopping in front of the cutest shop I had ever seen. Lights outlined the building and flower boxes on the windows had beautiful pink and red roses. I love this place already, Ashley said, climbing over top of me. You have a door. Don't care. Let's go, she urged. We'll be right back. Thank you so much. The driver nodded and watched us out of the car. Inside the shop, soft music played as the low light made the dresses covered in precious stones glitter and dance. As I walked past a rack of dresses, I could smell a delectable aroma of coffee. Hi, ladies. Welcome to Sheila's. Can I help you? Yeah. We're looking for gowns for the ball tomorrow. Oh my. So last minute, she exclaimed. I know. We just found out about it today. You came to the right place then. Let's get you into the perfect gowns. Great. She grabbed our hands and led us to seats at the back of the shop and bought us spots of coffee before she started bustling about the shop, going from rack to rack. She'd come back periodically and look at various features. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes. She walked briskly to the wall on the right, pulling a green gown off the wall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She took the cup from Ashley and shoved the dress into her hands. Ushering her into the changing room, the woman hurried around pulling random dresses off of racks before putting them back. She exclaimed loudly. This is the one for you. She came back and shoved blue fabric into my arms while ushering me to a changing room next to Ashley's. Let me know what you think, she said as she walked out of the area. That was so bizarre, Ashley said. Yeah, it was. How's your dress? She wasn't wrong. It is great. I heard her door swing open as I was stepping into my own dress. Mine's really pretty. I opened the door and gasped at the sight of Ashley. She had on a green taffeta ball gown. It was strapless with a full skirt. The bodice laced up the back with satin ribbon covered in red rubies. The front of the bodice was overlaid in black lace stretching to the waistline. Wow, Ash. Wow me. Wow you. I looked in a full-length mirror on the opposite side of the room and was stunned. I had never worn such a fine gown in my entire life. The light blue organza dress hung off my shoulders while the bodice hugged tightly to my upper body and hymens. The skirt of the gown poured out with the many layers of tulle in various shades of blue and white. The back laced up with a white satin ribbon. Yeah, this is the dress. We changed back into our regular clothes and went to the counter with our gowns. And she asked, They're perfect, Ashley gushed. Good. She left the counter and went to the shoe wall. Now, shoes. She returned with a pair of green stilettos that matched Ashley's dress color and a pair of white ones for me. Now it's perfect. She beamed. We paid for our ball outfits and left the town, heading back to the castle. I am so hungry. Me too, I said mid-yawn. Hopefully we can just eat and go to bed. I am really excited about the ball tomorrow. I've never been to one. Me either. Dad always comes to them, but since we weren't 18 he said we couldn't go. EW, do you think Harmony and Alex will be there? My eyes shot open. Oh my goddess. I didn't even think about those two freaks. I hope not. Chapter 20. What do I do if they show up? Just stay with me. I need to find out if Alistair is coming, Ashley said. I'll stay with you guys. I chewed my bottom lip for a second. Maybe we can get dinner in our room. I'm wiped. Me too. The thought of having to face Harmony and Alex again made my stomach hurt. I knew I had to come to terms with what happened, even if it just felt like rubbing salt in the wounds. I stared out the window of the car as the driver zoomed around the streets back to the castle. The sky darkened by the time we returned, and the soft glow of light shone down on the driveway. We both climbed out and reached for our bags. I can grab those, the driver said. Thank you. The thought of climbing into bed was more and more appealing. Welcome there, Phil said, opening the doors. Hi, thanks. Did you go to Sheila's? He questioned. Yes, thank you for the recommendation. They are amazing there. The ladies' packages, the driver said, entering behind us. Thanks, Bruce. You can leave them there. We'll have them taken upstairs. Great, thanks. Hey, Phil. Yes, ma'am. You can call me Ashley. Is there any way we could get a snack or something? We have dinner warmed up and waiting for you both. Where would you like to eat? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our room would be great if that's possible, I answered. Right away. Ma'am. Oh, it's Eleanor. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can call me Ellie. He smiled and nodded before snapping his finger, summoning even more butlers. These parcels are to go to the guest room. He turned to a woman standing next to him. And dinner will be taken there as well. Please, be sure it gets to them in a timely manner. The woman nodded and hurried into the depths of the castle. Ladies, please relax and enjoy yourself until dinner is brought up to you. You're awesome. Ashley smiled at him before running up the stairs. Hey, Phil. Yes, Ellie. That smell. What is it? He inhaled deeply and looked at me inquisitively. What smell? How does nobody smell that? Can you describe it? It's kind of hard to. It's like this musky, spicy, sweet, intoxicating smell, and that is curious. I don't smell anything like that. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders. Maybe I still just need to get used to this wolf nose of mine. Thanks anyway. I started to follow Ashley but stopped. The smell was almost overpowering. I have to find it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's driving me absolutely insane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If it's here, then let's go look around. We started walking down a long, dark corridor before Phil stopped us. I do apologize, but that area is off limits to guests. Oh, I furrowed my brow. The smell was down there, Ashley turned toward the stairs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I trailed behind her up the stairs to our room. Our dresses were hung up near the closet and our shoes were placed on the floor. I sat next to Ashley as she flipped through a streaming service, looking for a movie to watch. Our food arrived just as she found the perfect movie, some rom-com about princes and princesses. We ate until we felt like we would burst and quickly fell asleep. It was a surprisingly restful sleep. I awoke the next morning to the sound of pounding from somewhere within the castle. I climbed out of bed, rubbing my eyes, and noticed that our dirty dishes were gone and the dresses were fluffed. Was someone in the room this morning? I asked Ashley. She sat up, her hair wild and messy, and looked about. Yeah. The plates are gone. How they were really quiet. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She looked around again. What is that pounding? No idea. That's what woke me up. I climbed out of bed and walked to the windows, throwing open the drapes. The morning sunlight streamed into the room. The sky was a beautiful pinkish purple. It looked like a painting. I think it's going to be a beautiful day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pushing the window open. The air was warm and smelled of honeysuckle mixed with lilac. Yeah, I could get used to living here, Ashley said, a smile plastered on her face. Did you get a hold of Alistair? I sent him a text. He's coming. Apparently, everyone of importance will be here tonight, including the two shitheads. Awesome. Well, let's just hope that the prince finds his mate. I guess they're really pulling out the big guns for this one. If nobody likes this Savannah, why are they forcing the mate then? I guess she's the next high-ranking daughter available in Winterlake. I shook my head. They should just let him be until he finds his mate. What if he ends up running into her later? He can't break the mate bond. That will kill them both. Ashley shrugged her shoulders. It's seriously messed up. What do we do? About the force mate? I nodded my head. I'm not sure. I mean, what can we do? Find his mate. She has to be out there, right? Obviously, it's not this horrid girl that they found. Marcia really likes her. Does she, though? Or is she more concerned with the prince going foul? It could be that. Having a feral prince wouldn't be good. Has there ever been a feral royal before? I don't know, she answered, shrugging her shoulders again. So we do what we can to find his rightful mate tomorrow. I stared at a mirror that was tacked to the wall. What do we do about her hair and makeup? Do we do it ourselves or see if there are stylists who can do it for us? Oh yeah. She stood next to me staring at her reflection. I don't know about you, but if this gala is as big as they say it's going to be, I'm going with someone doing my hair and makeup for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So, let's go find someone. I nodded and pulled on a pair of shorts and a long, sleeve t-shirt. We roamed the castle, the smell not as strong as it had been the night before, looking for someone who could help us. Good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen Amelia, Your Majesty, good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Startled. She laughed lightly. How was your stay with us? Please, have a seat. She motioned to a settee across from her chair. Thank you. Ashley and I both sat down, staring at the elegant woman who watched us. She was definitely not in queen mode this early in the morning. She didn't have on any makeup and her long, curly red hair was piled atop her head, messily, in a clip. She wore a tanked top and running pants with a pair of running shoes. Do forgive my appearance. I usually go for a run in the morning. Normally, I'm the first up. You look lovely, Ashley said. Oh dear girl, I look dreadful. I would have been finished and changed by now if Edmund wasn't throwing a fit this morning and storming out of the castle. Oh, she shook her head. I shouldn't discuss such things. It's not your burden to bear, but he's not happy with the fact that the council is forcing him to mate next week if he doesn't find his mate. I've heard of the predicament he's in. That is quite unfortunate. I feel for my son. That's why we're still having the gala tonight despite everything going on in the realm. We want to give him at least one more chance to find his birthmate before the forced mate. Why is he being forced? I questioned. The queen closed her eyes and sighed heavily. With the kings of the lichens, they need their mates. Once we turn 18, there are all sorts of changes that we start to go through. We learn to live with our wolves, who tend to be rather anxious and unruly until they find their mate. Kings and alphas tend to be even more unruly the longer they go without their mate. In some extreme cases, they may even turn feral. Unfortunately, Edmund is being rather awful recently, so he's being forced. That's so sad. The queen nodded before stopping and honing in on my head. Is everything okay? Come here, she said quietly. I stood and approached the woman. She motioned for me to kneel down. I did as commanded. The queen pushed my hair to the side and pulled my head closer to her face. Fascinating. What is? Ashley asked. This marking. It's a moon at the bow. Symbols of the goddess Artemis. Yeah, appeared on the night of my birthday after my first shift. And nobody was curious about this. They were, but then the attack started, so I think it was just forgotten. If you don't mind my observation, you were touched by the goddess. You have no idea. That is interesting. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Camille will excuse me. I actually think I have a book that mentions something about this marking. I would like to see if I can find it. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, do you know anywhere we can go to get our hair and makeup done for tonight? Absolutely. If you walk down that hallway, she pointed to a long bridge, like hallway that connected another portion of the castle. My personal stylist, Vince, has a salon. He's wonderful. He'll be able to help you both out. Your personal stylist. You're allowing us to use your personal stylist? Ashley asked in amazement. Yes, my dear. Enjoy yourself. She winked at us and walked quickly towards the main entrance of the castle. That was strange. Yeah, she has her own stylist that we can use. Ashley gushed, walking toward the bridge. Know that she has a book that mentions the mark. I haven't found anything that specifically mentions the mark being on anyone, just what it is. Ashley shrugged. I'm sure she'll tell you if it turns out to be anything. Let's go. I stood and followed to the new section of the castle. The bridge stretched over an oval, shaped pond. I peered down to see the largest, most colourful fish I had ever seen. They swam about, leaping from the water and twirling in the air before landing back down. Yeah, this place is incredible. The salon was just on the other side of the bridge and was the most elegant I had ever seen. Wow, I said, walking through the door. Hello, can I help you? Eamon asked, walking out from a back area. How we Ray, Ashley and Ellie. The Queen sent us for help, For tonight, we're visiting from Moonmisto. The girl's helping with that dreadful investigation of all the nasties that are attacking everybody. That's us. Well, anyone sent from the Queen and who are trying to save us all from utter destruction are welcome in my salon. I'm Vince. Let's make you to even more beautiful than what you are. It should be fun tonight. We've been hearing that, I muttered, sitting in one of the chairs. He led Ashley to a sink and had her sit down before putting a cape on her. He leaned her back, chatting away about the excitement of having so many people showing up for the big blowout gala while washing her hair. I watched out the windows as horses and cows ran through the pasture next to the castle. Birds were singing and everything seemed perfectly normal, just the way it was supposed to be. Just as Vince was leading Ashley to the chair next to me, the door flew open and the Queen stood there. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed. Ashley and I both stood and curtsied. "Majesty, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I found it. Found what? The passage. In the book, I knew had seen that mark before. She crossed the room in just a few strides, dropping down next to me. See? I looked down at the ancient book in her hands. It wasn't very big, but the pages were worn and the leather cracked. In the middle of the page was an image of a girl with the same marking on her forehead that I had. And the girl, she looked eerily like me. What is this? A book that's been passed down in my family for many generations. My great-great-great-great-great-great priestess in the Temple of Artemis was her daughter, and her daughter until my grandmother. This book, this is one of our most sacred texts. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now this image is the foretelling of one who will save our realm alongside her mate. They are the two most powerful wolves who, when together, enhance even their wolf senses. They are an unstoppable pair that will defeat an incredible evil and rule over all in peace and harmony. That is incredible. Who were they? That's just it. This is a prophecy that hasn't come to be. Yet, Ashley asked. She and Vince were hovering over our shoulders, staring mouths agape. Not yet. Queen Amelia turned back to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dear, are you mated? I shook my head no. She just stared at me. What? She just stared. No. Your Majesty, you couldn't possibly think that she nodded her head. I'm not mated though. And it's just some weird mark that I got. On your 18th birthday. When you shifted for the first time. I guess. I mean, no, it's just not possible. I'm just a beta's daughter. Just a beta's daughter. Ashley asked yes. I shot her a look to just shut up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Queen asked her. Have you ever met Prince Edmund? I shook my head. No, I mean I saw him at my party. Did you feel anything? I saw him before I turned. Interesting. Tonight, at the gala, you will meet him. You don't think she nodded her head? I do very much. She turned to Vince. Make sure they both look perfect. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your Majesty. She slammed the book shut and left the room, laughing to herself, proud of her discovery. I sat in shocked silence while Ashley and Vince stared at me. What? Ashley asked. This is insane, he exclaimed in excited glee. What the hell just happened? I think the Queen wants you to be mated to the prince, Ashley exclaimed. That's just not possible. No, oh my God. What if you're the princess? The future queen? Ashley squealed. No, yes. I pondered in silence as the stylist finished Ashley and took his time ensuring every part of my hair and makeup was absolutely perfect. My mind raced the whole time. I let Ashley make the decisions as I tried to comprehend that the Queen thought that I was her son, the prince's mate, and that we were supposed to fight this evil together. It's just a book. Just a book. That happened to have your picture in it. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. While Eleanor grapples with the possibility of becoming the future queen of the werewolf realm, she is also confronted with the constant provocations and insults from her sister Harmony and Dex. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 21. I sat in our room, enthusiasm, trying to calm myself. My heart thudded in my chest. I couldn't believe that the Queen really thought I could be her son's mate. Are you ready? Ashley asked, opening the door. Oh my God. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everyone's arriving already. You're not even dressed. I can't do it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is a lot. Yeah, but if anyone can do it, you can. I have faith in you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We all need you. Do you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're the daughter of Artemis, possibly the future queen of all of the werewolf realm. I felt like I was going to throw up. We didn't even know if this was a for sure thing, maybe. Even if you don't mate with the prince, we are going to have a blast tonight. But then Alex and Harmony ignore them. They don't matter. You don't ever have to go back there. There are a lot of options for the girl who is helping defeat the creatures. Everyone loves you. Us, I corrected. Oh, I'm just tagging along. You're definitely not tagging along. I would not be able to do this without you. No, you would be just fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ashley said. I shook my head and stood up from the couch. I stepped into the gown and turned to let Ashley lace up the back for me. Slipping on the shoes, I followed her out of the room into the grand ballroom. The doors towered to the ceiling of the large portion of the building. Music drifted out to us as we heard the chatter of people talking. Walking in, the room was filled with people. My heart thudded in my chest as I looked for anyone that I knew. The lighting in the room was soft, casting golden glows against the cream walls which were adorned with paintings. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And tapestries. Aben played in the far corner while butlers walked about with hors d'oeuvre and champagne. I spotted Beta Marsha standing with a tall, dark-haired man. She waved and smiled at me. Annie held 2 glasses of champagne, sipping from them both. I feel the same way. The drapes were pulled on the windows, blocking out the outside. Look at this. It's incredible. Oh, it's Alistair. Ashley released my hand and flitted away to see her mate. I spotted Dad standing with Mom, Alpha Anwar, and Luna Celeste. I sighed with relief and walked toward them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mother called loudly, "Oh, my sweet girl." She wrapped her arms around me and squeezed tight. "Come on. I've missed you so much." I missed you too. Are you being safe? Are you okay? I'm fine. We're both safe. Is Gamma Arthur here? He's getting a drink with Abigail. My mom and dad are here. Ashley asked, approaching us. They meet to meet Alistair. They're right over. Who's Alistair? Mon asked. He's the beta from Silver Peak, Dad said. He's Ashley's mate. Her mate. She mated with the beta of Silver Peak. Wow, that's impressive. Yeah. They're super cute. They've been apart for a few days, so she wanted to see him. There you are. I heard Harmony screech behind me. I cringed and rolled my eyes. Be nice, Mom whispered. They've been harassing me since I left. They're worried. No, they're not. I snapped back. Harmony smirked at me. You can't ignore us now. Now you have to obey and behave. I have to do no such thing. Neither of you are in any position of power. And you are. You're such a baby about everything. You ran away. I'm helping with the creatures. I'm not running away. You are a baby who can't face the fact that Alex doesn't love you. Still haven't found your mate, huh? You're pathetic. Shut up. Harmony. Harmony. I already warned you. Dad said. Are you done ignoring your future alpha? Alex asked. I have to find the king and queen. I'll be back. I kissed my mother's cheek and hugged my father. I started to walk away when Alex grabbed my arm. Don't walk away from me. I don't have to listen to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You are not my alpha. You are not my king. You are a spoiled child who is mad that you're not getting your way. I am your future alpha and Harmony is your future Luna. You will treat us with the respect due us. Respect. Respect. You mean the same respect you showed when you marked her in public? While we were still dating. The same respect you've both shown me while I've been trying to deal with this. You're ridiculous. He squeezed my arm tighter, digging his nails into my flesh. I let out a small cry. You will release her, a deep voice said from behind me. Alex dropped my arm and looked terrified. I turned to see King Ors and standing there. I sighed with relief and took a step toward him. If this is how the future alpha of Moon Mist behaves with his pack, I may have to have a conversation with your father. There is no need. Eleanor is simply a misbehaving wolf, she absolutely is not. Queen Amelia exclaimed, stepping up next to me. She's an absolutely wonderful woman who is doing everything she can to help save our realm. What exactly are you doing? That's what I thought. Please, return to your father. She put her arm around my waist protectively. Come on. There is someone I want you to meet. She led me away from Alex with the king, but not before he let out a warning growl. I peeked over my shoulder to see Alex ducking tail and making his way back to his father. They were just far enough away that they didn't hear the conversation, but close enough to see that he was in trouble. I couldn't help but smirk. It felt good having the support of people like the king and queen. Oh, here we go. It was overwhelming. I looked up to see the prince, with Savannah draped on his arm. As our eyes locked, I felt a stirring from deep within. My wolf was howling to be loose. Savannah saw me and crinkled her nose, pulling the prince even closer to her. She tried to turn his head toward her, but he pulled away. I could see him sniffing the air, looking about for whatever he smelled. Does he smell it too? His gaze finally fell on me. Our eyes locked and it felt like I grabbed an electric fence. A tingling started in my core and eventually encased my entire body. Prince Edmund walked away from Savannah, who stomped her feet and winded him. He crossed the small space between us and grasped my hands. Who are you? This is Eleanor. She's Beta Canrick's daughter who has been helping with the creatures. He's the smell. My head swirled as his scent invaded my every sense. I yearned for this man and I had never properly met him before. I've never felt this before. Almost panting. Neither have I. Your scent. I've been smelling it everywhere. I couldn't find it anywhere. He exclaimed. I knew I wasn't crazy. Mine, he said in a low growl. Mine, I repeated. Chapter 22. We stood in the middle of the gala, Prince Edmund grasping my hands and staring into my eyes. It felt as though everything else around us just melted away. We were the only ones who existed in the entire world. My heart pounded so hard in my chest that I could hear it in my ears. I inhaled deeply, relieved that I'd found the smell that had been plaguing me for the past week. He breathed, dramatically, almost like he was inhaling my scent as deeply as he could. Does he feel the same thing? A smile played on his lips as we continued to lose ourselves in one another. I wanted nothing more than for us to mark one another, but deep down I knew that was highly inappropriate to do in a public setting. I was not about to stoop to Harmony and Alec's level. I couldn't find my voice. I know. I've been able to smell you everywhere. It drove me crazy that I couldn't find it. Until now. Me too, I exclaimed. Everyone said I was crazy. I knew I wasn't. No. We both tore our eyes off one another to look at Savannah as she let out an ear-piercing shriek. She stomped her feet and flailed her arms at us. No, he is marking me. No, she screeched. What do you do? That's why there was the ball tonight. Savannah. So I had another chance to find my mate. He pulled me close to his body, and I found her. I'm not marking you. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. She screamed over and over. This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be the next queen. Two guards appeared from the shadows and grabbed her by the arms, forcefully moving her from the room. No, she dug her heels and unscratched at their faces. The bigger of the men sighed heavily and rolled his eyes before hoisting her up and over his shoulder. I feel bad for whoever she does mate with. Edmund mumbled. I laughed lightly. I felt so different. I felt complete. The small piece that felt missing was finally in place. I can't believe this. How is this even possible? Harmony said, approaching us. It doesn't matter. You're still part of Moon Mist. I'm still your Luna. Alex is your Alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're not yet, and from the looks of it, I'm not going back to Moon Mist. And she's going to be queen one day. You might want to mind your place as well. Edmund growled at her. Harmony, no. You need to stop, Alex whispered, grabbing her arm. She will be queen. Stop. No, Alex. We talked about this and agreed. She would stop all this nonsense and go back to position as the lower daughter. Where she belongs. Harmony. Seriously. Stop. They didn't mark each other. That other girl is supposed to be his mate. Let them mark each other. Eleanor, you need to return to Moon Mist. Has she lost her mind? She's insane. Edmund glowered at them both. Alex grabbed Harmony's arm and pulled her away from me. I do apologize on my mate's behalf. Prince Edmund, Princess Eleanor. I promise it will not happen again. Princess. Me, the daughter of Artemis and a princess. He pulled Harmony back toward where his father stood as she continued to grumble. I knew it. Queen Amelia exclaimed, clasping her hands together. I knew it. Congratulations. Well done. I knew you would find someone special. Thanks, Dad, Edmund said to his father. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, my goddess, the prince is your mate. Ashley squealed. That smell I've been smelling, it's been him. Are you serious? He's been smelling me too. And neither of you actually met. Oh my goddess, that is so romantic. Congratulations, Alistair said, bowing to us both. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am so happy for you, Mom said, embracing me. We have to plan the ceremony immediately. I can't believe I'm planning to. What if Alex and Harmony combined their ceremony with yours? Wait. What? Ashley looked at my mother like she had 3 heads. You're kidding, right? You saw what she just did, right? Absolutely not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, that's not happening. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, we have very strict rituals and rules within the royal family. My parents will handle all of the arrangements. You get to just relax and enjoy the evening now. What a boon. The royal family will handle Eleanor's ceremony. You focus on Harmony and Alex. She pouted and nodded her head. Dad turned to me with a smile on his face. I knew you were destined for something far greater than Luna of Moon Mist. Thanks, old wolf. He hugged me tightly. Edmund grasped my hand and led me about the room to wishes and congratulate RS. I am so happy that you found your mate. Your Grace. Ellie is an absolute gem, Beta Marsha said, digging into a curtsy. How do you feel? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nervous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's like every emotion I've ever had all at the same time. She laughed lightly. That sounds about right. I need a drink. Do you, dear? Edmund asked. It felt like an entire fleet of butterflies took off in my stomach at once hearing him say that. I glanced up into his beautiful icy blue eyes. He flashed his gleaming white teeth in a perfect smile as his sandy hair fell into his face. He pushed my own hair out of my eyes and kissed my forehead. Yeah. I followed as he took me to a bar on the far side of the room. Everyone stared at us as he ordered us glasses of wine. Are you okay? I'm honestly perfect. This is just really crazy. You're telling me. I thought I was going to be stuck with that psycho forever. Who would have guessed that you would just walk right in at the last moment? Honestly, I'm kind of glad that Alex wasn't my mate now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That wimpy kid from Moon Mist. I laughed lightly. Compared to Edmund, Alex looked like a small child. Edmund stood tall and confident, while I now noticed how much Alex slouched. It was just not as well defined as the other leaders. We dated throughout high school. Myself, and my twin sister Harmony turned 18 on the same day. That screeching harpy is your twin. Unfortunately, we used to be close. What happened? Well, she and Alex mated. He marked at our birthday party. Oh yeah. Edmund cringed at the thought. I remember that mess. That was so inappropriate. I know. Why is your mom throwing them a ceremony if they're already marked? I shrugged my shoulders. Just another reason to throw Harmony a party. Make her feel important still. She seems kind of mad that you won't be her subject. I nodded at that. She probably is. She is extremely bossy and likes to be the one in control. I guess this is one thing she can't control. Are you still planning on helping your dad, huh? With the creatures. I know that you have been helping with the investigation. Oh yeah, I do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you, need help? What? Help? Do you need help? He looked down at his hands, almost embarrassed. I could help you. I would like that a lot. There's a lot for me and Ashley to go through. Having more help would be great. He looked up at me with a wide grin. Great. I reached up and cupped the side of his face in my hand. This sounds and should be really crazy to say, but I love you. It's not crazy. We were literally born for each other. We've known each other since before we existed. When you put it like that, maybe not so crazy. I love you too, Edmund said. There's something I need to tell you. What? My love, not here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've only told one other person. It really is something unbelievable. What? I pushed my hair to the side so he could see my mark. It's about how I really got this. Chapter 23. I nodded and grabbed his hand. I looked around the ballroom and saw drapes billowing. The balcony. That's perfect. I led him to the door and slipped out, hoping nobody saw us. It was dark outside, only the full moon aiding the area. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Intense surge rushed through my body. I grasped my stomach with one hand while holding onto the railing of the balcony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you okay? Yeah. I don't know. I feel weird. Is this your first full moon since your change? I nodded. Edmund smiled lightly. The first full moon can be a bit intense. Take deep breaths. You'll be okay. I nodded and composed myself, standing up straight again. Should I tell him? I'm not supposed to, but he's my mate. He's an extension of me, right? Plus, Ashley knows. I'm telling entirely too many people, but it's my mate now. What is this about some truth? This is going to sound crazy, but just let me explain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I took a deep breath and prepared to tell him the truth. Everything that I knew about my mark. I'm, not normal. I probably shouldn't even tell you. I don't think. How so? Edmund questioned. And we can share everything. We're mates. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He's going to think you're crazy and not want to mate with you. I'm the daughter of Artemis, I said quietly. What? I'm the daughter of Artemis. This is her mark. We're all the children of the goddess. No, Edmund. I'm literally her daughter. What? I thought that Beta Kenrick and Catherine were your parents. They are. Artemis was unable to birth me herself. So when Mom was pregnant with Harmony, she simply put me alongside her. What? He looked at me with the look I knew he would give. Like I had 3 heads and a shirt saying I love workouts. Yeah. It's weird and confusing and I didn't believe it either. He dropped my hand and took a step back. This is a lot. I know. I understand if you don't. Stammt he. I'm not abandoning you. But can you prove it? Prove it how? He shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. I pondered for a moment. I see her sometimes. Her who? Artemis. You see the goddess. I nodded my head. Can you see her now? Looking around the balcony, I shook my head. No, she's not here right now. Can you summon her or something? I've never tried that. She usually just comes to me when she wants to. I can't try. He nodded his head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I grasped his hands and closed my eyes, breathing slowly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do I do? How can I possibly try to summon Artemis? I am her daughter. There has to be a way. I focused on Artemis, calling her within my mind. A wind picked up, swirling about us. I opened my eyes to see Edmund staring at me wide-eyed. You're crazy. I heard Savannah screech from behind me. You're not fit to be the future queen. You think you're a goddess? I dropped Edmund's hand. The wind died down to see Savannah. She let out a scream and turned to run just to bounce off of King Orsan's chest. He motioned for the royal guards. Hold her. Queen Amelia approached me and smiled. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'll knock. Edmund gasped. What about it? Glowing. What? I reached up and touched it. The spot felt ice cold. It's true then? The queen asked. Oh God, DS. They all know for sure now. Shit. What do I do? Well, good job, Ellie. You messed that whole thing up, didn't you? I nodded, sighing heavily. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. She's a freak, Savannah screeched. I'm telling everyone. She's not fit to be a queen. King Orson walked to the girl. That is not your decision. It is entirely up to the prince and Eleanor if they mate. You have no say. And she's more suited to be queen one day than you. Edmund held my hand and smiled at me. Take her away. Savannah was dragged through the ballroom kicking and screaming. Do you want to try again? Edmund asked. I nodded and took a deep breath. I closed my eyes and focused on Artemis once again. The wind picked up faster, and the coldness from the mark spread through my entire body. I opened my eyes and looked up at the night sky. The moon shone brighter and brighter. It felt like it was charging my entire body. My body stiffened as the mark on my forehead burst forth a brilliant blue light. The usual black abyss was gone, replaced with the brightness of moonlight. Mother, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked around at the king, queen, and Edmund. They stared, slack-jawed. They see her. You found a way to call me. I did. And you did it in front of the royal family. Yeah, about that. I didn't know what to do. I had to tell my mate. He's my mate, right? She smiled at me and then looked at the other three. Eleanor, it's all right. This is something you shouldn't keep from your mate. And as far as the king and queen are concerned, they should know. This is something that is very important and will be useful to the realm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good. That's good. Have you found any information? The evil is growing stronger. I can feel it all around me, entire realm. This is an evil I've never felt before. I'm not sure. Ashley and I have been doing a lot of research. We found a lot of ancient documents that might at least tell us who's behind this. That is good. Your father is Zeus. Yes, but your mother isn't Hera. She shook her head no. She is very vengeful. She has given me problems in the past, but nothing like this. Are you sure? I'm about 80 sure right now. We still have a lot of reading to do. King Orson stepped forward, bending to one knee. Goddess, we thank you for all you've given us. How can we fight this? Please, stand your majesty. My daughter is finding out how. The powers that surround these creatures is greater than my own. I am not sure how we can destroy it. Is there hope for us? There is always hope. Well, we mated on purpose, Edmund asked. Artemis turned to look at him. It was prophesied centuries ago, but I did not plan this, no. The fates determine who is mated to who. We were fated to be together. She nodded. Yes, he is your soulmate. Artemis approached me and embraced me. Be well. She kissed my neck, sending a strange tingling throughout my entire body before vanishing. As we stood there, silently, I glanced around. So that's the truth, I whispered. That was a lot, Edmund said. It usually is. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We have a lot to do and it would seem not a lot of time to do it in. He turned to Queen Amelia. Does your book speak of anything? I can read through it again to try and decipher more. Good. Good. The king turned to me and Edmund. You both continue reading through everything in the vault. Eleanor, I am so very pleased with all of this, Queen Amelia said. There seems to be no other wolf who would be able to handle the duties to her pack while also helping our goddess. You are remarkable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Does anyone know about this? King Orson asked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I haven't thought to tell anyone else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good. Let's keep it that way. I'm not sure who to trust. Why, Edmund asked. Well, if these things are creatures being controlled by another goddess, someone had to have led them here. Our realm is protected by a barrier. None can find their way here except wolves or without the aid of wolves. Oh my God, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Nobody wants to think poorly of anyone in our realm. That's devastating that anyone could bring such evil to us. We need to find every point and that could help us find who let them in. King Orson nodded. If we know who let them in, we could find out who they're working for, Edmund said, running off my thoughts. The king nodded again. Then we'll know who is behind all of this and figure out how we can eliminate them. Queen Amelia finished. The king smiled and nodded for the third time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sighed with relief. We finally have something to run on. Chapter 24. My mind raced the rest of the night for so many reasons. I was about to become the princess of the entire wolf realm. King Orson, Queen Amelia, and Edmund all knew my secret. I finally wasn't in this alone. In anything. The aching I'd felt since Alex marked harmony dissipated the moment I'd set eyes on Edmund. I almost felt bad for being so angry with them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But then I remembered everything they had done in the week since. The way he mocked her in public, and I didn't feel so bad. Are you all right, my love? I smiled up at my betrothed. I am. And just this is a lot. You know, being with me now. No, my love. Being with you might be the only thing that actually makes sense right now. But becoming a princess, all of this business with these monsters, Artemis. It's just a lot to handle, not to mention your psychotic ex. My psychotic ex and my psychotic sister. We don't have to worry about them. He grasped my hand and kissed the back of it lightly. This is so weird to say to someone I just met. But I love you. I love you too. There is something I want to give you. Oh. It has been in my family since the beginning and has been passed down for millennia. My father gave it to my mother and my mother gave it to me. All of the queens of our pack have worn it. What is it? He pulled a blue velvet tea box from his jacket pocket and opened it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rested a beautiful golden ring with a large sapphire surrounded by diamonds. The band was encrusted with alternating sapphire gems and diamonds. The largest stone in the center was engraved with a howling wolf within our goddess holding her bow and arrow. Edmund, do you like it? It's incredible, I said quietly, tracing my finger along the wolf's head. Are you sure you want me to have it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is your mother sure? He chuckled lightly. She insisted. Why, I mean, she's the queen. Mother, she is something else and she really likes you. She's been saying that you will do great things as queen. She has more faith in me than my own mother. I mumbled. He slipped the ring on my finger and kissed my forehead. For a moment it felt to lose, but it seemed to form to my finger, shrinking to hug the digit. Odd what is, my love? Edmund asked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think it shrank. What? It felt a bit loose when you put it on and now it's snug. It is supposed to hold some magical powers. And what do you have there? Ashley asked, coming up from behind me. Oh, Edmund gave me a ring. Let me see. She said excitedly, grabbing my hand. Oh my God, isn't it pretty? We have to show everybody. She held my hand tightly and dragged me to where my parents, sister, and her parents sat. Edmund followed close behind talking with Alistair as they watched over us. Look at what Prince Edmund gave to Princess Ellie. Ashley giggled a little when she said princess. I will never get used to that. Princess Ellie. That's Princess Eleanor. My mother corrected. Ellie is fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or loser, Harmony grumbled. Harmony. Father growled at her. What? You need to stop. You need to respect your sister. She will be queen of the entire pack one day. And I'm her Luna. She screeched. I think Queen supersedes Luna. Ashley laughed. Harmony. Stop? You really need to stop. Alex pleaded. She stood up and slammed her hands on the table. No. No, I will not. She always steals my spotlight. She couldn't just sulk away in her room. No, she had to run away and trap the prince. This is ridiculous. I could have been queen. No, ma'am, Edmund said. That would never happen. Well, Alistair said. I didn't trap the prince. We're a bonded pair, just like you and Alex. He's my mate. She huffed and stormed away. I am so sorry for our daughter, my mother said, shaking her head. It's not your fault. Mum, she shook her head and returned to gazing at the ring. This is really something else. So when are you planning on the mating ceremony? Oh, well, I'm not sure. My mother will have everything planned. It's kind of tradition for the queen to plan and host the ceremony. She probably already has everything done. That's lovely. What about the dress? I could help you pick out the dress. I looked at Edmund, who pursed his lips. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm so sorry. There has been a gown passed down for hundreds of years that all future queens wear. Oh, so all the women in your family wore it? He shook his head. No, not all. Just those who will one day be queen. It's beyond just a family tradition for the dress. Even I have something very specific that I have to wear that our future kings have to wear. Mother sat back in her chair and pouted a bit. I'm sure the Queen will need help with some things. We'll have to meet with her and find out, I suggested. To my étude extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just want to help. You have always been a huge help to everything, Mum. I kissed her forehead as Edmund led me to another group of dignitaries. Do forgive us. As we walked away. Unfortunately, duty calls, and we must meet with a few other wolves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Father said. When is our mating ceremony? I whispered. I think it's going to be the next full moon. That's when the others I've been to have always happened. It's believed that the marking at moonrise under a full moon strengthens a mating pair's bond. Romantic. Traditions. The pack is anything is not loyal to traditions. That we are. He kissed the top of my head as we merged with a group of pack leaders. Prince Edmund. Congratulations, Alpha Anwar said, clasping Edmund on the back. You got yourself a great girl, Alpha Westerly told him. She is something else. She will be a great queen one day, Alpha Charles concurred. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Squeezing Edmund's hand. I am a very lucky man. I didn't think I would ever find my mate. And to think, I was almost first mated to someone else. What a life to not be with the one person you were born to be with. An uneasy feeling washed over me as Edmund talked to the alphas. I glanced around the room until my eyes fell on a man in a darkened corner. It felt like he was staring at me. He was completely unfamiliar, and new. Is he one of them? No, there's no way. He's not attacking. I looked around to see if anybody else noticed him. Kind Orson nodded toward the man as Queen Amelia walked past him toward the balcony, giving him the slightest look. What is going on? Who is he? Will you gentlemen excuse me for just a moment? I watched for a moment as the man slunk away in the shadows toward the balcony. I walked across the room, saying hello and pretending to not pay attention to the trio who disappeared behind the thick curtains. I crept up to the edge of the doors and peered between the cracks in the fabric, watching the three of them. I slowly slipped behind the curtains, staying within the shadows, and listened. Does anyone know? The king asked. No, sire. Word hasn't gotten out yet. Damn it. I thought we were safe. How did this happen? I'm not sure, Your Majesty. The body was found at the border of our pack lines with the royal city, closer to the snow peak or misty lake. Unfortunately, not far from the castle. Shit. This is not good. This is not good. We need to find out how it got in. We need to find out who's doing this, the Queen said. We need to keep Eleanor safe. I really think she'll be all right. She's a smart girl. Are you sure you trust this girl? The mysterious man asked. She's our son's mate. She's special. You don't know her, Your Highness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's probably the most trustworthy person here. I'll trust your judgment. Let's keep this issue quiet for now. I need to think. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Andrew bowed to the king and queen before rushing back into the ballroom. You can come out of the shadows now, Queen Amelia called. My eyes grew wide as I stood there trying not to breathing myself into the wall. We know you're there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sighed heavily and walked toward the king and queen. I am so sorry. Don't be. I'm glad you heard. They made it through. King Orson nodded his head. Would it be terribly inappropriate if I left early? I questioned. Inappropriate, no. Unheard of. Yes, there would be talk if you left, especially with everything that has been going on. I figured as much. I don't think I'll be sleeping much after this thing is over. I don't think any of us will be sleeping, the king said. May I ask one more question? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who was that man? What man? I looked at King Osand and pursed my lips. She heard us talking to him. Queen Amelia responded. Yeah, I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That is Alpha Andrew. Alpha Andrew. All of our alphas are inside. Almost all of our alphas. King Orsan corrected. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha Andrew is from the Blackpool Howlers. The who? The Blackpool Howlers. They are an elite and secret warrior pack that have had the lands to the north of us. That's not part of the Royal Pack's lands, no. We've said it was in order to keep their secret. Queen Amelia said. Why a secret? The king and queen glanced at each other and then looked at me. There were more than the 5 packs at the beginning. What? How there's no way. Why didn't Artemis say anything? I don't even think the goddess knows if she didn't mention anything. Honestly, I'm impressed that the Blackpool Howlers have remained a secret for as long as they have. Hell, we don't know exactly, but there is one book that exists depicting the beginning. I'm guessing not in the library. Queen Amelia shook her head. My private library. I nodded and looked out towards the Northern Territory. And you trust them? With my life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Narrowing my eyes. I don't think I stress the eliteness of the warrior abilities. Warrior abilities. That's why they were granted a pack status and given lands. They pledged to forever protect the Wolf realm and the royal family. When things get beyond the control of our normal royal guards or the police within the smaller packs fail, they swoop in and fight off whatever the threat is. And they haven't helped yet. We weren't sure what we were up against, or the extent that the threat spread. That's why he's here now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The king and queen nodded. We notified them a few days ago about what was going on. They were doing their own research while you've been doing yours. Unfortunately, there was an attack today. I sighed and watched as Andrew rode across the meadow on a black horse, vanishing into the distant tree line. I want to meet him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 25. We can arrange that. He is wary of you, though. He is wary of me. I arched a brow at the king. Kind Orson nodded his head. You are new to the royal city, mated to the prince, and seem to be involved in everything going on. I glanced down and stared at my shoes. Yeah, I could see why that would make me seem a bit suspicious. He doesn't know your secret. Do you think he's someone I could trust with information like that? If there was anyone that you could trust, one with a secret that big, it's Andrew. Okay, let's set up a meeting. If those monsters are encroaching on Winterlake, then we have big problems. Do you have any idea who could be behind this? Queen Amelia questioned. I shook my head. Not yet. I'm still looking into it. There you are. I was wondering where you slipped away to. Hi, Edmund. I'm just talking with your parents. Are we talking business or other business? Other business. Kind Orson answered. Your Majesty. Moshe asked, moving the curtain to the side. Yes, it's time for your ending speech. Oh, already. Yes, Majesty. It's nearing midnight. Orson nodded his head. Very well. Let's get this done so we can all retire for the evening. Marcia bowed low, waiting for Orson to enter the ballroom. Edmund grasped my hand as we followed behind his mother. What was that really about? Why, there was an incident not far from here. What? He asked as loudly as he dared. Yeah, someone was attacked. I don't think they much about what happened yet. We have to find out who is doing this and stop them. I agree. I'm going to the library tomorrow if you would like to join me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We stood to the side of the stage as the king gave his knight, ending a speech before leading everyone into the gardens. It was a strange tradition, but at the end of all balls and galas, there was a unity howl amongst all of the wolves. Something about showing solidarity against our enemies. I suppose at such a time as we were in a unity howl isn't a bad thing. Hopefully, it would scare off the creatures for a bit longer. It was only a matter of time before they struck within Winterlake again, and it wouldn't stay a secret for long. As the howl ended, I walked arm in arm with Ashley to our chambers. I was rather surprised to see that all of my stuff had been removed on my stairs was there. Where are all of my things? Why are Alistair's bags here? Ashley asked. Mated couples sleep in the same quarters. Ma'am, Phil said. I'm sorry, what? Ashley asked again. Mated pairs. Ma'am, they sleep in the same quarters. We're not mated yet. We haven't had our ceremony. I can sleep on the floor. My love, Alistair said, approaching Ashley from behind and kissing her lightly on the head. She broke out in a grin and started to giggle. Of course you won't. We can share the bed. Ashley, yeah. Good luck with all of that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Closing the door on Phil and I. Well, I exclaimed. Phil tried to suppress a laugh. Not funny. I do beg your pardon. Ma'am, where am I staying? Mated pairs sleep in the same chambers. You mean yes. Ma'am, new rooms have been made available for you and Prince Edmund. New rooms. Yes, ma'am. The prince is also relocating. His chambers are not fit for a prince and princess. He mumbled under his breath. They're not suitable for a cat, let alone a royal wolf. What was that? Nothing. Ma'am, follow me, please. Phil turned on his heels and led me further down the hallway and around a bend. He stopped in front of two massive doors that stretched to the very top of the ceiling. Wow. Ma'am, your room. Okay then. Phil reached out and opened the door, leaving me standing there stunned. I wasn't walking into just a bedroom. It was like an entire suite inside a house. I walked into the front parlor where a large sectional couch faced the floor, two ceiling windows that stretched along one wall. A large desk split in half with two chairs was along another wall in front of a beautiful tapestry that seemed to depict the beginning of all wolf kind. To my right was another door leading off further into the castle. Yes, indeed it is, ma'am. I just go in. It is your chambers. What do I do? Whatever you want. Right. Thanks. You're welcome, Princess. No, Ellie. Call me Ellie. He smiled lightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He pulled the door shut behind me as I walked further into the suite. I didn't know what to look at first. Yes, I do. The bathroom. Where's the bathroom? I pulled open the doors that I saw to the right. The bedroom. A massive bed sat atop a small platform, surrounded by 4 pale blue columns trimmed in gold. The bed itself was a beautiful, shining blue with blue and gold blankets. Behind it, even more, windows look out over the lake. Looking up, I saw a beautiful golden chandelier with hundreds of candles. The ceiling was an immaculate white trimmed in blue and gold. I walked through yet another door into the bathroom. I had never seen a bathroom so big before. The bathtub was sunken into the floor with a shower to the side of it. A cabinet and mirror took up almost the entirety of the right side of the room, and it seemed as though the toilet was behind another door. Wow, this is incredible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard Detenon's voice call out. You found the place. Smiling from ear to ear. It wasn't hard when Phil led me here. Right. So what do you think? It's nice, right? Nice. This place is huge. Bigger than my bedroom back home. Yeah. They tend to give the future king and queen a nicer suite away from the majority of the palace. This is so surreal. What is all of this? I mean, just a few hours ago I was simply Ellie. Just a girl who was trying to help stop monsters from invading. Now I'm the future queen. You were never just a girl, though. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're the daughter of Artemis. You were born special and destined for great things. So is this not real? It has to be. I'd never felt this before. What if Artemis destined us to be together in order to strengthen the realm? What if we were made for each other? I don't know. Mom has always said that I was meant to do great things and become a powerful leader. She said that only the strongest woman would be my... You're never going to leave me, right? Of course not. We can't part. To break a mating bond would be certain death, for both of us. Yes, I know that. Then don't say silly things. I love you. I love you too. My heart sped up as he reached out and grasped me by the waist. It was our first time alone since we saw one another, just a few hours ago. And now here we are in this incredible room, having our mating ceremony planned. He pulled me close, so close I could smell the wonderful spicy scent of his cologne. I've never, been with anyone before, I said quietly. Neither have I. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Despite the rumors, he rolled his eyes. Now what? He leaned down, closing his eyes, and pressed his lips to mine. It was incredible. Chapter 26. I don't know when we fell asleep, but it was the most restful sleep I'd ever had. The new bed was incredibly soft. I lay there, staring at Edmund as he snored softly. He looked so peaceful tucked under the massive comforter and in his flannel pajamas. I smiled lightly looking at my matching set. Queen Amelia is rudest. Yawning, I climbed out of bed when the doors to our living space opened. I peered out the bedroom doors to see a young woman arranging food and coffee on the small dining table. Good morning, ma'am. Dipping into a curtsy. Good morning. What's this? Breakfast. Ma'am. Oh, that's nice. I'm not used to breakfast being brought to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Usually, I was up before everyone else and would just make breakfast for my family. Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking. Moon Nest. My father is Beta Kenrick. I'm from there, she exclaimed excitedly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I questioned. Yes. I moved here after finding my mate. That's great. Who's your mate? He's a butler within the castle. I'm not sure if you've met him. He's been helping me and Ashley since we got here. A spread across her face. He's great. You're not used to this kind of life, are you? Her smile quickly faded. You can tell. I laughed lightly and shook my head. You're a lot more open than the others I've met. I am so sorry. Please, don't be. It's refreshing. I love it. It's hard finding anyone around here who just talks. Her smile returned as she held up the coffee pot. Coffee, please. Do you have time to sit and have a cup? Her eyebrows arched and she stuttered. I mean, am I allowed? I am the princess or whatever now. So I think yes. I would love that. Nobody invites me to coffee. Don't sit. Talk. I don't think the prince is going to wake up anytime soon. I took a cup of coffee and sat down. What is your name? My name is Morgan. I smiled and sipped a hot beverage as we spent the morning talking about home and moving to the royal city. She was only slightly older than I was and finished school the year I started. Her family lived near the store they ran and were disappointed when it turned out her mate was just a butler. I thought it was awesome that Phil was her mate. They just went together. Her bubbly personality with his serious nature seemed to just work. She laughed as we joked around about things from Moon Mist and sighed heavily, remembering our times running through the forest that bordered our home peck. Well, good morning. Morgan gasped and hurried to stand. Please, sit. I didn't mean to interrupt. Prince Edmund, I am so sorry. Please, Virgie, no need to apologize. Please. Finish your coffee. Reaching for the pot. She stared wide-eyed. It's really okay. I'm not as strict on the rules as my father. It's nice that Ellie found someone to talk to here. It can get lonely. I smiled as Morgan continued to stare wide-eyed. I'm going to drink this coffee and eat this delicious Danish before getting ready. He kissed my forehead, and we have to meet with Mother. Full moon is in a week, so she's going to want to get the dress fitted for the mating ceremony and share her plans. Oh, right. The ceremony. We have a lot of those, don't we? We do. The duties of the royal family. I love you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Smiling up at my mate. And I love you. I must get back to work as well. I'm sure everyone are probably wondering where I am. It was so lovely to chat with you. Princess A. Thank you for being so kind. Prince Edmund. Morgan dipped into a curtsy and hurried out of the room. She's nice. That's Phil's mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's an odd one, not quite like the other staff we have. That's because she's not from here. Her family owns a store in Moon Mist. You know her? He questioned. I do now. She's a few years older than I. We ran in different circles. Had different friends. We hurried through our breakfast and met with Queen Amelia, who had people running all about her office. Edmund. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good. You're here. What is going on? Lots of things. Right now I'm ignoring all of the bad right now and focusing on the most exciting thing of the year. What's that? Your mating ceremony. The full moon is in a week. We don't have much time. Hi, honey. I spun around to see my mother holding up two cream-colored napkins. Mom, what are you doing here? She's helping plan. You didn't think I'd leave out your mother, did you? Queen Amelia asked. Shocked. Of course not. I glanced at Mom, who was beaming from ear to ear. Which napkin? They're both green, Edmund said hesitantly. Both of our mothers teascared and shook their heads sympathetically. The buttery crown color's the best. It's so soothing. I agree, Queen Amelia stated. Now, Ellie. We need you. Edmund, go do something. He was quickly pushed out of the room as I was surrounded by a bunch of women with cloth, a dress, and pins. What is going on? The dress, Mother said. I saw it and it is absolutely incredible. You saw it? I questioned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm. Bunny, you're going to love it, Queen Amelia said as the women hurried me out of my clothes, leaving me standing there in my undergarments. Hold up your arms, one of the older women said. Obediently, I stuck my arms up. A soft fabric was carefully brought down over my head. The women quickly pulled, and laced up the gown as I stood there. Okay, take a look. I was led to a full-length mirror and gasped. The dress, while very was incredibly beautiful. Soft cotton against my skin followed by layers of tulle and satin. The top layer was black with gold embroidered flowers. The sleeves hung off the shoulders made of black and gold mixed tulle. Oh well, I loved wearing the gown, Queen Amelia gushed. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I'm just glad that it's you who gets to wear it. I looked at my mother who was just crying. Are you okay? She nodded at me. You just look so beautiful. Thanks. Mom, okay. Out of the dress. It must be altered. Sounds good. I'm heading to the library. Is Ashley still here? I believe she's in our library with Beta Alistair right now. I nodded and left the room, watching my mother and my mother-in-law go back to holding up napkins. Chapter 27. I hurried through the maze of hallways, pausing near the kitchen briefly. One of the benefits of being a wolf is our heightened sense of smell. I sniffed my way to one of the ovens. What are you cooking? I asked the man who basting a slab of meat. Pardon. Not looking up. You shouldn't be in here. It just smells really good. He finally stood, and the color in his face drained. I am so sorry, Princess. Forgive my rudeness. Oh, it's okay. I completely intruded. It just smelled so good. It's a chicken dish that the Queen likes. I try to make it at least once a week. I nodded. Well, I think I'm going to like it a lot too. That smells incredible. Thank you, Princess. Is there anywhere I can get some coffees? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm. He turned around looking for someone. Reuben, a small blonde-headed boy, ran from a small room off to the side, sir. The princess would like coffee. Help her. He stared up at me, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. He nodded briefly as his cheeks flushed before ushering me to yet another room. WH, what would you like? Let's see. Do you know what Prince Edmund's favorite coffee is? He nodded his head. Perfect. For those. He nodded again and got to work with all of the machines before he had 4 cups of steaming. Chocolate caramel something or others. He colored them all high with whipped cream and extra caramel and chocolate sauce. Do you want me to carry these for you? I think I got it. Thank you so much. Reuben. They look delicious. The boy nodded his head and quickly scurried away. It would take some time for me to get used to the way people acted around me now. It was so weird. I put the drinks onto a tray and left the kitchen without anyone noticing. The library wasn't too far from the kitchen, at least I think. I made a few turns and ended up somewhere I didn't recognize. The hallway was dark and very uninviting. I don't think this is right, I muttered to myself. Part of me wanted to explore the darkness, but I resisted, but urgent turned around, finding my way to the library. Hey, Ellie. Hey, I said quietly. What's wrong? Alice. Nothing, I guess. What? Edmund asked, standing up. Here's some coffee. Reuben, that adorably little kitchen boy, made them. He said it's your favorite, Babion. He's a great little coffee maker. Don't ignore the question. What's wrong? Seriously. It's nothing. I just got lost and found this really dark and creepy hallway. Dark hallway. When you left the kitchen, did you make a left or a right? I turned left. We don't go back there. It's part of the old castle, so nobody goes back there, Ashley asked. Not for a long time. We just never have reason to head back that way. Well, it's super creepy. Edmund nodded his head. That's probably why we don't go back that way. Could there be anything back there we could use? Alice doubt it. I think it's just a few offices and guest rooms from the old times. Why aren't they used anymore? As the packs grew larger and moved further away, not as many of the leaders came here as often, so they didn't need to have as much space. I guess they just stopped using the older area of the castle. Would it hurt to look? I don't think so. We can go check the place out. I mean, I've never been back there myself. I don't even know if my father has. To my eigen extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, we aren't finding anything here, so let's go. Ashley jumped up. Chugged a chocolate caramel something or other. Does she have a slow pace? Edmund asked. No, Alistair and I said in unison. We all laughed and slowly followed behind Ashley, sipping our drinks rather than chugging them. Hello, Ashley called out. We're coming, I called back. I think I'm lost. We can hear you. Just stay where you are. What do you see? Edmund asked. A kitchen. Okay, don't move. We turned a corner and Ashley stood there looking around. I got lost. Alistair shook his head and I laughed. The castle is big, Edmund said. I'm guessing that dark, creepy hallway is the old castle. That's it. Edmund stepped into the kitchen and came back with a lantern. We'll need some light. He led us down the eerie corridor to the first door. He opened it slowly and peeked his head in. It's a guest room. We entered and looked around. It was a very basic room. Just a bed, desk, and washing basin. The curtains were drawn and everything had a thick layer of dust on it. It's like stepping back in time, Ashley said, walking around. Yeah. I don't think there's anything in here, I added. We pulled the door shut as we left, heading for the next room. Inside, the walls were lined with bookshelves. Wow, look at all of these. I wonder when the last time anyone read these. I'm guessing a long time, I muttered. I pulled one of the dust-covered books off of the shelf and flipped through it. We pulled book after book down from the shelf, trying to find if any of them would help us. These seemed to just be books from ancient text checker accounts. Let's just keep looking. How about we split up? Alistair suggested. We can double the time that we look through the rooms. That sounds like a good idea, Edmund said, pulling out one of the dusty chairs at the dusty table. He wiped it off and sat down. I pulled out one across from him, wiped it off, and sat down. I guess we'll take up another room, Ashley said. Light. What do we do for light? Okay. There has to be something in here. Edmund stood and helped Alistair and Ashley look around. Hey, look at this book. Ashley pulled a large, leather-bound book from the shelf where another lantern was. This one is a bit different than the others, Alistair commented. It seems even older than these. We all crowded around the book, looking from page to page, until we saw a picture that made us all stop. Ellie, is that you? Chapter 28. I stared at the picture. They were right. The girl looked like me, creepily like me. Do we know when this was written? I asked No. I don't think, Ashley said, looking at the first and last pages. It's old though, Alistair said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So who is this? Let's read and see because I don't know, Edmund answered. I sat on a chair and started reading a few pages before the picture. The great warrior Queen Diana, said to be the daughter of our goddess Artemis, wielded the mighty sword of Apollo and the bow of Artemis. The powers that she possessed helped fend off a great evil that encroached on the lands, solidifying her position as leader of the wolf realm. Diana is the first of all wolf queens, married to our first king and mighty leader, Aelfred. Their descendants have ruled over all of the realm for thousands of years. Once the battle ended, Diana and Aelfred prayed to Artemis, asking for all wolfdom to be protected from the human world, preventing anyone or anything from entering. I stared at the picture. The silver-haired woman had the glowing mark of Artemis on her forehead, just like mine. Her icy blue eyes stared fiercely at the creature she was striking down. So yeah, she's the first queen of our kind. Also the daughter of Artemis, and she defeated a great evil that encroached on the lands. I thought Artemis had no children, Alistair said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edmund and I looked at one another. What? I guess he should know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is a secret that isn't really secret anymore, Edmund mumbled. What secret? What are you telling me? Alistair asked. So, no, Artemis hasn't given birth. But she has children. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We are all her children. Know that, not what I mean. At all. I sighed heavily. What? If Queen Diana is anything like me, she's literally a daughter of Artemis. What? That mark on her forehead. It is the mark of Artemis. I have the same one. I moved my hair from my forehead and showed the mark. That's not a scar, no. I closed my eyes and focused deep within myself. On Artemis. I could feel my body growing hotter. What is going on? Alistair yelled, jumping back. Eleanor, my daughter. I opened my eyes to the beautiful face of Artemis smiling at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is everything okay? I shook my head. No, we are no further with finding anything out. And we found this book. Who's that? What is going on? Why? I don't understand, Alistair yelled, backing further away. Calm yourself. Beta, it is I, your goddess. How do you know me? You're Artemis. Honey, please calm down in front of our goddess. He stared wide-eyed. Artemis took the book from me and ran her hand over the image. Oh, my beloved Diana. You know her? Yes, she was my first daughter. How many of us are there? I questioned. Just her and you. What happened to Diana? The same as with all of your ancestors. She is with me. Why was she born? There was an evil. An evil that I knew was coming, and who sent it? Could it be the same person? Artemis shook her head. No, not a person. Another goddess. And no, There was a trial. Zeus forbade it. She wasn't entirely sure. Artemis put the book down, her brow furrowed as she breathed heavily. No, Zeus forbade it. She wouldn't. There is no way. Who, Artemis? Hera. The mother of all gods and goddesses. Edmund asked. Not my mother. She despises my existence. And Apollo's. What? Artemis took a deep breath and stood, a single tear sliding down her perfect face. She's been attempting to destroy us and everything we love since our conception. Our Father, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is not a very good husband to her. He is a bit of a wandering eye. Our mother Leto was one of his conquests. She fell madly in love with him and bore him twin children, Apollo, god of the sun, and myself, goddess of the moon. So Hera attacked before. Artemis nodded. She used humans before. They were possessed by a great amount of strife. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, hatred, and discord. They had an almost superhuman ability during war and decimated so many of my beloved wolf. That was when I decided to grant a portion the ability to shift into human form. How? Her daughter, Enyo, she's the goddess of strife and discord. Her mate, ours, is the god of war. But why? Why take out Zeus' inability to remain faithful on you? And Apollo? I don't know, child. Are you certain there is no way she could be behind this? Edmund questioned. I didn't so before, but now I am unsure. It would explain why I cannot see who is behind everything. Her powers far exceed my own. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Be safe. She leaned forward and kissed my mark. As vanished as quickly as she appeared. That's my secret. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking at Alistair. Our princess is actually a goddess. Not really. No. I'm a child of a goddess. But your mother, she birthed me. Artemis just put me in with harmony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll need to process all of that information. Do we agree that it's probably Hera behind all of this? It's looking like it. Now, how is she doing it? Is she able to interact with everyone more? If she had humans possessed before, could possess one of us. I think we need to keep looking around here. Edmund, are the bow and sword in this picture still around? If they are, they would be in the vault beneath the library. Let's get to the library. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tucking the old book beneath an arm and exiting the old room. We left the dusty, old, dark area of the castle in search of a car to take us into town. Our SUV is parked around back, Alistair said, running toward the stairs. I'll grab the keys really quick. We'll meet you at the car, Ashley replied. I stood against the black vehicle, thumbing through the book, trying to find more information. Trying to find anything. The sword of Apollo and the bow of Artemis are necessary to defeat Hera's magic. So we can't return without them. That's what this book makes it seem like. Maybe an Akand ate the book and we can find ones in the same time frame. That is a great idea, Ashley exclaimed. Alastair ran from the back door with the keys to the SUV and hopped in. Where's the library? Head down the drive and at the T make a left, Edmund instructed. I read the entire way to the library. The book detailed the battle, but not what the creatures were who controlled them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hollered as we entered the building. "Oh, Prince Edmund, Princess Eleanor." She dipped into a curtsy as we approached. "Can you tell me when this was written?" I placed the book on the counter and watched as she looked it over. "Is this from the library?" I shook my head. "No, we found in the castle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Fascinating. She picked it up and turned it over in her hands before flipping through the pages. "It's very old. Older than most of the books we have. Let's go down to the vault. I might have to compare it to some of the others we have." We followed behind the librarian as she led us to the depths of the building once again. The lights flickered on as she flipped the switch and walked to the far back. Opening a gate, she took out a brass key and opened the heavy wooden door. "What's back there?" Ashley asked. "This is where we would keep our oldest and most valuable documents and relics." "Would there happen to be a sword and a bow back there?" I questioned. Maybe. I haven't had a chance to go through our entire inventory. You're more than welcome to look. I do know that the dress you're wearing and the suit that Prince Edmund is wearing came from our vaults." "Okay, so there's everything back there." "Pretty much." And I walked to the right and started pulling books from the shelf, looking at the different old books. I walked around looking at the documents that sat behind glass. Ashley reached out to grab one when an Atis scared her. "Please be careful. Those are old." "Right," Ashley said, pulling her hand away. "What behind that door?" Alistair asked. "That's the relics area. I'm looking back there," Edmund announced, opening the door. Alistair flipped his switch and let out a low whistle. "That's big. That's a lot of space back here." Ashley and I abandoned the bookshelves and joined the men in the relics area. Holy shit. There is that much that's important to our realm. Yes, and I called out. It's thousands of years worth of relics. Just like the humans keep all of their stuff in museums, we keep ours in the vaults. I walked around the different shelves and tables looking at everything that has been stored away. Small daggers, suits of armor, even skeletons, littered the room. I found a sword. I found a lot of swords. Ashley called out to us. "Where are you?" "Oh, row 25. I followed the sound of her voice to a row of shelves with a bunch of ancient weapons. "That is a lot of swords." I found bows. Alistair called. "To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Row 32. "We'll look at the bows," Edmund said, popping his head into the aisle. "And I guess we're looking through swords." Ashley and I searched through the different swords. Thankfully most of them were labeled with dates and donors. We'd made it back to the 1800s, as when she stood up groaning. "This is getting us nowhere." "Well, it seems that these are going in chronological order, so how about we skip a few rows to the really old stuff?" I suggested. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." These are from the 1500s. "This seems to be the row with the oldest swords," Ashley said. "There aren't many, no." "So that's good." I shrugged as we looked through them all. I stopped and picked up one of the relics. It looked entirely too new and clean to be so old that it was in this row. Maybe it's in the wrong place, but the area is perfectly fitted for this sword. "I think I found something. I need to go look at the book that Anna has." Ashley followed as we went to find her. She had a series of books pulled from the shelves, examining them all. "Do you know what this is?" "No," I said. "A book. This is the oldest book that we have. I don't even know when it's from." The oldest book we have dates back to 1462. This is much, much older than that. Can you flip to page 53? Oh, yeah. I put the sword above the page and compared what Queen Diana held and what I'd found. Oh my God. Ellie, they're the same. What? Anne asked, looking from the book to the sword. Oh my word. How did we never know? Time forgot them. Ashley shrugged. We found it. Alistair exclaimed excitedly, emerging from the back. The bow of Artemis. We found the sword of Apollo. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Unravel the secrets of the royal family and the tragic destiny that befalls them. Begin with the mysterious connection between the protagonist and the ancient Queen Diana, whose story eerily mirrors her own. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 29. Okay, this is good. Right, we're making progress. I muttered. I guess now we just keep trying to find more information. How to defeat the creatures, if that's possible, I guess. Okay, the others said in unison. We split up our time for the rest of the week between the vault in the library and the forgotten ancient rooms in the castle. There were a lot more books than I thought there would be. We all spent hours poring over the ancient documents and recounts of how life was in the beginning. The story of Queen Diana was eerily similar to my own. She was never meant to be queen or mate with King Aelfred. She was an ordinary commoner who ended up finding out she was the daughter of Artemis. Much the same way I did. In the time before mating, while we were still young, the brave Diana fought alongside King Aelfred to defeat the creatures that threatened the very existence of all wolf-kind. They fell madly in love, and the king had her crowned queen after the Battle of Winterlake. Their wedding ceremony, which I suppose is now our mating ceremony, was the largest and most lavish wedding ever held. Guests travelled from all over the wolf realm to attend. Her gown is the same gown that all queens and future queens would wear for their mating ceremony. As the couple approached the 3rd anniversary on the throne together, Queen Diana fell pregnant with their first child, the future King Edward. There were complications during the delivery and she died, leaving King Aelfred miserable and depressed until his death 20 years later. It was shortly after this, when Artemis noticed the complete wretchedness of the king, that she changed how we lived. She was moved by the love and devotion Diana and Aelfred had for one another. It was the same pure love she had for Orion. She remembered the way her heart shattered at Orion's death. This is why we mate for life. That is why we are able to find our mate starting at adulthood, so we can know what it's like to have ourselves whole. It's also why we die if our mate bond is broken by any means besides death. The documents also describe the hatred that Hera had for us. The number of times she attempted to destroy us, in the beginning, is really ridiculous. Between the great evil and the natural disasters she sent to our realm, Artemis was forced to put a protective force field around our realm. A force field that made our entire kingdom invisible to those on the outside. If we were within our protection, how could Hera have found us? She had the ability to shape-shift herself. Though not into wolf form, she could into human form. After her first attack, Zeus forbade her from ever shifting into our form. She was supposed to obey the restrictions on not attacking wolves and those of us who shifted into wolves, but it seems she didn't listen. As the days wore on, I felt a stirring within. My wolf whined as the full moon grew nearer. I know. I've neglected you. She wanted to run. She wanted to be free. I hadn't let her out in so long. None of us had. We were so distracted by the pending doom that we didn't let our wolves run. Hey, I called out to Edmund. Let's run. What? He put down his book and looked up at me. Let's run. My wolf is whining. We're at the full moon tonight. Let's run before our ceremony. He sighed and nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mine has been whining too. I haven't let him have control for a while. Neither have I. We deserted our spots in the old castle and made our way to the lake. I've never ran here before, I said quietly. You'll love it. He smiled at me. I've never shifted in front of anyone before. Neither have I. We watched each other as our bones crushed, fur sprouted, and our noses elongated into snouts. His wolf was massive. He was a bit taller than I and much more muscular. His fur was a blackish blue like the night and spotted with silver. He looked like the night sky speckled with stars. His eyes remained the same beautiful hazel as his human form. His wolf lips curled into a smile as his tongue hung out at the side. My inner human laughed at the sight of the prince being a goofy dog. You're beautiful, I heard within my mind. What? How can I hear you? We're mates. We can hear each other. I didn't know that. We haven't mated yet, though. He shrugged his big wolf shoulders, as much as a wolf can shrug. I don't make the rules. I laughed again as we started to run. The grass was soft beneath my paws. I had never really just ran before. At least not for fun. I let my wolf have full control. She ran as fast as she could. I could feel the muscles tighten and loosen with each step. Our heart beat harder than it ever had. We finally stopped, panting hard, at the edge of the meadow. The forest beyond was dark and ominous. We smelled something. We didn't know what it was, but it was something. My wolf whined and paced in a circle, tucking our tail, waiting for Edmund. What is that? I asked. He sniffed the air, shaking his head. I don't know. I don't like it though. It smells like death. It smells like those things. It's not close though. It's still far off. I'll tell Dad and send a platoon of guards out. I think that's a good idea. We turned and ran back to the castle. I didn't know how far I'd let my wolf run, but it must have been quite a distance. We grew tired only halfway back. That lake is going to be great to jump in. The scent of the water hit our nose first. It gave us the motivation we needed to run back. As we neared the edge of the lake, we jumped, landing with a large, loud splash. My wolf lapped up the water as we doggy paddled around. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Clean, clear water felt and tasted so good, I could hear Redmond laughing in my mind. We turned in the water until we saw him standing on the edge of the water. Get in. It's really nice. I see this. He took a few steps back before leaping in with me. We doggy paddled around, splashing and howling until the sun began to set. What on earth is this Richard have been up to? Oh my goddess. Guests are going to be arriving soon. Were you to get ready? Queen Amelia shouted, stomping across the grass. I emerged from the pond still in wolf form. I bowed my head and turned toward the castle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your clothes. Right. I hurried to the 2 piles and scooped my nap in my teeth before trotting inside. Edmund followed close behind. Eleanor, get yourself into that shower now, my mother scolded. Really, child? Of all days for you to run off and play, your mating ceremony day. My wolf rolled her eyes at Mom. I know that you rolling those eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Some queen she'll be, Harmony said from behind me. My wolf turned with a warning growl. Oh, real nice. Growl at me. Harmony, go downstairs. I told you if you started, you were leaving. You're only here because Alex had to be here. Now go. Edmund growled low as she passed him. Mother sighed heavily and ushered us both into the bathroom quickly. Just shower and bath. Both of you. And not together. You're not mated yet. Edmund and I both laughed at one another. As she shut the door, we shifted back into our human form, seeing one another for the first time. Chapter 30. You smell like a dog. I laughed, turning on the shower. Not as much as you, Edmund said, glancing at me as I stepped into the large glass enclosure. Do you, want to get in with me? I asked nervously. I've never showered with anyone before. I'm sure it's the same as showering alone, but with someone in the shower with you. We both glanced around the room while washing ourselves. It was the closest I'd ever been to a without clothes man. I did my best to not look at him, which was ridiculous. We were about to mock one another. This was going to become our norm. Are you okay? Reaching for his soap. I'm good. I'm fine. You sure? Yup. Al, you're as red as a tomato and staring at the ceiling. Oh, I know. You can look at me. Yup. Not going to. Not yet. Nervous. Just a little bit. He chuckled lightly and rinsed himself as I washed my face. My heart thudded in my chest when his hand brushed my shoulder. My inner wolf whined and pawed to get out. Nope. You stop that. Knocking interrupted us as we finished up. Are you done? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edmund called out. Are you both in there? The voice asked. Yes, we were told to shower, so we showered. Yes, together. Disgusting. The voice said. Harmony. Get out of my suite. You don't own the castle. Stop being a damn brat. Get out. Edmund roared over her. She does own the suite. It is our room, not yours. Harmony, for the love of goddess. Why can't you just stop? Go to the ballroom. Now, I heard Mother yell at her. I believe King Ors and will have a conversation with her later. I heard the soft voice of Queen Amelia drift through the door once the water was off. I've heard it with her. Edmund, I swear I'm going to kill her. Calm down. Love. I know. She's really trying my patience too. Did we have to invite her? She's Alex's mate. We did. I sighed heavily. Did he have to come? He's just as bad. Edmund wrapped a towel around my body and pulled me close. I think I stopped breathing when I felt his hot, wet flesh against mine. He at least knows when to hold his tongue and knows his place in the ranking. Your sister is an asshole, to put it kindly. I can't believe you two are related. Neither can I. I took a deep breath. I guess we really aren't. She's just Wolf. And the daughter of Artemis who just hitched a ride for 9 months. Edmund laughed and wrapped a towel around his waist. Are we allowed to do our own hair? Who knows? I mumbled. We haven't been able to decide anything else, so I'm going to say nope. Okay. You two. Let's get moving. Queen Amelia called. It's not getting any earlier. Guests are arriving. We're coming. Edmund. Out there. Thid and the other men will help you dress and try to do something with your hair. Queen Amelia sighed. It's always such a mess. He shook his head and sauntered to the other side of the room. And Ellie, my dear, let's get you dressed in that beautiful silver hair done. The housemaids closed the bedroom door and got to work on turning me into a princess. I was handed new white, lace undergarments to change into. They had me sit at a chair in front of my vanity mirror as Vince, the Queen's stylist, stepped behind me. Hello, Cupcake. Let's make you a queen. Princess, I corrected. Let's make you as beautiful as a queen. He laughed. You're the master. Damn right. I am. I sat as he moved all around my head, curling and trick it up to while another, younger woman, concentrated on my face. Is there a lot of sparkle to the gown? It's hanging over there. Dear, a plump, older woman wearing a long black maid's uniform said. Oh, that's old. It's from the beginning times. It is Queen Diana's wedding gown. Wedding. The ceremony they had before the marking ceremony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yeah, it's retro. It's vintage. I can work with that. She pulled various eyeshadow palettes from a bag and held them up before settling on to different ones. It felt like an eternity before they finished. The sun is nearly down, Queen Amelia announced. We need to finish and get the prince and princess to the ballroom. The dress. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Taunt woman snapped at a younger girl who stood in a corner. She nervously picked up the dress and brought it to me, helping me step into it as a rush of ladies came forward to snap and lace everything into place. The soft fabric felt nice against my skin. The delicate shoes, which were new, were slipped onto my feet before I was taken to a full-length mirror. Wow, I said, staring at myself. I can't believe this is me. I heard my mom gasp and sniffle. Ma, you just look so beautiful. Like a princess. That's because she's a princess. Except for one thing, Queen Amelia said. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She held up a tall black box. I took the lid off and my eyes grew as wide as saucers. The most beautiful tiara rested on a blue pillow within. King Orsan's great-great-grandfather had this made for his queen for their marking ceremony. Ever queen, or princess, since then has worn it on this incredibly wonderful and special day. Your Majesty, nope. You do not call me that. What? I looked at her puzzled. Mon, what? Call me Mon. Really? She nodded, a tear sliding down her face. If that's okay with you. She looked at my mother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would be honored. I've always wanted a daughter. And Ellie, you are everything I dreamed a daughter would be. I would love it if you called me Mom. I nodded and burst into tears before hugging both women. No. No tears. The young woman yelled, storming to me. Your mascara and eyeliner will run. She patted my cheeks and dug through her box again. I guess we are going with waterproof. I wasn't expecting tears. The room burst into laughter as she touched up my already streaked makeup before we left the bedroom to find Edmund standing there in his outfit. Wow, we both said. You look incredible. He gushed. You're so handsome, Edmund. Oh, my baby, Queen Amelia sobbed. Her crying just triggered my own mother to start crying. Why is there so much crying in here? King Orson asked, popping his head in. Everyone's waiting. Sorry. We just, our babies. She continued to sob. You too. You look like royalty. We are. Dad. Edmund laughed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You look breathtaking. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nope. It's dead now. I nodded, trying to hold back the tears. Now let's go before we have a castle full of angry wolves. Sweetheart. My father hugged me tight. kissing my cheek. You are absolutely gorgeous. My baby. Thanks, Dad. Are you ready? I nodded. We have 2 hours till the full moon rises. Let's go eat, drink and be merry, Queen Amelia stated. We walked to the ballroom, the same ballroom Edmund and I had met in not long ago. How was I to know that evil creatures invading our land would lead me to my mate and to the throne of all wolfdom? Dear, after we're introduced, we need to talk, King Orson whispered to me. It's about our friends to the north. Oh yes, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What friends? Edmund asked. I'll tell you later. He pursed his lips and nodded. Are you ready? Phil asked, standing in his finest tux, smiling at Edmund and me. Yes, yeah. Edmund looked at me. His face was flushed and I could hear his heart thumping like a hummingbird's wings within his chest. Yes, okay. Here goes. He motioned for the 2 guards to open the doors and step forward before heralding us in. Ladies and gentlemen, Beatty Kenrick and Lady Catherine of Moonmist. Everyone within the ballroom gave the appropriate applause. Their Majesties, King Orson and Queen Amelia. The room erupted into cheers and applause. They really were beloved by all the realm. And finally, after a long wait, their Royal Highnesses, Prince Edmund and Princess Eleanor. I could feel goosebumps traveling up my arms as we stepped into the spotlight. There were hushed whispers and gaps before the applause started, then the cheers. And finally, the entire room erupted into complete joy. I saw Ashley standing near a table jumping up and down, crying and shouting. Harmony stood there, arms crossed, glaring at me. Alex clapped but kept his gaze down. Music started once we reached the middle of the room. I looked around, confused, as Edmund grasped my hand and pulled me close. We danced. He twirled me around the room as people clamored to watch. It was the first time I really felt like a princess. The music shifted to another song and everyone was invited to join us. Another go. Yeah, let's have another go. We danced for hours it seemed. When we finally stopped, Edmund walked me to the table. I'll get us drinks. I nodded and sat down. Oh my goddess. Look at you. You're a freaking princess. Ashley screamed, hugging me. I know. It's crazy, right? This is all crazy. This isn't real. Congratulations, Alistair said while bowing. Thank you. Congratulations. I mean Princess Eleanor. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mumbled, not looking at him. Whatever. Let's go. Harmony snapped, grabbing Alex by the hand and dragging him away. Do you want me to beat her up? I can beat her up. No, I'm not letting her misery ruin today. Edmund returned with my drink and we talked with Ashley and Alistair until the music stopped. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The full moon is at its peak, Queen Amelia announced. And we all know what time that means. You ready? Edmund asked. I nodded. As ready as I'll ever be. He took my hand and led me to the balcony. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's an incredible thing to find your mate. It's like filling a hole you had no idea was empty. We walked through the heavy drapes, watching as 2 guards closed them and more stood at the entrance ensuring our privacy. No, a scream came from somewhere within the ballroom. You have to be kidding. Edmund groaned. This has to stop. Edmund, I love you. Is that how did she even get in here? Savannah. I peeked through the curtains and watched as people gasped. She looked like a foal in a bright pink taffeta gown. It's my turn. This is my ball. I'm the princess. I'm the princess. She screamed. She managed to make it halfway across the room before the guards wrangled her, and all of her dressy poofed back out. It looks like she's gone. That girl is a hotness. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So, no more interruptions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who goes first? He smiled at me, pulling me close. I do. I could feel a strong tingly, almost lightning, like feeling surge through my body. His hot breath on my neck sent shudders down my spine, and I braced for the pain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was none. There was no pain as he sunk his fangs into the crook of my neck. My body warmed and numbed as his essence coursed deep through my veins. He pulled back slowly, staring into my eyes. Did it hurt? I shook my head. He tilted his head, ready to accept my mark. I swallowed hard and tried to steady my breathing. He smelled so good, almost like I was running through a cinnamon field. If there were cinnamon fields, that spice and earth smell, the same strong smell the first time I'd seen him. I closed my eyes and sunk my fangs into the crook of his neck, feeling the electricity move from my body to his. I pulled back and looked at him. Did it hurt you? He shook his head. I feel alive. I nodded my head. Me too. I don't know how else to describe it. My soul feels full. He laughed lightly. That's the perfect way to describe it. I'm full. Do we just go back? He pulled me back into his body, gazing into my eyes. In a moment, he lowered his head so his lips brushed mine. I love you. I love you, too, he said. He closed the gap, pressing his mouth to mine. After a long moment, he broke our connection. Okay, now we go back. We re-emerged from the balcony to cheers from our guests. Congratulations. People shouted. There were even a few howls. We made our way around the room, shaking people's hands and talking with dignitaries when it caught my eye. The man in black. He stood in the same corner with the same dark hat and the same dark hat. He motioned me to follow him. Edmund noticed and looked down at me. It's the friend. He nodded at me. Tell me later. I will. Promise. He kissed my cheek as I excused myself, following the man into the hallway. Princess, he said softly, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded. Good. You found each other. Shall we go to my study? King Or's End didn't really ask. He turned and led us down the hallway. I know this was a long chapter. Thank you for sticking with it till the end. What do you think? Harmony is a giant butthole. Savannah is still crazy. And can we trust Andrew? If you liked the chapter, make sure you like, comment, and share the story with your friends. Chapter 31. Andrew removed his hat and dipped into a low bow. Princess Eleanor, sir. Okay. King Orson started, sitting down. Let's talk. Quickly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm so sorry we're doing this today of all days. It's quite all right. This is something we need to talk about. Is it true? Andrew asked. Is what true? I questioned. I'm sorry again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told him about King Orson, nodded his head. It was necessary. Please, believe me when I say you can trust me, just as much as I trust you. You trust me. Why, I just do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So what's going on? There have been more attacks, Andrew said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just north of here. Do we know who it was? The body recovered was not Wolf, Andrew told me. So what was it? The body we found was human. Is it just the one? We found a few on travels here. King Ors and shook his head while standing and pacing around the office. I don't understand how they're even getting into my kingdom. A human hasn't set foot here in millennia. Or sand. Calm yourself, my friend. This is just something I was never prepared for. The last rulers to even see a human were King Iana. The beginning, yes. The big question is, how did a human get into our realm? We have no idea. A human has never been able to get to the protective layer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I pursed my lips and stared out the window behind King Orsand. The sky was clear and filled with stars. The moon hung high in the sky in all of its full moon glory. Humans have made it into our realm. A human has not stepped foot here in millennia. How is this possible? If they can't come here on their own, then someone had to have let them in. But we protected by our goddess. Yes, but someone had to let them in. That is the only logical explanation. I closed my eyes, focusing deep within myself. I could feel the mark grow warm on my head. I opened my eyes as light emanated from me. It encompassed the entire room and Artemis stepped forward. What is this magic? Andrew cried out in surprise. She smiled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You are not pleased. Something is wrong. I nodded. How will humans be able to cross the barrier from their land to ours? Humans. It's impossible. They cannot. I beg pardon, your great goddess, but we found one. Artemis spun on her heels to look at Andrew. She narrowed her eyes and stared at him for a long moment. Almost like she was trying to remember him. You found another human. Yes, goddess. She strode to the window that I was just staring at and stared off into the distance. There is no earthly power that can allow a human here. Then how I cut King Ors and off before he could finish. No earthly. So there is a god-like power that can. She shook her head slowly. I want to deny that she would disobey orders directly from Zeus himself, but she's never been one to listen. She nodded again. I am sorry. My daughter. It is going to be up to you to defeat her. I have to defeat her. Yes, how? How does someone fight a goddess? There are 2 relics. Relics lost to time that you will need to locate. What are they? The sword that King Aelfred wielded during that first battle. The sword of Apollo. And the bow Queen Diana carried. My bow. Oh, we already have those. What? Andrew asked. We found those in the vault like yesterday. Then the easy part is over. You will have to learn how to shoot my bow and you will need the most trusted wolf to wield the sword. I shall carry the sword, Andrew exclaimed. Artemis looked at him, then back at me, smiling. No. You cannot, for he who carries the sword will need to be one with she who carries the bow. They must fight as one. One soul, one heart, one wolf. I sighed heavily and looked at King Orsand. Edmund. Artemis nodded. Yes, that is why Aelfred and my darling Diana were successful. They did not fight as two. They fought as one. Their souls joined, and they defeated the darkness that threatened them all. Edmund. He's not a warrior, King Orson said. He must learn. I believe there is a warrior pack just to the north of you that can teach them. Their wolf instinct should help to quicken the learning. Even with wolf instinct, my warriors have been training their entire lives. We can handle here. You, a mere mortal wolf, can handle the Queen of Mount Olympus. Well, I mean, yes. You over my daughter. You over a living goddess. Goddess. Me am I. I never thought about that. I mean, if you put it that way, maybe not. My daughter may appear to be a mere mortal, but she is endowed with my powers. She just has to learn to tap into them. Yes, my daughter. She stepped forward, and for the first time since I learned of my crazy parentage, she kissed my forehead. It felt odd, unexplainable really, and vanished. You argued with Artemis, King Orson said, staring at Andrew. I did. Why would you argue with Artemis? I have a death wish. King Orson shook his head. We need to return to the ceremony. What do we do? You and Edmund go north. Train and then we fight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We returned to the ceremony in darker moods. While the drink flowed and people danced, my mind was a million miles away. I knew Edmund could tell, but he didn't say anything. He stayed near me all night, kissing my forehead and holding my hand. How do I tell him about all of this? We just had our marking ceremony and I haven't told him any of this stuff with the warrior pack. What about going north to prepare to battle fucking here? He whispered, leading me to the dance floor. What? Everything troubling you? We have to leave. Leave? What? To go where? North. To the secret warrior pack to prepare to battle Hera. I'm sorry. What? It's a lot to unpack. I don't even know what any of that means. I sighed heavily. I know. We'll talk more when we're alone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm trusting you. Not me. Your father. And Andrew. Who the hell is Andrew? I sighed heavily again. Leader of that secret ancient warrior pack. They're ancient now. Well, Chapter 32. What's wrong? Ashley asked, dancing her and Alistair next to us. Oh, nothing, I mumbled, laying my head on Edmund's shoulder. Something is wrong. What is it? You can't lie to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know you. I looked at Edmund and he shrugged. Okay, so we're leaving. Leaving. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where are you going? Why are you leaving? Keep your voice down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where are you going? She whispered. We have to head north. Let's go somewhere to talk, Alistair suggested. Good idea. We strolled through the ballroom, saying hello and pretending everything was wonderful. I knocked on King Orson's office door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His commanding voice responded, Majesty. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come in, dear. His smile turned into a frown when he saw Ashley and Alistair. And you brought friends? I did. Forgive me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dad, call me Dad. No need to be formal with family. He smiled at me. Thank you, Dad. I bit my lip before taking a deep breath. I told them. Told who what? I told Ashley and Alistair about us leaving. Oh yes. Your honeymoon. It is wonderful. Dad, we can't rush them, Edmund said, stepping for W. Ward. Ashley and Alistair have been there with us since the beginning. They can be helpful. Help. How can they help? She's a Galma's daughter and he's a beta. They're not warriors. We might not be warriors, but we can learn to be. Learn. Have you ever fought before? Orson stood, staring Ashley down. Have you ever had to go into battle not knowing if you would survive or if you would even win? Have you ever had to defend all of wolf kind? Well, no, but no. No buts. I cannot let this happen. You're not even listening. Your Majesty, I know you see me as nothing but a beta, but this battle isn't just about warriors fighting. This isn't a far-off battle. This is in our backyard. Our families' lives are in jeopardy, and they don't even know. They have no clue how close the danger is to us. I can't in good conscience send a beta and his mate into battle. We don't have a choice, Dad. Kind Dad, with body showing up close to the palace. I agree with Edmund. We don't have a choice in the matter. What? Edmund? Alistair? And Ashley asked, looking at me. Do you want to tell them? King Orson sighed heavily and sat down. Or who told you about the body? He put his head in his hands. We can at least learn enough to hold them off and help the Blackpool Howlers. The who? Edmund asked. The secret warrior pack to the north of us. And mumbled into his hands. Alistair asked. This cannot leave this room. This has been the biggest secret kept since the beginning times. There is a sixth pack within our realm. A warrior pack that's only called upon when the kingdom is in great peril. Like it is now. I added. Yes, and their alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Found a human body not far from here. A human? Ashley asked in astonishment. How did a human get in here? We don't know. It's not the first one either. Artemis thinks that Hera is behind this whole thing. As in, Queen of all the gods. Yes, that Hera. Wow, okay. So why? She hates Artemis. Long story. Zeus cheats. Artemis was born. We're paying for it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh now, why do you have to leave? Alistair asked. Edmund and I are going with Andrew to his pack to train as much as we can before the inevitable battle happens. Are we even sure we have to fight? Ashley asked. It's looking like it. Edmund responded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alistair grabbed Ashley's hand. Then, as long as His Majesty agrees, we are going. Do I have a choice? Orson asked. No, we all answered. He shrugged his shoulders. Blessing granted. I'll just tell your alpha that I'm having you stay here for a bit to assist with this shit in the library. Alistair nodded. My mom is going to be so mad. Ashley whispered. She can't know. I told her. Yeah, true that. Try to keep things normal for tonight. I have something else to ask. Please, say no if it's inappropriate. Alistair started. What? Edmund asked. I don't want us to go train. Go into battle. Possibly die without having the chance to mark Ashley. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Would you both be upset if we did it tonight? At our ceremony? It was a dumb idea. I'm so sorry. No, it's a great idea, yes. If there is anyone else I would want to share today with, it's you two. I glanced at Edmund. As long as you're okay with it. Yeah, I think it's great. Go for it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ashley asked. My marking. Tonight. At the royal castle. During a huge event. Are you okay with that? Alistair asked. Yes, okay. More marking ceremonies are going to happen, and the biggest secret in the kingdom is no longer a secret. Orson grumbled. Let's go. We made our way back, once again, to the ballroom where it was announced that Alistair and Ashley would have their marking as well. People whispered and looked to us, but quickly changed to applause as I hugged them both and Edmund shook their hands. It was normally taboo to do such things during another wolf's big moment, but with permission and enthusiasm, everybody seemed okay. This is so ridiculous, I heard Harmony say from across the room. Why do it for her when I am her sister? I hate this. I hate her. I hate it all. I watched as my father gripped her shoulder and stood, taking her with him. He leaned down and whispered into her ear. She quietly, but furiously followed him from the ballroom. Hopefully, he's dealing with that mess. Alistair and Ashley exited to the balcony to perform their ceremony as the rest of the guests returned to drinking and dancing. Edmund and I made our way to where Queen Amelia sat. She smiled at us, a tear in the corner of her eye, was and told her. She stood and hugged us both tightly. I love you two so much. And we love you, I whispered back. I know you both will be wonderful and do such great things. I am so proud of you. Thank you. What's going on? My mother asked, walking up. Just a mom who's overly emotional, Queen Amelia said, waving off the whole thing while dabbing her eyes. Kids growing up and all. Mom nodded and hugged us. If only you really knew Mother. My father returned shortly after, without Harmony, and joined the other pack leaders in a corner. Where is that Weasley little snake? Princess Ellie. I turned to face Alex. What do you want? He grasped my hand and stared into my eyes. I am so sorry. For all of this. For all of moi. I know that you love me and I made it with your sister, Nope. Nope. You can stop right there. What? I pulled my hand away from his. You mating with her is quite literally the best thing that ever happened to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? His sad face changing. Yeah, best thing to happen to me. You see, I thought you were everything. The best wolf. So bad. I thought we were soulmates. Oh, I was so wrong. I didn't really love you like I thought I did. I thought you were everything. Nope. So wrong. Meeting Edmund was the best thing to ever happen. Finding my true mate. That was the best thing. You were just a mistake that was thankfully corrected. I was going to say that you know part of me, Nope. Don't even say it. Loves you. You know. I turned and started to walk away from him. Go find your mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You cannot speak to me like this. I'm your alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You need to stop. You're not my alpha. You're not my mate. I've put up with you and Harmony being entitled and downright cruel for long enough. You do not love me. There is no part of you that can possibly love me. You are mated to Harmony. Find her. I'm honestly just over this bullshit. Leave me in peace." He stared mouth agape as I just walked away. The rest of the night went off without hitch. Not that there was much of a night left. As the musicians packed up and the bar shut down, we snuck off to our suite. Happy to finally have alone time. Real alone time. The room was warm and dark when we entered. A trolley with champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries was parked in the middle of the living space. "Oh, what is this?" Edmund asked, feigning surprise. How thought of someone to just happen to have this brought to us? I laughed as he popped the cork. He held it up as if asking if I wanted some. I nodded. A knock on the door followed by a flurry of women came barging in. "What the what?" Edmund asked, standing there as they surrounded me. "The dress. Prince Edmund. Must take the dress. It has to be cleaned and stored in the vault as soon as possible. Right now, though. Do beg pardon. Sir, as fine. Honey, I don't want it ruined." "Oh, okay." He watched as they quickly unlaced and removed the beautiful old gown, leaving me standing in just my slip. "Your turn." Quickly surrounding him and stripping him out of the ceremonial garb. As they scurried away as quickly as they showed up, he stood there with his mouth hanging open in his boxers and a t-shirt. That was something. "Well, I'm going to put on something that's not a slip." I laughed. "I mean, if you want to just stay in that, I won't complain." "Oh no, not at all." He shook his head, staring at me. "I suppose I could stay in this for a little bit." I winked, taking the glass of champagne. He moved toward me, a wild hunger in his eyes. A look I had never seen before. He pulled the t-shirt over his head and grasped me around the waist, pulling my body into his. I could feel the heat off his body even through the slip. "I feel like I've waited a lifetime for this moment." He breathed into my mouth before closing the gap. I let out a small whine as he picked me up and carried me to our bed. He laid me down, drinking me in with his eyes before he straddled me, pinning my arms above my head and kissing me deeply. Chapter 33. I didn't sleep. I didn't want the night to end and dreaded as the sun slowly climbed in the horizon. The night was bittersweet and this was the absolute perfect moment. I rolled over in bed and stared at Edmund as he slept. His chest rose and fell slowly. I reached over and brushed the hair out of his face, just watching him. It's not polite to stare. His eyes still closed. "Then don't be so damn handsome." He opened one eye and smiled at me. "Nice bedhead." I laughed lightly. "It kind of has a mind of its own. I love it. Can we just stay here forever?" "I wish. But we do have to get up. Soon. Soon. Do we have time to?" I waggled my eyebrows at him. A devilish smile crossed his lips. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He sat up and pounced on me. We spent as much time rolling around in the bed. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Touching, and being as intimate as we could be until a knock at our bedroom door. "Yes," Edmund called out, panting. Sir, your breakfast is in the living space." "You can just leave it. I have a message from the king." The voice called Doug. Edmund got up, grabbed a pair of his lounge pants, and went for the door. "What?" I heard whispers followed by Edmund sighing heavily. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Please be sure Beta Alistair and his mate are made aware, and to meet us here in 20 minutes. He shut the door and turned to look at me. "We have to hurry." "Why, what happened?" I propped myself up on my elbows, the sheet slipping down the front of my body. There was another attack. "What, where?" I sat upright. "Apparently everywhere." "What do you mean everywhere?" "These creatures, whatever they are, aren't stupid. They executed coordinated attacks late in the night in every Pax territory. What? They're locking down all of the territories, so we have to get into the Black Paw Howlers' territory before the guards close off our roads. Shit. I jumped out of bed and pulled on a tee, shirt and leggings while scrambling for my boots. Edmund shoved clothes into a backpack while I did the same. We hurriedly drank a cup of coffee while scarfing down a breakfast sandwich. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ashley called while knocking on the door. Come in. What is going on? I was told to pack and be here. We have to leave now. I thought we weren't going until later, Alistair said. That was before the coordinated attacks last night. Edmund answered. What? To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Across all of the packs, we have to go before the roads are shut down. We grabbed our packs and hurried to King Orsan's office. He had the sword and bow sitting on his desk, ready for us. Good. You got the message. Andrew is waiting for you at the stables. Stables? Ashley asked. I nodded. We can't take cars where we're going. I have to ride a horse. Yes, King Orsan replied. The Black Paw Howlers pack is not like the rest of us. They're a bit more primitive, okay? I can do this. I've never ridden a horse before, but I'm a quick learner. Here are the sword and bow, he said, handing them to me and Edmund. Please, be careful. What about you? Edmund asked. Will you and Mom be okay? Don't worry about us. We will be fine. You too. Make sure you are safe. You are the future of our kind. He nodded and hugged the king. Orsan looked to me and kissed my forehead. I wiped a tear off my cheek as we left the office. My dear, Queen Amelia said before hugging Edmund. I love you. Be safe. My prince. I love you too. Mom, he held her tight. Once they released each other, she cupped my cheek and smiled at me. I love you. My princess. I love you. I whispered as she kissed my cheek. Be safe. All of you. We will, Edmund said as we turned to leave. The stables were large and beautiful. They were part of the old castle that was still utilized. The stable boy brought 4 gorgeous horses from their stalls. Edmund took the reins to a large black stallion. A gold and blue saddle rested on his massive back. I was handed the reins of an equally large white mare, my saddle matching Edmund's. We have the same saddle. My parents have matching saddles too. A weird thing that they do. Not weird. I think it's cute. Alistair and Darcy were handed reins to beautiful chestnut stallions. Are you ready? Andrew asked, walking from another stall with his own black stallion. His was much larger than all as though. He looked like something that death itself would ride. He stomped her hoof and snorted like a large, angry dragon. What is that? Ashley asked. Andrew patted the horse's neck and smiled at him. This is Drogo. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's his name. Our horses are bred to be large and intimidating. It helps going into battle. He put a foot into the stirrup and swung himself up. Let's hurry. We followed suit and swung onto our horses, except for Ashley. She somehow ended up sitting backward on hers. What are you doing? I asked her. I have no idea. I've never done this before. How did I end up looking at his ass? This isn't right. Right. Alistair shook his head and chuckled. How do I turn around on this thing? The stable boy ran to her and held onto the reins as she finagled her way to facing the right direction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is right. She grasped the reins as we trotted in the direction of the tree line. Halfway across the meadow, the horses broke into a gallop as we rushed to get to the Blackpool Howlers' town. We rode for hours it seemed. Everything looked the same along the way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grass. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It didn't take long for Winter Lake to vanish behind us as we climbed the mountain, before cresting the top and descending into a protected valley. We're almost there, Andrew called to us. Our village is Atom. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't see anything, Edmund said. That's the point. We keep it camouflaged. Had I not known that the village was at the bottom of the mountain, I never would have noticed it. The entrance was blocked by trees. There was space enough for a horse to fit through. Beyond the line of trees was a gate covered in ivy. What the Edmund gasped as the gate creaked open. We followed Andrew in, surprised at the old-fashioned little village. A few shops and stores lined a very primitive cobblestone road with side streets leading to little cottages. Andrew led us further into the town to a large house at the end of the main street. The inhabitants of the village stopped and stared at us as we rode through. Whispering amongst them, they didn't seem very friendly. Who are you? A young boy shouted from the large steps house. Why are you with my father? Shane. Fetch your mother. The boy narrowed his eyes before running into the house. He's not used to others coming into the village. You have a son. I have 3 sons and a daughter. Shane is the youngest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Intimidating woman emerged from the house. Her auburn hair hung in a long braid. She smiled out at as we slid from our steeds. And Gandhi. They came. They are here. Good. I'll gather the warriors to the training grounds. She turned and vanished into the house. Training grounds? Now Ashley asked. Yes, there is no time to waste. Is the battle happening tomorrow? We don't know, Edmund said, pulling his bags to the horse's saddle off. I slung the bow over my body and followed Andrew. I mean, we just rode horses for hours. And we're going right into training, yes. Stop complaining, Alistair said, following close behind us. You wanted to come. We train. She sighed heavily and hurried to catch up. We led the horses to the back of the house to a small stable that was adjacent to a large arena. In the center of the arena were dummies and various obstacles. A group of men and were emerging from cottages beyond the arena. They were dressed head to toe in black, similar to Andrew. These are the mightiest warriors in our pack. While your training with us will be brief, you'll at least be a little prepared to battle whatever we may face. Edmund asked. Yes, we will be fighting alongside you. He nodded and put the bags down. Let's get started then. We followed Andrew into the arena where he introduced us to the dozen or so people. We were broken off into groups and jumped right into the basics of warfare. The 5 people I worked with seemed to be the experts on bows and arrows. They showed me the various parts of Queen Diana's bow and how to shoot it. I hoped that Artemis was right and my inner goddess and Wolf would be able to give me an advantage. I looked around as Edmund had already moved on to learning different ways to strike at the dummies. Ashley and Alistair worked with another group that seemed to be using a combination of weapons. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Princess Eleanor, do you think you're ready to try to shoot? I suppose I should try. Let me see your bow. I want to make sure the bowstring is strong. A tall woman held out her hand for the weapon. I handed it over as she looked it over. Her eyes grew wide, examining it. This is old. I nodded. Very old. I nodded again. Where did you get this? Long story. I don't think this type of tree even exists anymore. I have never seen this type of wood. The notch is quite unique. Is it made of gold? Perhaps. And the string looks unique. She held the bough close to her face to get a closer look. Is the string hair? Silver hair? Is this your hair? No, not my hair. Where did it come from? She asked again, looking at me. It was found in the relics section of the vault in Winterlake. The woman closed her eyes slowly before looking up at me. You didn't find Queen Diana's long, lost bow, did you? You know of it. It is a weapon that should be here. This should be my weapon. You can use my old one now. That is mine. This weapon should be in the hands of a master, not some princess, no. That is mine. I repeated. Well, take this to Andrew. He will decide. I'm pretty sure as princess of the entire realm, I outranked Andrew. But yes, let's go discuss with him. She turned her nose up and stomped away to Andrew, with the bow. I watched as she waved her arms around, yelling something. They both returned. He was carrying the ancient relic. I will be removing Samantha from this particular group. Chris, please take over lessons. He handed me the bow. Forgive her insolence. Majesty. Oh, no worries. Thank you for clearing things up. Samantha stomped away, yelling about princesses getting everything. I rolled my eyes as I turned to Chris. So, Chris, shall we continue? Oh, yeah. So let's get practicing on shooting targets. I listened as he instructed on how to knock the arrow and draw back. I closed my eyes, focusing on everything I knew about the bow, how to draw back, and trying to channel Queen Diana. If she was a daughter of Artemis and I am a daughter of Artemis, we should have some kind of connection. I felt a cold chill come over my body as I saw the shimmering form of a beautiful woman standing beside me. She smiled and wrapped her arms around me, guiding my hands on the bow before releasing the arrow. I am with you, I heard in my mind. I will guide you. I watched as the arrow hits enter target. Wow, that was great. Do you want to try again? Chris asked. I nodded. He handed me another bow, and I watched as the woman guided my hands and arms yet again. Are you Diana? She nodded her head. Her silver hair flowed about it, almost weightless like it was weightless. We drew back the arrow, releasing it at just the right point. I watched as it once again hits enter target. Incredible. You are a natural. Keep practicing. We'll move on to hand 2 and combat in just a bit. I nodded and watched as Diana stayed with me. Will you always be here? No, child. But I will help for as long as I can. Why is this happening? I asked her. The hatred that Hera has for Artemis transcends just her. She feels that she must destroy everything that Artemis loves. As Diana nodded her head. She has a particular hatred for us. Us as in me and you. She nodded her head again. We are the product of the pure love that Artemis has for us. I was the daughter of Artemis and her one love Orion before he became the stars. You're her legit daughter. I am, but you are as well. You were chosen to lead our kind to this difficult time, and your prince, he was also chosen. He was, yes, it is no mistake that you two are mates. Your Prince Edmund is my King Alfred. And Mother's Orion. Wait, are we just the reincarnations of Artemis and Orion? In a way, yes. We are not them, but we are the essence of their love for one another, the purest of loves. That is really romantic and sad. I picked up another arrow as she helped me knock and release. Each arrow hitting center target. Oh, guys. So do you think that Hera is influencing the people around Ellie to be complete battles? Could Hera be possessing those within the protective field of the wolf realm? If you're enjoying the story, be sure to like, comment, and share to your friends. Chapter 34. The week surprisingly went by without much incident. Samantha did as she was instructed and never interacted with me, even though I did catch her attempting to flirt with Edmund. Perhaps it was because we were mated, but I wasn't even mad about it. It was more amusing than anything. Cool Edmund though. He looked so uncomfortable and confused. Diana never left me. She stayed through all of the training and throughout the evening. She had such a sad, sorrowful aura about her. I couldn't figure out why. I wanted to ask, but how do you ask someone who's supposed to be dead what's wrong with them? Everyone must have noticed that the week was quiet. We sat at dinner done night, not really talking. Most people just ate or pushed their food around while glancing around nervously. There was no reason for us to be nervous. I sipped at the beef stew, watching Edmund. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. And Alistair. None of them even looked up from their supper. I knew it was too quiet. The doors to the massive cafeteria where the warriors all ate together blew open. Red water-covered man stumbled in. "PR, Prince Edmund," he called out. Edmund stood up so quickly his chair fell backward, landing with a loud thud behind him. "Why, your mother?" He couldn't finish his sentence before he started crying. "My mother? She what? What's wrong with my mother?" he yelled, running to the man. "There was an attack, Your Majesty. The castle was swarmed. Your father fought them valiantly, but your mother was injured." He sighed heavily before stumbling back. "But she's alive." "Yes, Majesty. She is alive but badly injured." "Where is she?" "They retreated to the tunnels." "The tunnels? What tunnels?" "In the ancient part of the castle. There were tunnels built in case a quick escape was needed." "Where do they lead?" Edmund questioned. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Andrew said, standing up. "Follow me." We followed him to a shed behind the stables. It was unassuming and I thought it was just for tools or something. He opened the door and pulled a shelf that was on hinges away from the wall, revealing a hidden door. He pulled a keyring from his belt and stuck an old bronze skeleton key into the keyhole. The ancient lock screeched as he unlocked the door. We entered the musty, dusty old tunnel and started walking along the passage. After an hour of walking, we ran into the group of survivors. King Urs and had Queen Amelia in his arms. Her breathing was shallow and staggered. The shirt she wore was soaked in red water and a tear in the fabric on her stomach revealed a deep wound. "Queen Amelia. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." "She's fine. She's just passed out." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Phil moved forward, no longer in his butler suit. "What happened?" "We were ambushed. We had our guard up, but there were just too many of them. I attempted to fight off as many as I could. I believe I managed to kill at least 10 of them before we had to flee." "What happened to the Queen?" "She was hurt. One of those things had a weapon." "A weapon?" "They'd never used weapons before. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." "Are they evolving?" "That's awful quick to evolve, isn't it?" Alistair asked. "Normally, yes. But we don't know what these things are." "Is the end of the tunnel sealed?" Andrew asked. Phil looked behind him and then back at Andrew. "Are the tunnels sealed?" Might not have hit the switch. We all stared down the darkened tunnel as loud screams came from the black NESSS. Shit. Yes, shit is an accurate term. We need to get out of the tunnel now. Hurry. Andrew turned and ran toward the black porthole entrance. Dad, are you okay? Edmund asked. Just a bit tired. Let me. Alistair stepped forward and held his hands out for the Queen. You've carried her a great length. I can carry her the rest of the way. King Orson looked at his queen sadly before handing her over to the beta. Thank you. Alistair nodded as the rest of the group ran along the passage, led by just a torch and Andrew. The screams seemed to grow closer no matter how fast we ran. Perhaps it was my imagination, but I thought I felt breath on my neck. That's not possible. They're not here yet. We reached the door before we were overtaken by the creatures and managed to escape. Edmund slammed the door shut and Andrew quickly locked it. That won't hold them, Ashley said. Not for long, but hopefully long enough for us to get our warriors in place to battle. I will fight alongside you. It has been a while since I've battled. Dad, no. Yes, Edmund. Majesty, I agree with the prince. If anything were to happen to you, the kingdom would fall. Plus the Queen needs you. King Orson looked at Andrew, then at the rest of us. What kind of king doesn't go to battle? A king who has a son that is going to battle, Edmund said, grasping his father's shoulder. Please, stay with Mum. I can't stand by. You're not. You're keeping the Queen safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. King Orson pursed his lips and paced around a bit. The screeches of the creatures grew louder and louder before they were right on the other side of the door. How fast are those things? They're here, Ashley said, tears welling in her eyes. There's no time to argue anymore. Dad, go with Mom to protect her. We will fight those things down here. It's time this ends. Now, okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will go with Amelia. Edmund, be careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stay safe. I love you both. Orson turned and followed Alistair and Angela to the house at the end of the street. Is my mom and dad okay? Is it just Winterlake under attack? Retrieve your weapons. Andrew shouted to the warriors who had emerged from the cafeteria. Battle is upon us. Edmund and I ran to where the weapons were kept to retrieve the sword of Apollo and the bow of Artemis. He found the sword, but my bow was missing. Fucking Samantha. Where's my bow? She smirked as she ran past me. Oh well. I could feel heat as Diana's soft golden glow turned red. Oh. I watched as she reached out her hands and sent a blast of light towards Samantha. What the hell is that? As the light hit her in the back, Samantha flew forward. Unharmed for the most part, but she dropped the bow and lay motionless for a moment. What happened? Edmund asked. She took the bow of Artemis, and then tripped. I picked up the bow and stepped over Samantha as she groaned on the ground. No time to sleep, Samantha. We rushed to the shed and waited. Waiting for the creatures to breach the door and for the battle to finally commence. Chapter 35. Edmund and I stood beside Andrew in front of the shed, waiting. I gripped the bow, Diana beside me. Be calm. I'm here with you. Edmund looked over at me, raising an eyebrow. Could he hear her too? I didn't have time to think about it. The door creaked against the weight of the creatures, throwing themselves at it. I glanced at the warriors behind us as they jumped slightly when the door began to give. They're nervous. I swallowed hard and tried to calm the thudding of my heart. It's okay. To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're going to be okay. I looked at Edmund. He smiled weakly at me. You don't look so sure. I am. Promise. At least one of us is sure. The creatures continued throwing themselves at the door. You could see it bowing at the hinges. It swelled as the wood took the brunt of the force. The splintering started in the center and slowly spitted out to the sides as they gave out to the assault on it. Ashley stood behind me. Her breathing grew heavier, mirroring a sob from the sounds of it. The door cracked as long. White fingers breached the hole as unearthly shrieks filled the air. Stand your ground. Andrew hollered to his warriors. Remember your training. The creatures pulled at their wood until they were able to squeeze their bodies out. The eyes glowed red as saliva hung from their lips. They seemed ravenous and crazed, but these ones didn't look like the one that attacked at Silver Peak. These ones looked like us, smaller in stature, weaker almost. Are they human? Edmund questioned. What? But how? Alistair asked, raising his sword. Talk later. Fight now, Andrew commanded. I no-ked the arrow and released it, watching as it made contact with the target. The creature fell backward, laying still on the ground. A wild shriek erupted from the rest as they rushed in a frenzy toward us. Edmund stepped forward, meeting the creature and its razor, sharp nails with Apollo's sword. The sharp blade sliced through the pale white flesh easily. Crimson red water flowed from the wound, soaking the blue shirt it wore. These aren't just creatures. What are these? Worry about that later. We have to survive right now. Diana reached into the quiver with me, pulling another arrow. The creature that was focused on me was close, almost too close. I let loose the arrow and quickly pulled another as the second creature was right behind. I had no time to shoot and opted to ram the silver tip into the neck of my attacker. The red water spilled onto my hands, covering the front of me. The creatures breached our lines and attacked. Warriors fought back, slicing and stabbing as the shrieks of the damned attempted to kill us. The horde seemed to be never ending. For every 5 we killed it looked as though 10 more would emerge from the tunnels. How many are there? Ashley asked. I can't keep this up. We're getting overwhelmed. Alistair shouted to Andrew. We need to retreat. I looked around at the carnage before me. Warriors and creatures alike lay in red watery heaps across the area. Andrew nodded, sweat pouring from his brow, mixing with the red water from those he slew. Retreat. To the meeting house, he yelled. Those of us who remained quickly turned around toward one of the largest buildings in the small village. Once the last warrior was inside, we barricaded the doors. The shrieks surrounded the building as they began battering the door. We need to find more weapons and clean up our wounds. There's a first aid kit in the back, a young boy said, running to a long hallway. Why are there so many? I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sitting down. I can't keep this up, Ashley said, collapsing next to me. I don't think any of us can. We need a plan. We need to figure something out. We need Artemis. I mumbled. Are you sure? I looked around me at the tired and injured. Nodding, I stood. I guess this is a secret that's about to come out to the secret pack. I closed my eyes, breathing heavily, focusing on Artemis. I could feel the cold heat of her growing within me. As the strange feeling overwhelmed my body, I opened my eyes to darkness. The abyss that I saw before. What happened? Artemis? They're being attacked. Diana. How did you? I don't know. She appeared when I started to train with her bow. Fascinating. You're attached to the weapon. We can figure all of that out later. Right now, we need help. What happened? They're attacking. There are so many. Artemis took a deep breath and nodded. Can you help? I can't, but I can help you help. I will have to take over your body, temporarily. Is that okay? I nodded. She smiled, and the abyss faded. When the light broke through, I saw everyone staring at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edmund asked. I'm here. Are you ready? Yes. The world grew fuzzy as I was pushed to the back and Artemis took over my body. I could see what was happening, but I had no control over anything. It was as though I was just taking up space in my mind. Her blue light grew brighter around my body, changing me. My red watery clothes were replaced with a long, white gown. My silver hair was golden and swirled about my body. Artemis' body. Artemis walked toward the doors, opening them as those behind her screamed to stop. The creatures quickly rushed into the building, overtaking everything. Artemis raised my arms into the air, and a breeze picked up inside, swirling around. Blue light emanated from my fingertips as Artemis called on her power. She let loose a powerful blast of light throughout the room, decimating the creatures. She walked further outside with my body, shooting out the blue beam of light at the attackers within the village. What we fought to do, while getting hurt and dying, she accomplished in a few short minutes. As the last one vanished into a poof of dust, she released her hold on me. The golden hair changed back to my silver, but her white gown remained. What the hell was that? Edmund asked. That was Artemis. That was her taking over my body. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How long has she been able to do that? Ashley questioned. The warriors whispered amongst themselves, staring at me as though I were some freak of nature. Perhaps I was, but at least we were alive. That wasn't the end of it, I said softly. How do you know? Alice. I don't know. I can just feel them. There are more. We need to head back to Winter Lake. What? No, Ashley. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You can stay here and help the Queen. Mom, Edmund said, remembering his injured mother. Let's go see her. We hurried to the house where she rested, entering the room as the village physicians examined her. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. There is nothing else that can be done. Edmund stepped forward, watching as his mother struggled to breath. Watching as her chest rose and fell for the last time. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In an unexpected tragedy, Queen Amelia falls. But wait, the story isn't over. Eleanor, the daughter of Artemis, wields Demi, god power, and will go to any lengths to defy fate and save her queen. This is more than a challenge against death, it's a challenge against divine authority. Are you ready to join this epic adventure? Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 36. Amelia, hoarse and grasped the dead queen's hand. Come on, babe, open your eyes. Tears slid down his cheek as he stroked her cheek. Lom. The rest of us stood there, stunned. Queen Amelia was dead. The most gracious and most lovely of queens was dead. And for what? Why? Because Hero was mad that Artemis existed. Diana, we have to do something. Like what? This is way beyond our abilities. Is anything beyond our abilities? I mean, you're dead. We have the power of Artemis. We're demi-goddesses or whatever. I mean, yes, but we're still just a mortal and a ghost. We have to try something. Okay. What do we try? Diana asked. I don't know. Let's just try to tap into the power within and see what happens. Okay. Let's give it a go. I stepped forward, Diana with me, and stood over the body of Amelia. Her face was pale white and ashen. Her once rose, red lips were pale and pink. The red water on her shirt had dried and clung to the skin beneath. What are you doing? Edmund hissed. I don't know. Something. Anything, I mumbled, a single tear sliding down my cheek. This isn't the time. King Orsand added, do you want me to try to save her? Or just let her stay dead? They both sighed heavily and nodded. I shook my head at the fact they both still doubted my abilities after all this time. Even if I doubted myself. Clear the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? I'm about to use Artemis' powers. I don't want anyone to see. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edmund stood and escorted everyone except Ashley and Andrew out. Do you know what you're doing? Ashley asked. I shook my head. I stepped back up to Queen Amelia's body and held my hands over her. I breathed deeply as Diana stepped up beside me. She held her hands over mine as we focused on channeling Artemis and her powers. My hands glowed the blue and entered the Queen's body, but it wasn't working. Diana, step inside me. What? Step inside me. Maybe if we combined, okay. She stepped into my body, sending an electrifying tingly sensation from my head to my toes. The blue light grew brighter, bursting from my entire body like a firework. I looked up and saw Amelia standing in front of us with Artemis. What are you doing? Artemis asked, bringing her back. I don't have that power. I shrugged my shoulders. We can't defy fate. Watch me. Eleanor, you cannot do this. I'm not letting her go because Hera is mad at you. Queen Amelia's time is not up. Her life was interfered with by another god, not the Moira Eye. I watched as Queen Amelia slowly lifted into the air and moved toward her body. She slowly fell into the fleshy shell that lay on the bed in front of me. Her mortal body's face changed to the rosy, cheeked woman I remembered. Her lips turned rose red as the wound in her stomach healed. She sat up quickly and sucked in a deep breath while looking up at me. I glanced at Artemis, who pursed her lips before vanishing. We're going to pay for that. Perhaps. Amelia, Orson cried out. She stood and grasped my hands. You saved me. I just did what anyone would do. Edmund stood, staring at me. How? My head felt like it was swimming. The room spun as nausea overtook me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ashley asked, stepping forward. I couldn't finish what I said. Everything went black and I could feel myself falling. The abyss was never ending as I continued just falling. Or was I floating? Either way, I was weightless and the darkness was never ending. Eleanor, daughter of Artemis. A raspy voice hissed from within the darkness. Who's there? I called out. You interfered, another raspy voice said. You stopped us from collecting our soul, a third said. Who's there? I yelled. You mustn't interfere, the first voice said again. We want our penance, the second added. You owe us a soul, the third finished. You must pay your debt, they all said together. The voices continued faster and faster, growing increasingly angrier. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't have any souls, You must repay the debt. We will collect. What one takes one must replace. The raspy voices were coming from everywhere. I held my hands to my ears and screamed as the darkness vanished and I woke, laying on the same bed Amelia had been. Are you okay? Edmund asked, sitting beside me. What happened? I questioned. You collapsed, Alistair said. Oh, I think I'm okay. The raspy voices from the abyss rang in my ears. Orson let out a sob and hugged me tight. Thank you. I am so sorry I doubted you. He released me and pulled Amelia into a tight embrace, kissing her passionately. You brought my mom back, Edmund continued. I pulled him into a tight embrace. I know. That can really change things, Andrew said. What? You could save us all. I don't know about that. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why you bring people back from the dead, he exclaimed. I shook my head. I am defying the Moira. I can't continue doing this. You must know. I really can't. This can help us win. I got off the bed and paced around. You don't understand. Saving a life affects the Moirai and I will owe souls for each one I save. What? The Moirai control all of our destinies. When I interfere with someone's destiny, I owe a soul to the Moirai. What one takes one must replace. This is way too much. I nodded. I'm focusing on the creatures and hero before the Moira. They're just going to have to wait. What am I going to do about all of this? I really dug myself in deep here. Chapter 37. We didn't have time to really sit around and gather our thoughts. While Artemis did help us here, we had no idea what the rest of the realm looked like or how many other creatures there were. The warriors that remained packed up sacks with supplies and weapons alongside all of us as we prepared for battle. War is this war. My mind raced 1,000,000 miles a minute. There was so much to process. Do you want to talk? Edmund asked, walking up to me. Her talk. You know. Converse. I don't even know where to start. The beginning is usually good. I know something has been up with you since we got here. I sighed heavily. Would he believe me if I told him everything? You can talk to me, he thought to me. I know. What's wrong? I just don't know if you'll believe me. Eddie, I've seen some really crazy shit since you came into my life. Why wouldn't I believe you now? I shrugged my shoulders. Just tell me. I don't like seeing you like this. Okay. Where to start? Okay, so Diana is with me. Diana. Who's Diana? The first queen of our kind. The first daughter of Artemis. You mean Diana? I nodded my head. Edmund's eyes grew large as he stared at me. See, you're weirded out. No. Not weirded out. Interested. Sure. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Diana has been helping me. I think she's attached to the bow. Maybe me now. I don't know. When I pulled your mother back from the Moira, I heard them. Heard them. Yeah, heard them. They said that I have to replace the soul I took. I have to pay my debt. Pay your debt. I nodded my head again. Yeah, I have to give them a soul to replace the one that I pulled from their grasp. Okay, how? They didn't say. I'm assuming I have to take a life for them to have. Oh. Artemis possessed my body. She just pushed me to the back and eliminated the creatures that I saw. It was weird. I had no control over myself. None. Edmund asked. I shook my head. Am I crazy? No, of course not. You're just in a weird spot right now. I'm sure it will a lot better once this is over. Perhaps. He grasped my arms and pulled me into his body. Wrapping his arms around me, Edmund just held on to me. It will be Okay. Is everyone prepared? Andrew asked. People quietly nodded their heads. They glanced around, almost looking nervous. They might have been mighty warriors, but they had never been up against something quite like this. Let's head out. Are we heading down the tunnels or taking the long way? Ashley asked. I guess the tunnels since it's faster. Let's get this done then, Alistair said, putting his pack on. Is the king coming? One of the warriors asked. Not yes. The king is coming, Orsand announced, entering the room. Dad. The king put his hand up to stop Edmund. I didn't join the last fight and everyone nearly died. The queen is alive and well, so I will be going. I cannot sit back while my son and daughter, in-law fight for the safety of the entire realm while I just sit here. Edmund opened his mouth to say something, but I put my hand on his arm and shook my head. He sighed heavily. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just be careful. Dad, I will be fine. You have to be careful. Maybe a speech, I suggested to the king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, a speech would be good to rouse the troops. He made his way across the room, to stand in front of the warriors. Today is not an easy day. We are facing an unknown adversary that we know nothing about. They are frenzied and wild with a red water lust, but there is something that they don't have. Willpower, strength in love and friendship. It may seem that they are stronger and more prepared than what we are, but we have the upper hand. We know these lands. We know how to fight together as one while they only care for themselves and that instant gratification. We can fight them. We can defeat them. Remember your training. Remember what we fight for. We fight for freedom. We fight for life. We fight for us. The warriors erupted into cheers as their king raised his sword in the air, prepared for battle. He led us from the room and toward the shed, a loud cadence breaking out from them. We looked down the river and seen them come. There must have been 100 of them. Fast and light they ran like a flash, no matter since they weren't a match. Mighty and strong as we, howlers all the protector of thee. The mood changed dramatically, simply by having their king by their side. My heart traced the further along the tunnel we walked. The darkness seemed never ending as the only sounds to be heard were the cadence in our footsteps. Even the cadence eventually stopped as the eerie silence swallowed us whole. Cold air was shed down the tunnel at us. Why is it so cold? We're underground. King Orsand led the way, marching along, prepared to fight for his entire kingdom even to the death. A small light ahead of us grew larger and larger. The open door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who walked beside Orsand, motioned for everyone to stop and to be quiet. There was no way for us to know who was on the other side. He pointed to 2 of his scouts to move to the front lines. He whispered in their ears before they set off running the rest of the way. Their feet light on the ground, not making a sound. They paused at the entrance before creeping into the castle. We stayed and waited for what seemed like an eternity as they scouted the premises to make sure things were clear for enter the castle. We all seemed to hold our breath as they made their way back to us. They whispered to Andrew and King Orsand before rejoining the warriors. Andrew motioned once again for us to move forward. The coast was clear and the coast was completely empty. We emerged in the stable. The entire area was quiet. So much quieter than I had ever heard of the castle before. Where's everybody? Edmund asked. That was a good question. Chapter 38. The castle and its grounds had never been so silent. Even the horses were quiet in their stalls. We slowly walked through the stables. looking for any sign of life for the creatures. Andrew motioned for his scouts again, whispering to them. There was furious head shaking before they returned to their spots. What did they say? King and asked. When they scouted the area they saw nobody. Not a single person. Edmund asked. Andrew shook his head. Where did everyone go? Ashley questioned. I don't know. This is very odd. We continued around the side of the stable and into the castle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Metallic's malice altered our nostrils almost immediately. Oh, what is that? Covering my nose. That's red water, Andrew said softly. And a lot of it. What should we prepare ourselves for? Ashley asked quietly. I honestly don't know, Andrew answered. Just keep your eyes open. Andrew motioned with hands to the warrior group, who broke off into groups and ventured down other corridors in the castle. I took a few steps closer to Edmund as we moved to the ancient part of the castle. The rooms looked identical as the last time I had seen them. The last room, though, was one we hadn't checked. The door was locked before and the keys Edmund had didn't work. King Orson turned the handle and the door creaked open. That was locked last time we were here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. King Orson asked. I nodded. We entered the room, shocked at how clean it was. It looks like someone has been here. How bizarre. Nobody ever comes back here, though. King Orson said. Nobody should be living back here. I walked around, looking at everything laying around. Books were stacked on a table near the window, and in the bedding was disheveled. I ran my hand along one of the walls, surprised that there were no cupboards like every other room in this section of the castle. As I walked, my fingers ran along the small bump on the paneling. It wasn't very noticeable to look at, but there was something there. It felt off from the rest of the wall. Hey, come here, I said to nobody in particular. What? Ashley asked as everyone gathered around. Feel this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alistair questioned. It feels weird. King Orson ran his hand over the paneling and stepped back odd. They all felt the weird bump under the wood and stared at it. What if it's a button? Ashley suggested. Button? Yeah, like a hidden doorway or something. Is that possible? But there was nothing about a secret passage this far back into the castle. What if it was kept off the maps that you have, and someone else knows about it? That's possible. Let's push the button and see what happens, King Orson said. We all looked at each other, wondering who would be the brave soul to find out what actually happened if we pushed that particular panel. So, who's doing it? Edmund sighed heavily. I will. No, I will. King Orson placed his hand on the wood and pushed. There was a clicking sound as the wall moved slightly, showing a small crack. We pushed it open and saw a stone passage heading further into the castle. We followed along the tunnel for about a mile before a set of stairs loomed ahead of us. We climbed up, Orson turning a small knob on the door. We waited, listening for anything to come toward us. There was just silence. We peered out the door and saw that it led to an alleyway. Where are we? Alistair asked. Edmund squeezed out a small hole, hoping to not draw attention. I think we're in town. The rest of us followed, creeping along the alleyway walls. We are in town, King Orson said. This is the Bull and Horn Tavern. How old is the Bull and Horn? I'm not sure. A few 100 years. Maybe older. So it's possible this was meant as another escape route. Yeah, Orson said. Edmund peered into the street, looking around. Well, The streets are empty. We walked along the roads, looking for signs of anyone. This is not normal. Could they all be hiding? It's possible, I guess. I walked up to one of the businesses that lines the main street and pulled the door handle. Knock, Ashley suggested. I knocked on the glass door loudly. Hello. We waited for anything to happen. I knocked again. This is Princess Eleanor. If anyone is inside, please come to the door. I watched as a door in the back of the shop cracked open. A young girl hurried across the room to the door. Is it really you? She asked. Yes. I have the king and the prince with me. Can you let us in? Are those things still out there? What things? Those monsters. The ones that were attacking people? No. There's nothing out here. Oh, thank goddess. She hurriedly opened the door and ushered us in, before relocking it. What happened? King Orson asked. Her face dropped as she burst into tears. 5 other women emerged from the room in the back of the office, clutching one another. They just came out of nowhere. They were attacking everyone, biting. There was so much red water. It doesn't look like anything happened outside. I don't know how. There were so many of them. We thought they got all of you. They were heading for the castle. We jumped and turned at the sound of someone banging on the door. Andrew sighed with relief, opening the door for his warriors. No, close it. The women screamed in terror. We know them. What's wrong? Andrew asked. The castle. We found the smell. What was it? Orson asked. Everybody. In the ballroom, their bodies were laid out. What? The bodies are laid out in the ballroom. I've never seen so many people. And they're all dead? Andrew asked. The warrior nodded. We have to find the source of this right now. I turned to the women. Did you happen to see where they came from? The young girl nodded her head and pointed. Down the street. They just marched right into the city. They're not traveling through the sewers. We need to get to the other packs now. I hurried for the door, unlocking it and walking into the street. How are you going to walk? Edmund asked. We're going back to the castle and getting vehicles. Then we're going to check. These things are coming from somewhere and we're finding them. Our group made the way back to the castle, finding the vehicles and keys where they were supposed to be. The men ventured to the ballroom while Ashley and I waited near the SUVs. I had no desire to see all of the death. Let's go, Edmund said, walking into the garage. We need to go. What? It's just as bad in there. Let's go. We all were able to fit into 5 of the palace's SUVs. We sped through the streets making our way to Silver Peak. I watched Hallistairs' usually stoic face showed nothing but worry. Was his pack still standing? Would they be decimated? We came upon Misty Pines rather quickly. The small town was completely empty. Nobody was on the streets, except a few bodies scattered around. Where are they? Ashley asked. Left, I guess. Should we get out and check? For a minute. We should, Orson said, stopping the car. Hello, Edmund called out. This is Prince Edmund, King Orson, and Princess Eleanor. If anyone is here, please come out. We waited and waited. A small family hurried from their apartment above a shop with hiking packs on their backs. Sir. Edmund shouted. The man glanced over his shoulder and ushered his family down the sidewalk. Sir, please. Prince Edmund, I do apologize, but we must hurry. Hurry to where? We have to meet the rest of the town. We're leaving. To where? Sanctuary. We've heard there is a sanctuary not far from here. Others from other packs are gathering at an abandoned fort to get away from these things. There's an abandoned fort. There is. We haven't used it for centuries, though. My great-great-grandfather was the last king to keep it functioning. Come with us, the woman said. You can be safe with us. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But we're trying to find more survivors and where these things are coming from. She pursed her lips and nodded. Be safe. I nodded as we climbed back into the SUVs. The drive to Silver Peak didn't last long. There was no enjoying the scenery. As we entered the town, we saw some people standing near the town hall. Orson brought the vehicle to a screeching halt as Alistair jumped out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha Wesley, Beta, a man called to Alistair. Beta, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alistair ran up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time as Ashley ran close behind. He stopped short and let out a scream. We hurried up to him and looked at what he screamed about. His Alpha lay in front of the building, red water pouring from the wounds on his body, gasping for air. Chapter 39. Alistair fell to his knees, sobbing as he cradled his Alpha's body in his arms. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked between sobs, Please, be okay. I watched as Alpha Wesley lifted his hand, reaching out to Alistair. His lips moved, speaking something only he could hear. Wesley's eyes rolled to the back of his head and his arm fell to his side. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wesley, wake up. Alistair placed the body of his Alpha on the ground and stood up, screaming to the sky. He paced around before slamming his fist into a glass door. It was jarring to see the usually stoic Alistair in such a state of distress. Ashley said, Bring him back. He yelled at me. I can't. You can. You can. Alistair, lower your voice. Edmund warned in a growl. Why won't you save him? I can't. I'm interfering with the Morai too much as it is. I don't have any spare souls to give to them. He let out a guttural roar before turning into a wolf and bounding down the stairs. As she started to run after him, turning Wolf halfway down the stairs, I watched as the two vanished beyond the tree line. My heart felt like it fell into the pit of my stomach and shattered into a million pieces. Carry him inside, I said quietly. What? Edmund asked. Take him inside. I'm going to bring him back. Andrew shot a glare at me. I'll bring yours back to when we get back to your village. Eleanor, the Moira Eye. King Orson asked. I guess I'll just deal with them. Maybe they'll just take my soul in exchange for everyone else. Ellie Edmund started. Andrew asked. Yes, Andrew. For every person I bring back, I owe the Moira Eye a soul. Edmund glared at him, anger seething in his eyes. You know why she's doing this, do you? Andrew didn't look up at him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can't. I have the ability. Andrew is right. I have no choice. You do have a choice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can't do this. Edmund yelled, following me and the Alpha's body. Please, I can't lose you. I stopped and turned to him. I cupped his face in my hand and smiled lightly. A tear slid down my cheek as I just turned and walked inside. Where do you want him? The Gamma asked. I guess just right there. What are you going to do? I'm going to patch up his wounds. That's it. Because the way the conversation sounded, you're doing more than that. I shook my head. Nope. That's it. He stood there and stared at me as I knelt beside Wesley. Do you mind giving me a bit of privacy? I don't like working with an audience. He narrowed his eyes at me and left the room, leaving me alone with the body. I focused deep within myself, being pulled out when I heard feet crunching on broken glass behind me. Please give me privacy, I called, not looking behind me. You don't have to do this, King Orson said, placing his hand on my shoulder. Yes, I do. I'm the only one who has the ability to bring him back. You can't give up your soul. Eleanor. I shook my head while staring down at the body. It doesn't matter. I already am a soul, and I'm not taking an innocent person's life to pay a ridiculous debt. What will you do when they come to collect? I shrugged my shoulders and held my hands over the Alpha's body. Figure it out, but I guess. I closed my eyes, focusing deep within myself. I sank into the abyss. This is different than last time. I floated downward, maybe upward. Being in complete darkness left the senses very confused. I eventually found myself standing before a large black cauldron with 3 of the most decrepit, ugly women I'd ever seen. Their wire-white grey hair looked like they'd stuck their fingers into multiple light sockets at the same time. Where their eyes were supposed to be were empty sockets, and there were raggedy black robes. Who are you? I stammered. We are the Moira, the first said. I know that. I mean, who are you? I am Clotho. I am the spinner of the thread of life. The sister in the midday opened her eyes, revealing nothing but white. I am Lachesis. I measure the length of man's life. The third old woman opened her mouth, revealing rotting teeth. I am Atropos. I cut the thread of man's life when his time has come. Girl, Clotho said. You have been warned. Lachesis continued. You owe a debt. Atropos finished. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know, but I'm not letting everyone stay dead because of another god's interference. You, Clotho started. Cannot, Lachesis said. Atropos finished. I don't care. I'll pay my debt back. One of the women held up a glowing, green strand. It pulsed in her haggard hand before she turned to hold it over a massive pit. I walked around the Kudwan and stared into it. I could see souls swirling around, heading deeper and deeper. Moans and screams faintly reaching the surface. What is this? This is where we keep our souls. All of them. Yes, child. All of the souls that have come and gone are from our collection, Clotho said. The one you're holding is the one you seek, the young Alpha. One of the abominations of Artemis. Lachesis shook her head, the spindly little hairs bouncing in every direction. We're not abominations. You are not human. Atropos nearly hissed at me. I am. Well, I mean, half human. Noah. I am. You take our souls, don't you? Yes. All souls are ours, they said together. I want his soul. You will owe a debt, they repeated. Yeah. I know. I already owe a massive debt. Just give me his soul. In fact, give me every wolf soul that has died today. The 3 haggard Moirai turned to look at me. You heard me. I want them all. I'm not doing this every time I try to collect what doesn't belong here. That will require more than just souls. The Moira, I held the soul up. I'll make you a deal, I said to the 3. We are listening. If you give me all of the souls I want, once we defeat whoever's behind this, I will give you my soul. You are but one mortal. Yes, but I am the princess of the entire wolf realm. Clotho pondered. Royalty. Lacus stroked her pointy chin. We have not had a royal soul in many years. Atropos nodded her head. The three conferred between them. We have now had a wolf royal soul in an even longer time. It is a worthy trade. We will take your offer. Once the battle is over, we will come for you to acquire your soul. They circled the pit and started to chant into no voices. I couldn't quite hear what they said, but the souls within the pit bubbled and slowly a handful of them emerged on the surface. Lachesis in the middle reached down and scooped them up, dumping them in a vial she pulled from her pocket. I hope this is worth it. I nodded and looked at the vial of swimming strands. And the alpha? She hands it over to me. It was warm and pulsed like a heartbeat. They waved their hands and I was back in the room, kneeling before Alpha Wesley. I held the glowing green strand above him. It wiggled as though it knew where to go. I lowered it onto his chest and covered the soul with my hand. The warmth disappeared from my touch, spreading through his body. Ascent's skin glowed briefly before he gasped and sat up. King Ors and gasped and stepped back. Wesley sat up and looked around. He grasped his chest where the wounds were and stared at me with wild eyes. What happened? You're getting a second chance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? I don't understand. Just don't waste your second chance at life. I stood and turned to walk back outside. We should go fetch Alistair before he gets too far. King Ors nodded and motioned for one of his guards. Go fetch Beta Alistair. Bring him back on my orders. The man nodded and leapt down the stairs, changing into wolf as he ran off in the direction that Alistair and Ashley ran. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When we return to the Black Porhowlers, I'll revive your warriors. I hope you're proud of yourself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm losing my mate over this. Edmund growled, shaking his head. I don't know what to say. The least you can say for her dying, Edmund yelled. Edmund, I already owed them a debt. At least this way it's worth it. He shook his head, a tear sliding down his cheek. I don't want to lose you. I know. My love. I know. He pulled me into a tight hug, feeling the vial in my pocket. What is that? I pulled it out and held it up. Of the Black Porhowlers. That's them. Indeed. Chapter 40. Okay. Let's get back on the road. We have to be closing in on the creatures, King Orson said, walking down the steps. We have vehicles that are gassed up that we can use, Alpha Wesley said, emerging from the building, rubbing his head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The group of people who gathered and witnessed his death stared in astonishment. Yeah, it seems that I was just in shock from the wounds. Thankfully Princess Eleanor is rather skilled in handling that sort of thing. Thank you. Truly. Alapiate. I turned to look as Alistair walked across the street. Beta, you were unconsuous. Alistair looked at me, his eyes glassy with tears. I smiled and grabbed Edmund's hand. How about I actually go back to the Black Porhowlers pack now? Now, we may need the reinforcements. You're not going alone, Edmund said. I sighed heavily. You are going to need as many people with you as you can get. I think I will be safe going back alone. He shook his head and held tightly to my hands. No. Absolutely not. You're not going alone. I led forward and kissed him lightly. The creatures are ahead of us, not behind. I need you to make sure Moonmist is okay. I will catch up to you. I'll send 2 of my warriors with her, Andrew said, stepping forward. Edmund closed his eyes and breathed heavily. I knew he was still mad about the scene Andrew cast. I squeezed his hands and kissed him again. "Forgive him," I whispered. I turned to Andrew. "That will work great. Okay, let's go," King Orson said. I watched as the group loaded into freshly gassed vehicles before trekking my way back to the Blackpool village. "Majesty, do forgive me, but why are we going back? There is only deafened, not warriors at home. You're a secretive group, so I can't trust you two, right?" The two black-clad warriors nodded. "I have this special ability that allows me to reverse certain things. Death, like death, yes. And hoping that the additional warriors will help us. How it's hard to explain," I muttered. "Is it magic?" the other asked. I don't think so. I'm not really sure what it is. I don't even really know what I am. To my agent extraordinaire, Moyen Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I shook my head. "Don't think too deeply about it. It's a long and confusing story that I don't think I should divulge. At least, not yet. I'm sure it will eventually be revealed to all." They both nodded and remained fairly silent as we made our way back to Winter Lake. The streets were desolate as we traveled toward the castle. I brought the car to a stop outside the doors of the castle. It looked quiet and bare. Not a soul stirred within. "Will you bring back the dead inside?" I hadn't thought about them. The truly innocent who should never have been harmed in this war. I suppose I should. "Where are they?" "I think the ballroom. Majesty, the warrior on there." "Okay, then I guess we go there first." We made our way through the hallways until we reached the massive doors to the room. A space that is supposed to be for celebrations and official business. I guess holding dead bodies was official business. "Are you ready?" "Ma'am." I swallowed hard. "Is anyone really ready for this kind of thing? We can do this." I glanced over at Diana, who was still with me. I wondered if she would be with me forever. I nodded and the warriors pulled the doors open. An overpowering stench of rotten death. One of the warriors bent to the side and vomited as I tore a strip of cloth from my shirt and tied it around my face in a feeble attempt to stop the smell from assaulting my nostrils. "Ma'am, do you need us?" I shook my head and continued forward. The bodies were lined up in 3 rows, covered in sheets with dried red water stains. "Is this a good idea?" Diana asked within my mind. Who knows? I mean, I already owe the Moria and my soul, so who cares at this point? "You know you have to pay them, right? There is no avoiding the Moria." "Yeah. I know, but I might as well save as many as I can in the meantime." Diana stepped back and shook her head. "I don't think giving up your soul is the right answer." "Right answer or not, I already promised, so it can't be undone." "Right." She shrugged her ethereal shoulders and crossed her arms. "This is a big job. These are a lot of people. Should I do them all at once? Or one at a time?" I knelt beside one of the bodies and pulled back the sheet a bit. The lifeless face of a red-headed boy stared up at me. "Oh, goddess. Reuben." The kitchen boy who made our coffees had slashes across his face, the skin peeling back, revealing the muscle and bone in his face. I stood before the dead bodies, trying not to vomit, and took a deep breath. I decided to do them all at once, or at least try to. Here goes. I held my hands up, focusing deep within myself as I had before. The black abyss crept over me, but I fought it this time. Nope. Nope. We are not going back to the Moria. I already know what they want. It's not happening. "Girl," Clotho called to me. "You steal." Lachesis shouted. "More from us." A trooper screeched. No, I screamed as the bright blue light shot from my hands as I continued fighting the pull. I opened my eyes and watched the various blue, green, yellow, and orange souls pour out and into their bodies. People began to sit up and pull the sheets off. I was afraid for a moment about what they would look like. Would they still be torn to pieces? What happened? Reuben asked, looking at me. The slashes on his face were gone. You're okay. I dropped beside him and held him tightly. Thank goddess you're okay. I openly wept as everyone stood and checked themselves and each other out how. It's long a story. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you're all okay. Just find somewhere safe to hide. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They murmured amongst each other as I hugged Reuben again. I have to go. You stay safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I brushed his shaggy red hair out of his little face. He was so sweet and so young. For only the second time since I started bringing back the dead did not regret it. I ran out of the ballroom and right into the two warriors who were waiting. What are your names? Wiping at my face. What? Your names? What are they? I'm Kyle, the man said. And I'm Mary. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kyle. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why did you want to know? I'm not spending this much time with the two of you to not know who you are. Is everything okay? Majesty. I nodded. Let's go bring the rest of your warriors back. The door in the stables was wide open and eerily silent. I stood there for a long moment. It would take us at least 2 hours to get to the village. While the tunnel was a lot shorter than the long way on horseback, it was still a long time. Do you think horses can fit in the tunnel? I don't know. Maybe. Well, let's see. I put a halter on a beautiful white mare and led her toward the tunnel. She nicked red and pulled at the ground, but followed. Good girl. Such a good girl. She fit. Looks like we're taking horses. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We grabbed saddles and quickly got 3 ready. The dark tunnel made it hard to navigate. They won't run in the darkness. You're right. Okay, time to test the powers a little more. I held up my hand focusing just enough for the blue light to appear. It was bright enough to light our way. You're abusing the powers. I'm doing what I have to in order to save this realm and all of wolfkind. Artemis will not look kindly on this. I don't care. It's her fault that any of this is happening. We rode along in the dimly blue, lit tunnel until we saw the door to the shed. The horses slowed to a trot as they made their way through. We had to duck our heads as they made their way through the small shed into the sunlight. The mare I rode neighed in protest to the journey we made her take and pawed the ground once again. I slid down, pulling the vial of warrior souls out of my pocket, and made my way toward the cafeteria where the bodies had been taken. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Queen Amelia called from down the street. Your Majesty. I ran up to her and wrapped my arms around her. I'm so glad you're well, yes. That is wonderful. What are you doing here? Long story. I need the bodies of the dead warriors. They're at the cemetery about to be buried. No. We ran to the small graveyard at the back of the village as the first body was being lowered into the ground. Pull them out. Cole yelled. What? Pull them out of the ground. What now? They need buried. Samantha put her hands on her hips and glared at us. They can come back. Just pull them out. No, she turned and started putting dirt on top of the body. I let out a guttural yell and ran at her. I tackled her and punched her once in the nose. Stop. For the love of goddess, stop your shit. Samantha. Whatever your issue is, you're risking the chance for these warriors to live. I stood and turned my back to her. If you move one step, I will have you dragged off to the dungeons, Queen Amelia shouted. I glanced over my shoulder and saw she had the shovel above her head, as though she was going to hit me with it. Majesty. Samantha dropped to one knee, bowing before the Queen. You're the most disobedient girl I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. Princess Eleanor is a member of the royal family and will be treated as such. If I see anything besides respect for her from you, to the dungeon with you. Yes, Majesty. Apologize. What? Majesty. Apologize to Princess Eleanor. Samantha stared down at the ground, cursing her lips. Now forgive me, Princess Eleanor. Forgiven. I turned back to the body in the ground and motioned for Kyle and Maya to help me. We pulled the body out and laid it beside the rest. I uncorked the vial and held it out. The souls fled the confines of the glass jar and sought out their bodies. We watched as the limbs struggled to free themselves from the sheets they were tied in. Hurry. Help them. What in the goddess? Samantha said, standing up. What is this? Queen Amelia asked. Another thing I discovered I can do. We started freeing the warriors from their sheets and watched them stand, staring at one another. I don't understand what is going on. One of the warriors said. I was dead. You were. I was in a glass container. You knew that. We were like all crammed in there. Sorry it took so long. You're all okay? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We have to leave. All of us. We need to get to Moon Mist. Why, what is going on? Queen Amelia asked. The creatures had been steadily attacking every pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then let's go. She turned to a group of warriors standing to the side. Saddle horses. We ride in 10 minutes. Mother, I do not think Father will be happy if you fight. He has no choice. He's not here. We all fight. I admired her for her resilience. Let's ride. We walked back to the shed and waited for the others. We need torches. I climbed into the saddle of the white mare I rode up on and waited as Queen Amelia and the others trotted up to us. We're riding through the tunnel. Aye, Kyle said. With torchlight, it will be easier. What about when we get to the other side? Samantha asked. Cars are waiting. Let's go. I led the way, carrying a torch as the mare ran along the path. It was nearly night when we finally reached the cars. We wouldn't reach Moon Mist until tomorrow. Hopefully, we won't be too late. Chapter 41. Getting to Moon Mist seemed like a breeze since we didn't stop off anywhere. The ride was surprisingly silent as we watched for signs of King or Sand and Deadmond. A terrible feeling grew in the pit of my stomach. They're in Moon Mist. Something is going on at home. You can't be sure. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your mage mother. I just know it. She reached back to me and patted my arm, a sympathetic look in her eyes. She knew as well as I that the problem was in Moon Mist. The driver slammed on the brakes and came to a screeching halt, throwing us all forward. What the hell? I yelled out. What is that? We all looked through the windshield at one of the creatures. It stood in the middle of the street, covered in red water. It looked at us through narrowed eyes and let out a high-pitched shriek. I grabbed the bow and an arrow, standing up through the sunroof. The creature ran toward us as I no-ked the arrow, letting loose before it could reach us. The creature fell to the ground, dead. We all climbed out of the vehicles and slowly approached. I bent over the hideous thing, staring at it. It's not quite what I thought, Queen Amelia said. It almost looks human. Vampire? Samantha asked. I don't think so. It's out during the day and look at the teeth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Putting back the lips, it's not just the typical fangs. The teeth are all razors. What is it then? I'm pretty sure it's just a hell beast. It looks like the things that attacked us. Diana thought to me. They do. Yes. We didn't know what they were either. Artemis did not know at the time either. She's had millennia to figure it out. Maybe she knows now. Diana shrugged her ethereal shoulders once again. I pursed my lips and sighed heavily. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We don't have time to wait around. Let's do something with this and get going. What do we do with it? I guess take it. We can't leave it here. Put the body in the trunk of one of the SUVs, Queen Amelia said, walking back to ours. And not mine. I don't want to see that thing again. We continued along the forest road until we reached the outskirts of Moonmist. We saw the royal SUVs parked across the road, seemingly blocking anyone from going in or anyone from getting out. Where's everyone? I don't know. I don't like how quiet everything is, Kyle said, climbing out of the SUV. We walked toward the abandoned vehicles and saw nothing. Something had to have made them stop here. Princess Eleanor, you're from Moonmist. Do you know the way? I nodded. The town is about 3 miles down the road. I guess we're walking the rest of the way, Queen Eleanor said. Or running. We can shift and run. That would probably be the best way to get there quickly. I placed the bow on the ground and shifted before picking it up carefully in my mouth. I glanced over at Diana and saw her shift even in her ethereal form. Her fur was surprisingly similar to my own, a beautiful silver, blonde. You shift. I am Wolf. But you're dead. Yeah, but I can still shift. I sprinted down the street, quickly followed by the rest of the warriors and Queen Amelia. We made good time getting into the town. I sniffed the air and picked up the faint scent of red water. Red water that was all too familiar to me, Dad. I followed the trail to the meadow beside my father's estate. The creatures were lined along the tree line walking on sand. Edmund, my father, and the other warriors stood opposite. I ran to where my father stood beside King Osand and Edmund. I looked my father up and down and noticed that his nose was bleeding. Dad's fine. Another smell drew my attention though. The fur on my haunches rose and a low growl formed in my throat as I turned to see something that should have surprised me a lot more than it did. Harmony. She stood with the creatures in wolf form. What is going on? What is she doing? I glanced up and down the line of wolves and noticed Alex standing behind Alpha Anwar. He stared at the ground, tears staining his cheeks. I shifted back to human as did the others. What the hell is going on? Why is Harmony over there? Well, long story short, she's has been letting the creatures in. How? How has she been letting them in? Is she letting the humans in? I don't understand. We have no idea. Look who finally decided to show up. Harmony yelled across the meadow as she shifted back to human. How nice of you to finally join the party. Dear sister, what are you doing? I'm creating something for myself. Something that does not involve you. You are ruining the entire realm. The kingdom has been destroyed because of you. Harmony. Good. Why should I care when such a selfish person takes everything from me? Who took what from you? You Princess Eleanor. I mate with an alpha, so you have to go and force a mate with the prince. You're kidding, right? You're mad about who I mated with. This is about me and the prince. What is wrong with you? No, not just that. I've lived in your shadow our entire lives. You think you're so special. What, because you're the daughter of Artemis? Because that vile goddess chose you. What did you say? You heard me. That's not your sister. What? I looked over at Diana. That is not your sister. Can't you see it? See what? Focus. Eleanor. Focus and look. I closed my eyes and did as Diana said. I focused deep within. I looked for Artemis. A voice said from beside me. I opened my eyes and looked to see Artemis standing there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You found who is responsible. I nodded my head. My sister. But she's not my sister. She stared across the great meadow at Harmony. She pursed her lips and stepped forward. Release the girl. Harmony threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Her shoulders heaved as her head shook. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The face that looked back was not my sister. It was a remarkably beautiful woman with blonde hair and fiery red eyes. What Dad started. I know. I explain later. Right now we have to prepare to fight. A woman in black armor stepped through the throng of creatures. She held a large, black sword and stood beside Harmony, or I guess here. They looked at each other with wicked smiles before turning back to us. Are you prepared to die? My creatures were unable to destroy you all those years ago, but they're ready now. The woman shouted. Who's that? Enyo. Who? She led the fight against Alfred and me. But who is she? She's a daughter of Hera, the goddess of war. What does she have to do with us? Nothing, but she does whatever her mother wants. She's an obedient goddess. Like a goddess should be. What Artemis is not. What do we do? A warrior asked from back in the ranks. We hold ground and wait. We fight. We do not give up. We do not fight for ourselves. We fight for all wolf kind. Guardsmen, we do not give a single inch. We will fight. We will battle until the very end. Everybody let out howls as we held fast. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Whispered to Enyo, who yelled in some strange language to the creatures. They let out high-pitched shrieks, saliva hanging from their lips and curling over their razor teeth. They moved forward at lightning speed toward us. The gap was quickly closing. Don't harm Harmony. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's possessed. That's not her acting that way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The goddess Hera. Edmund asked. Yes, do not harm her. I repeated. You heard the princess. King Orsan said. Noon is to harm Harmony. Darling, Queen Amelia said, stepping out from the throng of soldiers. Amelia, what are you doing here? Why are you here? I'm not about to let you fight alone. We are in this together. I looked at Edmund. He held tightly to Apollo's sword as I pulled an arrow from my quiver. Diana stood beside me, and beside her, another form seemed to appear. A tall man with shaggy hair and a magnificent crown. Diana smiled at him and hit her. What the hell? Who is that? Alfred. Where did he come from? Oh, he's been here. He's been with Edmund the whole time. I've never seen him before. You wouldn't. He's not here for you just as I'm not here for Edmund. He's been able to see him the entire time. No, sometimes guides are getting at you without being as visual as I am. I can see him now. Yes. Why? I suppose with the amount of magic going through the air right now, the veil between worlds is slimming. As they charged us, we ran. Some of the warriors shifted to wolf form, my others relied on their weapons. My father shifted, biting into the neck of one of the creatures, its black-red water staining his beige fur. Edmund shifted and rammed through a few rows, biting as he went along. King Ors and swung his mighty sword, cutting down dozens at a time. I pulled arrow after arrow from my quiver with help from Diana as we killed as many creatures as we could. Edmund struggled as he worked his way through. Elfred stayed by his side, helping as he annihilated as many as they could. I stopped and looked around. The creatures kept coming, killing more and more of us while it seemed we barely made a dent. This isn't working. We need help. We're not going to make it. I closed my eyes, focusing deep within myself. I fell into the abyss, watching for the light. It finally came into view as Artemis walked toward me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We made you. We can't do this. What is it? Hera. She possessed harmony. She has Enya with her. Artemis took a deep breath. I will have to possess you as well. Are you okay with that? I nodded my head. Yes, please. Open your eyes. I did as she said and saw that my body was already moving at lightning speed. I had no control over what happened as she lashed out with hand and arrow, striking down creature after creature. She maneuvered through everyone until she was in front of Harmony. Sister, Harmony said. Oh, she called for you, did she? Artemis, this ends now. It ends when all of your creations are destroyed. No, you will not take your hatred out on them. They have nothing to do with your hatred of me. They are you. Especially that one, Hera said, pointing at my body. Artemis held up an arrow. It glowed blue as she pointed it at Hera. This ends now. She let out a yell as a blue light released, striking Harmony in the chest. I watched in astonishment as she flew backward, Hera falling out of her. She scrambled to her feet in fright, looking around. Dad, she called Mum. Tears fell down her cheeks as she sobbed, looking around frantically. Artemis stepped out of my body and walked toward Hera. She picked her up by her throat and vanished quickly. No, a scream came out from behind me. I turned in time to see Enya running at me full speed. Her armor clanked as she charged. I pulled an arrow from my quiver and fired it at her. It hit the armor and fell to the side. Shit. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end to come. It didn't, though. I opened one eye and saw Edmund and the sword of Apollo. He plunged it deep into the armor, withdrawing it as she sank to the ground. Red water spilled from the open sides as Enya fell to her back. What is this? You will leave. You will go back to the hell from which you came. Her eyes closed and her body vanished. I spun around, looking as the creatures stopped in their tracks, disappearing just as Enya had. What happened? Edmund asked. I don't know. Enya is gone. Hera is gone. They are going back to the depths of Hades, Diana said. Just like that. She nodded her head. It is over. My sister, she should be normal again. Her ethereal body slowly disappeared, as did Alfred's. I ran to Edmund and wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him deeply. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edmund. He brushed my hair out of my face, kissing me again. I need to do one more thing. What? Bring them all back. I motioned to the field of bodies laying still now. I already own my soul. I'm getting my worth out of it. I stood and raised my arms, willing the souls back. I'd gotten better at ignoring the black abyss when I wanted to. The souls poured forth from my fingertips, once again seeking their bodies. I dropped to my knees when it was finished. Exhaustion took over. I had not slept well since everything started, and it was finally catching up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A familiar voice asked behind me. I turned my head to see my sister standing there, holding herself. Harmony, is it you? I don't know what happened. I smiled weakly. I am so sorry for whatever I did. Dropping to the ground beside me, and wrapping her arms around my neck. It's not your fault. Harmony, Hera possessed you. I couldn't stop her. I tried so hard to fight back. I am so sorry for everything. I didn't mean any of those terrible things. I know. We sat in the middle of the meadow hugging. The war was finally over. Hera was gone. Where she went, I didn't know. I'd have to ask Artemis later. Perhaps before I repaid my debt to the Moira. Chapter 42. I didn't want to let Harmony go. It felt like forever since we were even a little normal. We both cried as the weight of what happened finally lifted. Peace was not to be mine for long, though. The black abyss crept up, taking over everything. I fought it as hard as I could. I was so mentally and physically exhausted, though, that it was not hard for it to force me into the downward spiral. Now what? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Into the pith blackness for what felt like ever until I was landing in the cavern in front of the Moirai once again. It is time. Atropos sneered at me. To repay. Narcissus smiled smugly. Your debt. Clotho finished. The battle just ended. I protested to them. They shook their haggard heads at me, and we have come to claim our payment. They stirred a large, long wooden spoon in a cauldron in front of them. The contents green and bubbling and glowing. They withdrew the spoon with some of the green liquid on it. Drink, they commanded, shoving the spoon at me. No, we said drink, they commanded once again. Why we need to extract your life thread. My life thread. What is that? The thread of life, Narcissus said, her smile spreading ear to ear. Is what keeps, Clotho continued. Mortals on the earthly realm. Atropos finished, digging in a bag next to her. So I drink this and you get my life thread. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then what? I questioned. We cut. Atropos held up a pair of shears. Your life thread. Clotho nodded. And colicked. Narcissus held out a vial. Your soul, they said together. Can they not say just one sentence? Does it have to go between them all? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then the debt is repaid. You cut. Debt repaid. You won't go after anyone else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now drink. The potion. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the spoon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You promised. I drink. You cut. Debt repaid. I sipped at the sour, bitter, and rotting, tasting mixture. It felt 1,000 swords stabbing my throat at the same time as it slid down to my stomach. Oh, that is terrible, I sputtered. Working. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked down and saw a golden glow climbing up my body. I felt light. My head spun as Clotho reached out toward my breast and plunged her cold, bony fingers into my heart. She pulled her hand back, taking with her a long, golden thread that felt like it was unspooling right in my heart. What the hell is that? To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Life. That's it. A literal thread. That's what you want? Yes, Clotho said. Your entire life. Lachesis continued. Is in this thread. Atropos finished. Atropos held up the shears. Waiting. I watched as Clotho and Lachesis held my life strand in the air and pulled it tight. I chewed my bottom lip as the scissors neared my life thread and closed around it. What is this? Lachesis asked, as the scissors clapped around the thread, but it wouldn't cut. What magic are you doing? Atropos screeched at me. The debt must be repaid. Clotho shouted, snatching the shears from her sister. So, cut the thread. To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Your life thread will not. Cut the 3 Moira, I yelled. Why not? I questioned. The only way this can happen is if the mortal is not mortal. They all pondered, staring at the glowing, golden thread. You're mortal. They turned their haggard heads toward me. I thought so. I was born. I mean, I am the daughter of Artemis, but I was born from a human, daughter of Artemis. Born of a mortal. Is she immortal? They continued pondering amongst themselves as though I was not there. You must go to Zeus, they finally announced. Wait. To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hold on. What? What about my debt? Debt is repaid. The thread was cut but not severed. They said in unison. I'm not going to Zeus. This is insanity. To Zeus. They yelled with a wave of their hand. I felt my body shoot into the air like a comet. I ascended high and fast until nothing but light surrounded me. As my eyes adjusted to my surroundings, I fell hard to marble below in front of the mighty throne. WHHAAA Eleanor, daughter of Artemis. A mighty voice resounded all around me. I scrambled to my feet and looked all around me. What is this? Welcome to Mount Olympus. Eleanor, daughter of Artemis. You can call me Ellie. I turned again and looked at the very large, toga-clad man in front of me. You are the daughter of my daughter. To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded his head slowly. I looked to his left and saw an angry Hera sitting on her throne. Enuacha. No way. She's why this is all happening. I yelled. I felt a light hand on my shoulder giving it a squeeze. Artemis smiled at me as Zeus laughed. I don't understand why one. I'm here. To he s laughing. 3 why she's right there. Eleanor. What? No, it is not. Shush. Do not shush me. You nearly ruined all of kind. You are an evil goddess. Zeus continued laughing his booming laugh. It sounded like thunder, honestly. You are my granddaughter. Shaking his head. The temper and all. Indeed. She did not get my patience. Will someone tell me what the hell is going on? You have proven yourself worthy. Worthy of what? Joining us. Joining you. To where agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He ran Olympus. You were willing to sacrifice yourself to save your entire kingdom. Your reward is to join us. I don't want to. To my agent extraordinaire, wreak, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking at Zeus. You don't want to. No, I like Earth. I love my mate. I want to be with him. Zeus sat back scratching his chin. You do not wish for immortality. According to the Moira, I already have that. They couldn't cut my life thread. I've never been turned down before. Well, I guess there's a first for everything. So where's the elevator straight back to Moon Mist? I want to go home. Now, Edina. Let's think about this. Nope. There is nothing to think about. I want to go home. We can circle back to this whole immortal Mount Olympus thing some other time. He let out another booming laugh. You enjoy Earth that much? Kind of. I mean, it's not terrible. I have a pretty good life with some really good people in it. I want to go back. Artemis, what say you? I do need someone to watch over my wolves. There is no one better than my own daughter. Very well. If I send you back, nobody will remember anything of your identity. My identity. As the daughter Artemis. That is something that you will have to keep hidden until you rejoin us. Oh, okay. I guess. I can't even tell Edmund. No child. Not even the prince. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can I ask one favor? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Anything, Eleanor. Zeus said. Keep that psychotic bitch far away from my kingdom. I pointed to Hera, who snapped her teeth at me. If I see her, I will make it my mission to completely eliminate her from existence. Zeus let a thunderous laugh and nodded his head. Very well. Hera, you shall never again interfere with the Wolf Kingdom. But that's not. I don't want to hear it. You nor any of our other children, or any minions of yours, shall interfere with the Shapeshetters. She pursed her lips and glared at me. I said, do you understand? I heard you. Then acknowledge me. You may be the queen of the gods, but I am still ruler of all things. Including you. Yes, Zeus, I understand I will not interfere with the Shapeshetters. Very well. He turned back to me and extended a hand. I was able to wrap my entire palm around his pinky. I felt like an infant compared to him. Granddaughter, go back to your people. He clapped his hands and I was back in the meadow beside my father's estate with Harmony's arms wrapped around my neck. I looked around me to see things exactly as they were after the battle. Everyone was walking back toward the vehicles and homes, ready to get back to normal life. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Edmund called. Are you okay? I stood and ran into his embrace. I am now. You sure? He smiled down at me. Everything is absolutely perfect. He kissed my forehead and draped his arm over my shoulders. You ready to go home? Yeah, I am. Let me say hi to my parents really quick. I ran to my mom and dad, hugging them tightly before returning to the royal family. I waved as we shifted to run back to the SUVs to go home. Things were finally as they should be. Epilogue: the time since the great goddess battle feels as though it hasn't passed. Every time I go to the kitchen in the castle and see Reuben with mine and Edmund's coffee, I can't help but see his sweet, innocent face red water at Edie. I know with time it will become just a bad memory, perhaps even more like a bad dream. Princess Ellie. Reuben, you sweet boy. You have the coffee ready? Yes, ma'am. I made cookies this morning too. Dee, do you want some? You made cookies? He nodded his head shyly. Absolutely. One of these days you are going to be the greatest chef in the entire realm. His smile spread from ear to ear as he rushed to grab a plate he already had made up. I to SSE led his hair before kissing his forehead. He turned and hurried back to his work as I left. My love, Edmund said, taking the tray of hot drinks and cookies from me. My love, I said back. What do we have planned today? And sure, the usual. We have meetings with your father and the council. There is talk of a rogue pack forming who want to officially rejoin the kingdom. He nodded and set the tray on a table in the library as I browsed the books. That would be very good if we could get a peace deal. Indeed. We're also going back to Moon, Mr. Naito. Harmony is due to give birth to her first pup shortly. I would like to be there for her. Moral support and all that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know. Her pregnancy has gone by so fast. I'm so excited for her. Imagine having a young pup running around the castle hallways. I smiled longingly. It would be nice to have a young pup running around. You know that it's going to be a handful. I'm betting just like Harmony. Edmund let out a low chuckle before sipping his coffee. Can the realm handle another Harmony? I sat beside him on the couch, accepting my coffee while flipping through the pages to where I'd left off yesterday in the story. Ready to keep reading? Yes, chapter 6. I said aloud. Our day went by as quickly as it usually did when it was filled with matters of the realm. King Ors-En began shifting more and more of his work to us so he could spend more time with Queen Amelia. That brief time she died seemed to have flipped a switch in him. He couldn't get enough of her, and it was the most wonderful thing. I fidgeted in the passenger seat of the big SUV, fidgeting with the knobs on the radio until I was able to find something to listen to that wouldn't put us both to sleep. Thank God Reuben made us an entire thermos of his coffee. He's a good boy, Edmund said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I enjoy having him around. Moon Nest isn't that much further. Thank goddess. I'm exhausted. My parents' estate was bright with light and people bustled about. Odd, but not that odd for the Beta's residence. What is going on here? I mumbled. Could Harmony be in labor? No. I mean she's not due for another few days, so. What if she's in labor early? I guess. Hurry up. He pressed on the gas and sped the rest of the way to the house. I didn't wait for him to come to a complete stop before jumping out of the car. Mom, Dad. I shouted, running through the door. Hey, I heard a scream echo throughout the house. Harmony. Oh, Princess Eleanor. You're here. An older maid said, dipping into a quick curtsy, her arms full of linens. What's going on? Is Harmony having the baby? I'm the young future Luna. How exciting. Oh, it's baby time, I exclaimed excitedly. I followed the woman to the top of the stairs and down the hallway to Harmony's old room. Why is she here? She was more comfortable here and wanted to be near your mother. I nodded. Makes sense. The woman hurried into the room. I hovered around the door and peeked in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Harmony cried between grunts as she pushed. You're here. I cautiously walked up to her side and took her hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am, dear one. I wouldn't miss it for the world. She gripped my hand and bore down and let out another scream. Sure, my sweet girl. I know, our mother said softly, pushing Harmony's hair out her face. Hello, sweetheart. We are so glad you made it. Mother looked up at me. I didn't think she would go into labor yet. We wanted to get here earlier, but meetings and kingdom matters went a bit longer than we expected. How are things in the royal city? Father asked as he came into the room with a bowl of steaming water. Everything is going wonderfully. Lots of peace. Not too. Grunt interrupt grunt, but I am having a baby. I chuckled lightly and looked at my sister. Her face was red and covered in sweat and covered in swollen with child. I'm sorry. How is everything? Edmund called from beyond the door. The prince is here. Harmony asked in alarm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wasn't going to leave him behind. He can't come in. He will see absolutely everything. I let out a loud laugh. I already warned him that unless he wanted to see more of his sister, in law than a brother in, law should ever see to not come in the room. Oh good, good. You are doing such a great job, honey. I am so proud of you, Alex said, leaning down to kiss her cheek. Okay, Harmony. One more big push and the baby should be here, Dr. Withers said from the end of the bed. You can do it, Harmony, I encouraged as she squeezed my and Alex's hands. She let out one final scream as she pushed again. Her guttural scream replaced with the tiny cry of a baby. Baby is out, Dr. Withers declared. You have a beautiful baby girl. Harmony burst into tears as the baby was wrapped up and placed on her chest. Oh, she is absolutely beautiful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Harmony kissed the tiny forehead of the new babe that wriggled against her mother. Tears welled in my eyes as I watched my sister and her new baby. I stepped back quietly, giving her and Alex some room and rejoined Edmund. Done already. Apparently we missed most of it. I chuckled. How is everyone? They are wonderful. Just wonderful. He smiled and pulled me into a tight hug. How are you? I'm fine. A little nauseous. I want a big bowl of borscht really, really bad. What? Yeah, I've been craving it for the last few days. Mom's is the best. Edmund said, just holding me. I want that and I really want a pumpkin milkshake. What is wrong with you, weirdo? Well, you know how you said you wouldn't mind the sound of little pups running around the castle? Pulling away from me a little, I smiled up at him. He repeated. I smiled bigger and pursed my lips. I nodded. For real, for real. You're not lying. I shook my head. No lies. I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a dad. Yes, but shh, not so loud. I don't want to tell anyone just yet. Besides, this is their time. He pulled me back into his body before lowering his head to mine. He kissed the mark at the crook of my neck lightly before pressing his lips to mine. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.